Hello, everybody. Hope you guys are ready for some Final Fantasy 9. And I totally just borked that for a second, but hello. But in all my PC does require us to use a little bit of extra programs. We use a stutter step program and a auto clicker to kind of help us turbo through. But in my mass rush and a little bit of nervousness to kick it in, I messed up just. That's okay. Are you guys ready to rock?
Ready.
You ready?
All right, in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Yes, welcome on in, everybody. Welcome to some Final Fantasy 9. We're gonna skip the introductions for just a quick moment to kind of explain a little bit with what's about to happen at the start of the run here.
Oh, they can't see the game.
Can't see the game.
Yeah, we can't in Discord. And it doesn't look like they can either.
Oh no! I don't know what happened. It was just working in the test a couple seconds ago.
You just wanted to do a preempt before Mage Master to manipulate the RNG.
Yeah,
This
so
is all RNG manipulation. Yeah.
yeah, if you're not familiar with Final Fantasy 9 speedrunning, Mage Masher is probably some of the most inducive content you'll ever see. Mostly because these guys have watched me do up to 20 to 30 resets just to get the game going. But anyways, redo and go. Customary reset, probably not the worst thing ever. Mostly because it'd probably be a little bit funny at this point. But please excuse the cursor that will appear a little bit on and off screen over the course of the run. It is something that helps speed this up a little bit. And we're gonna take off on some Mage Mash. But hello everybody, I'm Cilliath. I'm a wolf on the internet. I'm gonna be your furry VTuber for the next 8 hours. I'm gonna be representing Team Fastest First today, and I have my commentators with me, Salada and UC Quill. Oftentimes I will call them Luke as well. So if you guys would like to take a moment to introduce yourself before we get into the theft.
I can go first. I am Ty. I have been a Final Fantasy IX speedrunner for almost a decade now. But I've mostly ran on PSX, no turbo, because I'm crazy like that. Been helping Sil with a couple of runs over the past. I'm mostly retired now, but I've been playing this game for a while.
My name is Luca, also known as Music Quill. I started running this game like just under a year ago. I think my first run was recorded in May or June, and it was because of this dork. On the screen right now, this guy lit a fire under me to start playing the game, and honestly, I am so glad I learned how to play it, and it's been a good journey so far. I'm still like a bit off and on, but still relatively learning some of the ropes and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm really excited, and I'm really happy to be on commentary with you guys.
Glad to have you. Couch vocals are a little low compared. Alright, I'll get it fixed here in just a moment. Luke has also been running away to go make some food real quick. We got a chance to start just a smidge early, so we took the opportunity to do so. And I apologize a little bit of my personal vocals too. Guess who has a cold today? Me. Oh well. That was a pretty bad Mage Masher, by the way. It's almost if I had to guesstimate without my splits, it'd probably be about a minute behind my average. But that's okay.
But for a marathon,
Yeah.
that's not bad though.
No.
Yeah, the Mage Masher is a 1 in 16, I think. So, it can take a while.
And it could be first try.
It can be first try, although usually those runs are pretty cursed.
Yes. Every time I've gotten a Mage Masher first time, I've had some of the worst luck ever. Like my current PB right now, I'm 10th on the leaderboard, and I recently just got another 5-second PB. It was off a first try Mage Masher run, and I lost 5 minutes on Necron for no reason other than the game just wanted to be cursed. I kind of forgot that it was a first try Mage Masher until I was reviewing some of the footage on it. But that's okay. But
So, Luca, do we want to go into the story a little bit about what is happening at the moment?
The year is 1799. You are a member of the Tantalus Theater Troupe, and your name is Zidane. You are on your way to Alexandria, one of the largest domiciles on the Mist Continent, to perform a show called "I Want to Be Your Canary." I could do this dramatic reading all day long.
I was gonna say, it really does feel like you're reading page 1 of a book right now.
Long ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
I mean, really, there's actually so much depth to the story in this game. It really goes back, like, 5,000 years to, like, Zidane's origins, and, like, the story between Alexandria and Lindblom, like, there and Bermesia, too, like, they're kind of almost always in conflict with one another, and that's actually part of the story here, is like, there's constant wars going on as a part of this master plan, of the Terrans to try and
Capture the souls.
capture the souls of Gaia.
But for now, we just get to be the cute and ever-loving Vivi.
Who likes to fall. And is so cute when he drips.
How many times do you think he trips in accordance of a run? Do they remember? 'Cause I always feel like it's double-digit trips.
I think it has to be, especially if we're not skipping scenes. So yeah.
My favorite fall is still after Beatrix 3, where he's falling over the stairs, and then we go to fight her one more time. He's like, "Why? Why would you forsake me, Father?" Yeah, very excited to bring this to you guys. This is probably one of my, it is actually my first speed run I've ever ran. I try to bring it back to the table whenever I can. I've recently ran it at GQ. I've done it for the Final Fantasy Relay, which is also coming back up. So it's a real great honor to bring it to the really, really long-a-thon, especially because I really enjoyed the longer format of this game with all this cute little cutscenes and stuff. Also, because we get to see the very dramatic play coming up here in a moment, and that's where I'm going to turn up my commentators, because there is it's an auto scroll. It only moves so fast, and there's nothing I can do to speed it up or slow it down. So, great opportunity to sneak away. So, Shiny, thank you so much for bringing it to my attention. Hope you guys are having a beautiful weekend as well.
The weekend got started for me a couple hours ago. I've been doing a lot of house cleaning, a lot of preparing for company to show up, also preparing for this. a lot of lore reading. Couple of there's some good video essays out there about Final Fantasy IX and all of the lore behind all the characters and stuff. All the characters have a lot of really intricate details built into like their personalities, and they all show up really well in the game.
Mm-hmm. I think
more often than not, people. Good.
No. I think this game, more than most other Final Fantasies, is very character driven. You know, yes, there is a main plot, and yes, there is a main story, but you really do get into every single main character to some level of detail. There's a couple that have a little bit less than others, but there is a purpose for every single person in the party, and that's one of the reasons I think I enjoy playing this game as much as I do, because the characters are so in depth.
You guys are turned up just a smidge.
Okay. I hope we're better now.
It is Final Fantasy IX. We made it. We're doing it. Also, you guys get to see my favorite but most nerve-wracking scene to do on any live stage coming up here in a moment, and it's Nobles.
I can explain a little bit what's happening. So, as Sil was mentioning, we are a theater troupe. We are performing a play right now in front of Queen Ron. But Sil's going to do a little mini after this fight scene that we all call Nobles. Nobles is basically a button masher game where you have to input a sequence in order to follow blank another one of the members in his patterns of form of fights. Right. And if you get everything right in terms of all of the button inputs, the Noble will shower you with 10,000 gil, which is in the PC route almost essential with the way that we run it in order to make sure that we pick up all of our equipment in a certain way. That was a nice fight.
Yeah, it was not bad at all.
And, myself being a historically PSX runner, in the PlayStation version of the game, it is still a lot more difficult to get the 100 nobles in a run. The inputs are a lot quicker. You have to input them in here. It's a little bit more forgiving in the PC version, and you can even miss one if it's between the first 5 and the last 5. But we'll give Sil some moment here to fight this up.
Nervousness almost won there for a second. Oh, thank goodness. Yeah,
very good.
As I previously mentioned, it is significantly easier to perform on the HD PC version. It's actually so mandated that you get it at this point that there's really no alternative. There is a backup, but I wouldn't even have it remotely memorized. So luckily, it's smooth like butter. And someone did ask, are we going to attempt the cliff fall today? For the record, even though where I am at on the current speedrun.com report, I've never actually successfully done cliff fall, whether in practice or in a live attempt before. So I'm gonna go with no today.
That's a fairly new, like about a year and a half that trick's been out?
Yeah. I'm always jealous of people who do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
I have
7 or 8 seconds, something like that.
I
don't know if it's worth it. 8 seconds?
Yeah.
Is there like a consistent setup that you can go for?
Apparently there is. I saw some videos in the Discord when it came out around how to do it. I was never able to get it. Granted, I didn't try for all that much just because I'm not running this game consistently anymore. But I did get it on a couple of attempts. Consistency was going to be a hard one. Yeah, BB, it was probably like a year and a half ago. Yeah.
Yep. It is the exact one you're to, and I'm sure there's probably would be a setup for it eventually, but I'm not quite there yet because some people are getting a little bit better at it to the point where when we return to Black Mage for the second time, they're able to get cliff drop again, which can save a very similar amount of time as well. And thank you for the good luck company, man.
2 interesting characters right here, Zorn and Thorn. You wouldn't think that they're much more than just court jesters. But they're actually pretty significant characters in the story. And I believe they're actually the oldest characters in the entire cast.
Isn't Garland a little bit older? I thought
Actually, you might be right. Because Garland is old. Garland is older. I guess technically, no, not. Yeah, because 1711 is when Zorn and Thorn are born, and the current year 1799, so they're about 88 years old.
Yeah.
They're still
Garland's
kicking.
over 500, so.
Oh yeah, Garland is way older in that case.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Wayfaring Fox. I love Steiner. I love this section with them mostly because it capitalizes the unseriousness of the Knights of the Pluto. Because the Alexandria army, fun fact, is led or comprised of mostly women troops. And the men who are in the military seem to be, I want to say incompetent, but they definitely take a comedic relief role until later in the game.
Question, so how many Knights of Pluto are there?
I'm trying to remember from the questions will be asked later in the game, but I want to say there's 8 if you don't count Steiner.
There is 9.
There are 9.
I feel tricked.
So there's 9, and 9 comes up a couple of times in this game. Obviously, this is the 9th game of the series, but did you also know Vivi is 9 years old?
I did not.
There is one more. I have another 9 fact here. Let me go ahead and pull that up. Luke and I were doing a little bit of lore review for it too. Oh, the game was also released in September, which was the 9th month. And I think there's one other 9 reference as well.
Too bad it wasn't 1999, but I think this was released in 2000.
I do believe so. It would have been kind of cool though. Feel like in preparation, you guys have prepared more 9 facts than I have, and all I've done was CSR runs.
Well, you kind of have to run this game, so.
Nonsense. They're right. I'm kidding.
Oh, you know what? There's another 9 reference actually. So, Ty, I was teasing you a little bit about Madeline earlier, but one of the warriors that has a statue in Alexandria. Unfortunately, we don't see it in this run because it's in the town square, which is the place before where Vivi spawns, and you don't go backwards on a speedrun.
Exactly.
But in that town square, there's a statue of a knight, and that knight is named Madeline, and she was not, 13 years old when she led a charge against an enemy force, and they won, and they had 9. She had 9 soldiers under her command.
Wow. I found my other 9 facts too. So we'll go ahead and get into them a little bit because it's kind of a little bit of a lull in the early game right now. So Knights of Pluto, another reference to Pluto being the 9th planet, because at the time the game was being released, Pluto was still a planet, although it was being debated. There are also 9 Adelines available to Garnet, and Sid in this game is Sid number 9th, he was the 9th regent of Lindblom. So 9 comes up several times in this game.
Also, poor Pluto. Still a planet in my heart.
Yep.
Maybe one day it'll clear its orbit.
Yeah, I did bring it up a little bit earlier as well. There is recently made by Bobcap. There's been a iteration of the speedrun release called the CSR, the cutscene remover, and getting more popular across more games. But it's out there, and it does significantly, naturally save a very massive amount of time. Because even with the cutscenes and all the dialogue that we're kind of pushing through as quick as we can, it does save us on average about, would you say, 5 hours of running? 4 on a good day?
4.5, 5, somewhere in that range, depending on your skill level.
But
it also speeds up some really fun parts too in various parts of the games. I mean, since we are running just the no major skips category, we're not going to see a lot of those, but there are some pretty funny speed up animations to make the game a little faster.
Oh, Steiner. Please let us kidnap the princess. He wants us to.
Huh. Yeah, she said it herself.
But he'll never give up.
Yeah, in this fight, Steiner has priority. He will always attack first, no matter how good your ATC is.
But as so demonstrated here, Blank is actually faster than Steiner, so you can actually get another attack off of him. At least I thought we did.
We did successfully get the weight trick in.
So it's a couple of seconds save there.
That fun little attack that Steiner just did only shows up in that very specific fight. I believe it is called Moonlight Sword. Doesn't do any damage, it just kind of removes a disguise.
There's like a deep reference. That. I do love this fight scene. It's probably one of my favorite openings of any Final Fantasy because I feel like it's more of a creative take. Because with like Final Fantasy VII, you had the nuclear reactor. 8, you go get Ifrit, which is cool. 6, you get to play on the mechs, but this one is like you get invested in the play, but you're really unsure what's really going on with it. But next thing you know, you're showing off your Band of Thieves skills, and granted, the princess ultimately wants to be kidnapped, even though that was your initial goal. It shows you how flexible the team can be, and it really kind of gives you like the show of the world, especially because like Kai and Luke had already brought up like this world is consistently at war. So this is just another ploy almost to, I don't want to say prevent it, but would you say almost kind of in a way encourages the next wave?
Absolutely. Oddish also brought up a quote in the chat: "No cloud nor squall shall hinder us." So that is a line that is going. I believe that is the ending sequence where that is actually stated. But there are multiple references to the prior Final Fantasy games all throughout this. So there's references to 7. There's references to every single version. There is some sort of Final Fantasy reference to, because this was very much. So first of all, and I forget the gentleman's name, but I'm sure Lucas probably got it on standby here. This was the original creator of Final Fantasy. The last game that he was involved in the series was 9. It was also the last game on the PlayStation 1 console, and they had really much a return to a little bit more of the classic, a little bit more of the fantasy aspect of the Final Fantasies. It had become very much a more modern with 7 and 8, different style that they turned. So when they wanted to do 9, it was definitely a tribute to some of those older games. So you'll see many references to prior Final Fantasy games in some way, shape, or form.
Actually, if we were to spend a little bit of time in Evil Forest, you get to see the band kind of practice again to kind of lift the morale of the inevitable act that's about to come. But they will play the Junon theme song, which I probably one of my favorites.
I believe in order to see that, you need to watch the active time event for it.
Correct.
It's the first one though, right?
You know, actually, it's been so long since I've done an optional ATE that I cannot swear by that.
I thought it's the one, because that's do as I say, not as I do. For the ATE, I'm pretty sure.
That's the forced one. That's the one where Blank and Baku were talking. The one that's forced, the one that I'm thinking about is, I think it's called Orchestra in the Forest. I'd be amazed if I got that right.
It has been a while since we watched ATE. While you brought it up, Luca, do you want to explain what active time events are for people
Yes.
who are running the game to speedrun?
Yes, so active time events are essentially scenes that are happening at the exact same time as whatever Zidane is doing. They are basically like Family Guy cutaways, except they are in real time and happening as we speak. There's quite a few examples of this that we'll get to see during this run. But like a couple that I can think of is like we were talking about the Orchestra in the Forest. There's a couple where you'll see like a cutaway to like an auction house that you're on your way to.
everything is so expensive.
If-
I love that one. I know exactly which one that you're talking about, Luca. That is a fun one. And because that is also where Gilgamesh is one of the optional characters in this game, is actually trying to talk to Aiko and trying to kidnap her because
Mhm.
he's trying to get back in Armon, or Red, as he is called in some way, shape, or form too.
Yeah, and some of the active time events are extremely difficult to unlock. There's actually a Steam achievement to seeing all of the active time events. And one of them, I think my favorite active time event is later in the game. You're buying like, oh gosh, let's see. There's a party member that shows up and he gets really hungry and he starts eating food at this food stand. And they're like, hey, he didn't pay for this. And depending on how much money you have, Zidane will be able to pay for it or not. And if you don't have the money, the owner of the stand actually goes to Baku and says, hey, your dude did not pay. And he says, I'm going to wring his neck.
You sure he wasn't sharpening his knife too?
Also, let's take a moment to shout out to really Longathon just hit their $1,000 goal for the Olsen Foundation. Congratulations to the team.
Go.
Good work, everyone. You guys must be really excited for Final Fantasy IX. Oh, I think it's awesome. The event has happened, or is happening. I get to be one of the anchor events for it, and bring in a classic. I'll try not to get angry because you do have to force an encounter here, and it's either feast or famine for how fast you get the encounter. Either you're here all day, or you get it right away.
Oh yeah, and you can also get back attacked. I see that a lot.
Back attacks. This is one of the worst spots to get a back attack, is when you're farming for that. Big time loss.
Especially against, fortunately Syl was fighting a goblin, but there's another enemy you can fight called a Fang. It's a four-legged dog creature with tentacles
Bark.
on its head. Bark. That thing will take 2 hits if you're back attacked.
Woo. Had to grab my microphone there. I apologize. You'll see me do that once in a while. I did start to get a really bad cold yesterday, but where I live right now, it went from 70 degrees back down to 30, and now it's 60 again, and my allergies are winning, so I apologize.
So here we are introduced to a central theme of this game, the trance mechanic. Trance is induced by a surge of emotion.
You must really like Dagger.
You can surmise that those that don't have a trance gauge next to them are just devoid of emotion.
Like Beatrix.
Like Beatrix, Marcus, Cinna, Blank. No thoughts.
Also, I will go on the record. I love the limit break system. I like the critical health system in Final Fantasy VIII. Like when they brought in like that emotional moment that you could have that ultimate skill. I did not like how they did it in 9. Over the course of this run, you're going to see probably at least 1 or 2 very unfortunately timed trance bars, and you're going to hear either my excitement shoot really high, or you're going to hear some sad dog sounds.
It would have been nice if they made it kind of like the limit break system in 7, where you can activate the trance at will if the bar is full. But I can understand why they made it that way.
If it's
I feel
the
like
story,
having it
the
be
mechanic
similar
better.
to 8. Yeah, I mean, I could kind of understand like 8's mechanic fitting in here, where like if you're in critical health, then your limit break comes out. That would also kind of make sense. But also, these are surges of emotions. They come and they go.
All right, Trans.
I
Or
agree,
today, I
so
can use that power back. Can you Trans one more time?
I was recently playing. Still, I was talking about this mod a few months ago. I really hope it gets on the ground within the next couple of years. But it actually introduces a trance mechanic for enemies too.
Oh, see, that would be fun.
Nice, couldn't steal anything. That's funny. Legitimately the worst possible luck.
Yep. Gotta buy the Iron Sword again. So what we're talking about right now is more speedrunning tech. And in this fight, you saw Syl attempt to steal with Zidane. Typically, when you steal from this monster, you can pick up a broadsword, which is actually the weakest sword for Steiner. It doesn't seem like it does us any value. However, as we'll see here a little bit later on, we'll get the chance to swap equipment with another individual. And that individual has the Iron Sword, which is a nice early power spike to Steiner. It becomes really useful for really the first several fights of this game. But unfortunately, Syl couldn't steal anything, so he's now going to have to buy it instead.
Statistically, by the way, getting no steal is rarer than stealing any.
Mhm.
Even I think the rare steal, the leather wrist, is far more common than missing in general.
Because really, in essence, the theater ship and then the Evil Force in general is sort of like a tutorial. You know, I would say the real tutorial out level ends kind of right here coming up where Syl's at once you actually leave the theater ship for the first time. But um, it's the first dungeon, basically. There's not a lot of chances to die, even though we're really, really low up.
So I would argue every fight except Prison Cage has the potential to end your run in any capacity
Yes.
at any moment.
Yep.
And these two are probably looking forward to telling you about the most RNG fight possible.
Oh, there's plenty of those.
I mean, which one are we talking
Which
about?
one?
I'm thinking of the one I make Pokemon references to.
Oh, Lugia?
Oh, so I'm sorry. Is that legendary Pokemon Lugia?
Yeah, in this game, your movement definitely does a lot, but RNG is king. I was kind of reminded of that yesterday.
Yeah, at any point in time. But it also makes the game enjoyable to run if you can deal with the randomness sometimes, because it's never the same run every single time. Even though there's a consistent, like, we follow the same strategies, it's not like a step count run like 8 is, where you're basically repeating the same things over and over again and just trying to be consistent with that one. Especially with the battle system, with the drops that you get, there is quite a lot of randomness that goes on every single fight that happens with it. So it makes it so you can save a lot of time, or you could lose a lot of time in any given run.
Yeah. You can get a third try tent on a certain boss later on in the game. Sometimes we use battle tents to input status effects. Sometimes it won't happen at all, and you'll lose a lot of time there. And then you'll get first try heat on another boss, or an amazing steal on another boss. That will save you a bunch of time later on in the run, and that can all happen at the same in the same split. So.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to RNG. I have a friend that tells me every time, and I don't support this when it comes to speedrunning, but he's like, go buy a $1 scratch off ticket. Don't even scratch it off, just tear it up, throw it in the trash, never look at it ever again. And let that be your sacrifice to the RNG gods.
Well, the
Or-
RNG gods acknowledge it or not.
In my case, no.
Or if you follow the notes for this category, which there are some very good detailed notes. If you want to get into speedrunning, yes, 9 might be a little bit harder to run, but it is probably, I would say the run with, and maybe 10 also has very good notes as well. But if you like running RPG speedruns, 9 has some fantastic notes. One of the directions in those notes indicates that once you complete disc 1 of this game, at least in the PSX category, to insert a new yet better game than Final Fantasy in order to continue on. Obviously, it's a joke, but it is something that we talk about with this game. There is certainly a love-hate relationship for anyone who runs Final Fantasy IX.
It's a secret love. Let's just be.
Yeah.
Now that we've successfully learned about how the ability function work in the game, it is good to take a note. Moment together, take note that abilities are learned through equipment, so we'll be doing a lot of equipment swaps throughout the course of the game. Certain bosses will be putting on equipment that does not seem the most appropriate to be using at the time, but it could be teaching us a very essential skill that we're going to need later in the game. Certain things like bird killer, man killer, I was going to say stone killer, but stone killer is not one we really use, are very vital and will improve our damage stats or damage rolls over I would say the last quarter of the run, and often missing one of those can be very detrimental. So I'll move through the menus pretty fast, but don't be surprised if I take a moment to kind of reflect on it as well to make sure everything is on track. But when I first played through this game, it was the very first game that actually encouraged me to look for every treasure, every nook and cranny, because I always felt there was another very important or very interesting skill to learn behind every corner as well. And this also expands to certain skills that casters might use, our Dragoon will use later, all the way up to just the simple flee function Zidane uses, which is important to our speedrun because fleeing by just a manual flee is a terrible experience. So we will not be relying
fleeing
on
is
it.
not good in this game.
It can happen, but it is not a reliable.
I wish it was like Final Fantasy IV.
Yes.
This is our first boss. This is Plant Brian. I mean, Plant Brain.
I like Plant Brian.
Fight is fixed most of the time, unless your ATB is really good. You'll wait for him to use Pollen, and then you'll queue an attack on Zidane. He'll attack himself, because if Zidane goes down here, luck permitting,
Boop,
BB
just
will
made it
go
in
ahead
time.
and do the hit. And there goes Blank. He's here.
To answer the Firefly's question, if the enemy is not touching the ground, I think with the exception of everything but one boss, it is considered to be a bird.
And I don't think that counts if they have like the float status effect on them.
Correct.
It has to be native.
So Necron, our final totally relevant final boss, is a bird. Thank you,
Kinda
Blink, for
comes out
helping.
of nowhere. Not the original boss planned for the end of the game either.
Some unfortunate luck there.
Mhm.
That just goes to show you that one little miss can cause quite a fiasco.
Mhm.
And now there's another little bit of RNG coming up on this, the plant spiders. Cecil's gonna do a little menu here, revive Zidane and Vivi, do a little bit of healing. And in normal circumstances, he would be removing the Iron Sword here and replace it with the Broadsword from Steiner, so that way Steiner can equip the Iron Sword. But here he's just gonna make sure he equips the Bug Killer and Bird Killer abilities from the Bronze Armor and Bronze Helmet, respectively. The Bug Killer is gonna help him against these plant brains, and Bird Killer is just generally pretty useful for quite a lot of bosses in this one, actually. Oh boy, 2 spiders.
Thank you, RNG. Actually, I'm not 100% sure if Uzma is a bird or not.
It is.
Ozma is a bird.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so 2 plant spiders. Good ATB on Zidane means he gets to get an attack in. But every other character except Zidane has to self-exit here, so that Zidane gets enough experience to get to level 3. Because level 3 is a key level for fighting Black Belts 1.
Slash Sea Lion. So.
/ Sea Lion.
You can technically beat it on level 2, but you have to get points.
I have done it, but it's scary. It is definitely not what I like to call marathon safe.
No, it is not. So we did skip the movie here, which is unfortunate because it is a fantastic movie, where basically the entire forest comes after you because it is being petrified from within. So since we basically killed the boss of this forest, the forest is like, no, we want to lock you in here. And one of the scenes we miss is Blank basically pushes Zidane out of the way, throws the map, and Zidane catches it and barely escapes. Yes, I definitely. So when we came out of the cutscene, of the movie we skipped, Zidane is banging on it, basically saying, "You idiot!" Really upset that his friend more or less sacrificed himself so that the rest of the party could get out.
Who knew you can make the evil forest so much? Oops, sorry.
Yep, that part of the story does become relevant a little bit later on. You will see another Tantalus member referenced in probably about 2 hours or so, trying to actually come back and save him by acquiring an item. But we'll get to that when we get to that part of the story.
What's up, Spicy Pace Liz? Yeah, I was gonna say, who knew that you can make such an evil forest so much less evil by destroying the central plant? Some would say he might even be the root of all evil.
Well, that is actually very similar to another scene very late in the game. In fact, after the speedrun is officially done, where we see the Aoife tree, which we will get to Aoife tree in a couple of hours as well. Basically, the same thing happens in that scene as well, where the area is being all consumed upon itself.
Go, go. The most important mechanic of world map is not being deployed yet. Anytime we visit a new continent, and while the continent identifies itself by its name, we are immune to any world map encounters. So the sprint from Evil Forest to the Ice Cavern is one that you could just put on your running shoes and just make a break for the cavern. However, you'll note here in a little bit, unless I were to reset the game, there are times resetting the game faster than escaping. That text will be forever stuck on the screen now, every time we visit the world map, up until we visit the next continent. So if you think it's a bug, it is, or I should say it is, because it is.
It's a bug and a feature.
The best kind of bug.
It is not a major skip, so it is still allowed in the category.
Welcome to the Ice Cavern. Everything full of ice.
Luca, did you ever get this chest?
I think my very first run.
Okay.
There's a tent in there.
There is a tent in there too.
It's great it's great for when you're learning.
It is. Especially in the PC category, though, it is not advised to go pick up that tent, just because it is so much time, and you can very easily run into this mist that Syl is keyly avoiding. The mist spawns an encounter, and you do not want that because Zidane's already level 3.
So take that outer path to avoid that mist. Sometimes you'll get lucky and the mist won't spawn until after you pass it.
Right, but as Syl did as he was running through, He had his pause. He had to avoid it.
Yeah.
Not worth getting an encounter over to. So we keep talking about tents, and that'll come up to another bird that we get to fight here in about an hour, 20 minutes or so. We'll explain a little bit more about the tent mechanic. I can't talk right now. The tent mechanic, because if you play this game casually, I doubt you use tents on opponents.
I'm really nervous about this fight, by the way. Mostly because of how my last marathon went.
Yeah.
The RG in that was fantabulous.
At GDQ, Sil did end up dying for this one too. Sil also likes to take this fight. How should we take it? Not this close.
I play this safely in marathons, but no, I got an untimed crit.
Oh, that was right. I do remember.
That wasn't me taking risks.
That was true.
Nice try.
It is another difference between PC and PSX is in PlayStation version of this game, you have to have a certain threshold of one of your stats in order to have crits, but in PC version of the game, there is a chance regardless of what your level is. But that also includes bosses who can crit and kill you. Wow.
Only with physical attacks, though.
How did you not get in before me?
So this is another fight. You get two variations of the fight. You'll have the fast fight or the slow fight. Sea Lion will always go first. You'll never go faster than him. But if you have a fast fight, you go before Black Waltz 1, which slows down your potion by a turn. Or you have the slow fight, which is what I have, just because he beat me. But I thought we were going to get the super fast, incredible fight. But no such luck. Black Waltz decided he was a little faster, even against my really great 18. So we're going to do the potion of safety.
There's a couple of thresholds specifically in this fight. This is, I'd say, early on one of the most mechanical fights you can have. There is a attack that a sea lion creature can do called Blizzard, and it can hit up to 36 damage. So when you're just taking normal attacks, you want to make sure that you are above 36. That's why Sil had the potion there in order to be sure. Luca, do you remember the other damage rolls for once he transitions to the next phase?
So when
I know all the damage rolls for every attack that Sea Lion does. Not to flex.
Oh, well, since you are flexing, why don't you tell us?
Sure. So Sea Lion's typical phases. His typical attacks are Wing and Blizzard. Wing has 2 damage rolls, either 16 or 20. So that low roll right there for 16. He will transition when his orb turns yellow. He will immediately counterattack with a Blizzard attack, which can deal between, I believe it's 56 and 63.
And we just hit 63.
So he'll wing again. Ooh. No crit there, so Sil's probably gonna potion here.
Absolutely.
Oh, well, you can't, because what's the red
Because,
damage?
yeah,
Like
the red
80,
damage
right?
rolls
Oh.
is 72 and 81 with Tsunami.
Which is the maximum damage you could do between the high roll Tsunami and a Blizzard to follow would be 117 points of damage.
We do have a question in the chat. Sil and Luca, who are your favorite of the Black Bolts?
By themselves, I like Black Waltz 1. I do not like his fight. It's hard.
Purely because of the personality behind it, I actually really like Black Waltz 3.
I just like Black Waltz 1 because this feels like a Pokemon fight.
Here's your useless trance.
We have enough damage without the trance in order to win the fight. But we will have the 100% accuracy in order to get out of the fight.
You at least get that.
I forgot that you don't miss with trance.
Yep, when you are trance, you have 100% hit rating.
Yep. You have
It's like-
accuracy plus on.
Which, if I had not trance, I had genuinely considered potioning. Because had I missed, that fight would have sent me back to the start, and my ego would have been a little bruised. Not gonna lie.
Send you back to the
Yeah.
Shadow Realm. But we are out of there.
What
Thank
about
goodness.
you, Ty? Who's your favorite Black Waltz?
It's actually Black Waltz too, which is very interesting that we're all having a different Black Waltz.
Black
I
Waltz
really-
2 creeped me out. The whole like abductor thing freaks me out.
But
I
he's
just like how they can quickly like zoom around too. Like I thought
True.
one was just like, okay, you're basically a puppet master because you can summon something. 3 is a little bit I'm superior. Like okay, 2 actually was pretty powerful because it did take on your whole party too, and I really like the Black Waltz 2 fight.
I think the
Yeah,
reason
the Black Waltz 2 fight's cool.
Black Waltz 1 and 2, yeah, something about summoning is always really cool. My favorite Final Fantasy class in all the series is the Dragoon class. If you ever see me at 14, I would be a Dragoon. But Summoner is definitely a close second. Anytime I play any Final Fantasy casually, I have to have some sort of summon, GF, summon materia equipped to me, like, or in my party in some concept, just because I love the awe of the animation. And Black Waltz 1, even though summoning is supposed to be rare, it's just for some reason he gets to just summon something real quick and we move on. Never talk about it again. But
When I first saw Sea Lion, I was like, "Oh, is that what Dagger's like or Garnet's like summoning stuff is? Is like, do you?" I was like, "Oh, I didn't know about Final Fantasy X when I first played this game. Very very young, like 6 years old, right?
Mhm.
I somehow
you call
was
Dagger
thinking,
X.
like...
So what I do to kind of explain what just happened for a moment, my turbo key to help me get through the dialogue is programmed to be X, and I have an auto clicker which helps me click through the confirmation of the name. And in very very rare instances that the X function will beat out the auto click function. So yes, Dagger will henceforth be known as X. Dagger in my heart, though. Now she has
It's not a
4
real
no
name
names
anyway.
for the rest of this run. And don't worry, we'll quiz chat a little bit later about the hidden third name to see if anybody remembers.
Weird. What is X doing in a Final Fantasy game?
Posting character 150 characters or less. Yeah.
I definitely did that the other day too, though, where I forgot to turn on the auto clicker just in general, and BB was just named a bunch of X's, and I'm like, this is gonna be a top 5 run here in about 2 minutes with shenanigans that is VB's name.
It would have if it wasn't for Necron.
It would, yeah. I mean, it's technically still an official PB, but I'm not posting that shameful mess of a finale.
Yeah. The final boss has probably, I would say, the most unique mechanic in the game in terms of how it does its attacks, and there's a really tactical way that we typically do it. But if you get the RNG that still had too, it really screws it all up. And there is a way around it. I thought we did it because I had the notes up for it, but I think we were, at the end of the day still, I think we were early. I mean, because Freya was pretty leveled up at the time. I think
Yeah.
we could have actually missed all of Grand Cross.
Well, I had made only one small mistake that entire run as well, so Freya was severely overleveled, which didn't help the scenario either.
Yeah.
Did you like leave level up on at a certain point?
No, it was the Amendusius fight. And
flying horse?
When Amaranth threw the... I forget what you guys throw in this route.
Beaster Fluke.
Yeah.
Okay. When he threw
That.
that one, he under damaged, so Andremius countered
Oh, the
and
25%.
Armor died, but he'd already queued up Freya, so Freya got a bunch of EXP and Armor didn't get anything basically. He had like 800 HP or so through Disc 4. It was kind of funny.
But he also didn't have accuracy plus, and that actually was
Somehow.
never relevant up until one of the last fights he was used in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you're typically throwing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you are. And like the funny thing too is like he had Freya's trance gauge was basically set to go off, and Freya somehow survived Meteor, but then didn't trance. What Sill's doing right now, you may hear, so why are you going in and out of a room twice? And the reason for that is actually in this village, in order to skip along the dialogue scenes of where we needed to be, that's actually a way you can force the scene go back and forth. Otherwise, I believe you're seeing a cutscene with Steiner that you really aren't meant to see.
Yeah, you're
that's the reason why he's going
to go into so many zones in order to move on the dialogue. But yeah, if you go into any other house, it's an automatic cutscene.
Mm-hmm.
Which not ideal when you're trying to go fast.
No. So
Yeah, because each of these forced active time events is like a minute long.
yes, and they are not skippable at all. Remember to buy Iron Sword.
Yep.
And are you gonna buy
The
Wrist
wrist.
too?
And we stole the wrist so I could get 7.
Okay.
That's
So
what's
what
kind
we're
of fun
talking
about. Oh, I was gonna say that's what's kind of fun about 9. There's a lot of early conditional menus over the course of this run, and then you kind of get a little bit of a break, and then you get either you get or you don't get Rebirth Ring, and there's a bunch of conditions again, and it's like, oh boy.
Mm-hmm. So what we were talking about right now is why are we buying this? Well, the reason why we're doing that is there is when you play this game casually, this might be like one of the tricks that you learn. There's a cotton robe trick. A cotton robe is a fusion. It's a synth, an armor that you create in the synth shop, and it is both wrist and leather hat.
Steepled hat. Steepled hat.
Steepled hat. That's right. And the combined cost of those items, even with the synth price, is actually less than if you sold it. So this is just a way to build up extra gil. And we have the master of trying to get extra cotton robes here on the channel. Luca, you want to explain your strategy specifically and what you do for your routes?
Well, it's still in a baby phase. I was getting grilled on it a little bit in the Discord, which understandable. So what I like to do is typically runners will synthesize 9 cotton robes and sell all 9 of them in order to get 18,000 gil. I like to create 10 cotton robes and save one for Vivi. And the reason being, in Disc 2, you've got, there's an invasion sequence somewhere in there. And if you have the extra cotton robe, you're able to increase Vivi's magic by an extra point. And that does allow you to skip an extra Blizzara animation, and at least give you a little bit of a higher chance of getting a special little skip against Beatrix, who is someone that we have seen already, at least once. But we'll burn that bridge when we get there. It's not a super crazy time save. I'm just happy that I made something, even if it's not very significant.
Out of the Steth before I say this, but Steth still does blood sword routes, which requires you to pick up a certain amount of Stalazios before you get to Reno for the first time. So you go out of your way a handful of times to go get the blood sword, but then Steiner becomes moderately strong for a very good percentage of the run. Also, you can't game over because whenever he auto attacks, he automatically heals as well.
Mm-hmm. So you have to
Yeah,
pick
the
up
blood sword
Stilettos to do that, right?
Yeah, you need to. Yeah, you need. Oh my gosh, you need 4 Stelazio coins. It might be 5 Stelazio coins.
I thought it was 4 because it's a guild, then it's an item, then it's another guild, and then I think it's a sword.
Oh yeah, you're right. There's an oscillating pattern there, and the first one is always Gil. So yeah, four coins.
I always love picking up the one in Miss Bernicia.
The cancer
Yep.
coin.
Thanks.
The blood sword in 9 is much better than it is in most games. Which is I think it's and this is also attributed partially to its design too. Actually, it shares its design with Final Fantasy II's blood sword. Most blood swords are never used because they have 2 weaknesses. They are super inaccurate, and they're not always super strong. And the reason for that is because they absolutely made the blood sword the most broken sword in the whole game of Final Fantasy II.
Mm-hmm.
Because you would attack an enemy, and the amount you would damage and the amount you would heal is based off of the enemy's max HP. And so it would deal like a fixed, I don't know, like 1/5 or something of their max. So if you're fighting Mateus, the final boss, it's 5 blood swords and he's dead, and you're just not gonna die. Final Fantasy IX's blood sword does not have the accuracy flaw. It's just a decently strong sword.
I think my favorite blood sword is still the Final Fantasy Tactics with Gafgarian, because you can partner it with his Death Knight skills. Because even though the sword is still inherently weak, the sword does draw its power when you use abilities. And that, to me, is the best one. A lot of those skills seem to kick your butt. Especially in that mono-to-mono fight.
Can you imagine Steiner using shock with the blood sword and healing after using shock?
It'd be so cool.
Although we did just reach a pretty critical point in game story, though. As you were seeing, Vivi, our Black Mage character, was quite shaken up because you just saw a factory that basically produced Black Mages that weren't exactly like him, but they were very close enough to shaking him to the core. So something is going on in the village of Dali where you are actually seeing these productions of these black mages, and it doesn't come to be a little bit apparent until later, but these are actually being used. Actually, it is. We do hear about this during the events that are going on here, but Alexandria is the one making these black mages, and they're making them in the village of Dali. So they're for the Alexandrian army. Oh, you gotta talk to Mord, right?
Yep, sorry. I thought I triggered it, and I thought he was going down, so I was holding down because I was having a little bit of a coughing fit. I apologize.
Okay.
I was like, whew.
I was like, wait, you can't leave yet.
I thought it went up enough to trigger the turbo.
Nope.
Darn cold.
I love Mord.
Fun fact, you actually do have to wait for him to hit a certain threshold of the stairs before you're allowed to go into his house, which is why we pick up the Gil and the High Potion. But in the CSR, they've actually found a way to eliminate that, because you could skip those 2 chests entirely. They are not very important by any means, but we just pick them up because we have the time.
It's the guild and High Potion, right?
Yep, it's like, I think it's 135 Gil, which buys you nothing.
You can actually get more gil from the chest that's in front of the ladder in the underground section. There's 156 gil in that chest.
I say as I've been showered by 10k Gil by the nobles not just an hour ago.
I learned that when I was routing the cotton robe route. So
Tony says
like,
it could buy him lunch, so...
Yeah.
That's Gil,
someone
that's not
in my
human
house found
dollars.
that funny.
I'm curious now what the going rate for a meal is in the Final Fantasy IX realm.
I mean, 156 gil doesn't seem totally outside the realm of possibility, considering inns are typically around 300.
Do you know what the soup of the day is in Wimbledon? Soup
Soup
de
do
silence.
darkness. Oh, soup do silence.
Yep.
Although there's a maybe it was darkness stew. There's a darkness stew and a soup do silence. Oh, you know what? That'd be a hook. Okay.
It's tight.
Yeah.
So
I don't know
what
if we got
Sil
it.
is- What Sil is doing right here is actually Black Bolts 2 will always go first, but their Zidane can be fast enough to get a second attack in. And they get there. Nice. And that's so ideally what we want to do here is actually when Steiner hits, once Black Bolts gets below, is it not 50, is it?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
Zidane doesn't really go down.
It's just protect girls.
Okay.
Oh, did you do the menu in the underground segment?
You know, now I think about it, I think you're absolutely right. I do
Because
think
because if he dies here, that means he has the silk shirt on. So you can, thankfully you do have time between now and the next fight to perform that. But that also means that Dagger doesn't have the feather hat, so also just be careful about that too.
I got so caught up in our conversation. I was bound to do it once.
Alright. And only one ether.
Still save time though.
You did.
For those of us at home. I gotta lie, I was still I was silly. I ran my timer in the background just to make sure I'm still pacing out well for our estimate. And the hardest thing about the estimate is so when we submit, so Final Fantasy IX does not run with load remove times added into our live split. So we have an auto splitter and all that stuff. So I always have to estimate about another 9 minutes on top. See, Invisible gets me. There was bound to be one dirt moment. As long as I don't think I'm gonna be brave to handle cards with whatever awful set I get again, anything else is an upgrade.
I was gonna say I love you still, but I think I'm gonna put my money on another derp moment.
Okay.
I mean, we've known. I've known this doggo for a while now. He's good for at least, I don't know, half a dozen or so for every 8-hour run.
That's
Okay.
true. It is an 8-hour run. There's a lot to keep track of in that.
Yeah.
With all that.
And we're also trying to entertain chat too. So.
Oh yeah.
But it's such a rookie menu to just boss over.
Mhm.
Which is funny because I did remember to do the more report roll, which was the Steiner one.
Right.
Well, the good news is that you do have time,
Yeah.
because I believe right before the fight, the Black Waltz fight, you have a chance to at least get Vivi's menu. You won't be able to equip Dagger. The important thing is that Vivi stays alive.
Yes. Otherwise, it's gonna get very interesting very quickly. Not saying I got some plans brewing in my mind, but
Well, especially since he's only level 1 still, right? Because you can get any
yeah.
in spiders.
Or it's like the one in time I'm doing this run, I wouldn't mind like an evil forest encounter or even an ice cavern encounter and just take the extra levels. Yeah, that's gonna make this interesting.
It is. Isn't before you run out?
Yeah,
So
I might get a
talk
chance
about-
to equip with Phoebe there. We're gonna have
Yeah.
to see.
Yeah, it's right before you. It's right after the big cutscene before you run outside of the main cabin.
But
Or I guess the captain's cabin.
there is a reason why in my stream I'm affectionately known as the dumb dog.
And also, he has a channel redeem to hit the dog on the head with a stick. And
Oop.
why did you do that?
Eh?
I have my auto clicker on for the cutscene. It's because I'm thinking too far ahead now, and my brain is turning into
Right.
mush.
Reel it back.
Reel it back,
Focus.
reel it back, pull it in. I'm a top 10 runner. I can do this. I see.
Yes. Professional speedrunner, professional streamer.
It's almost my favorite split. So when the airship goes to sail literally into Lindblom, that is my coffee refill moment. I'm probably going to take that glorious opportunity.
When I run PSX, it was always the bathroom break moment. So it was so long. Like, always used to go up to the bathroom when that cutscene started. It was one of their big early breaks.
All right, we got this.
And the black mages show solidarity.
They're no longer the basic gold that we thought they once were.
One of my favorite cutscenes in the entire game.
Okay, we're good. Of course, I got a drop command right to top me off there. So, I don't think we've had it mentioned this, and if we have, it was probably very lightly. The HD PC version of this game is actually a port from the iOS, which actually the iPhone. So there's a bit of bugs. So every once in a while, you'll see me get a little grumpy at a menu because I'll hear or feel a command go through, but the game hadn't caught up with me yet. And
yeah,
it's
unfortunately,
completely
this
normal.
This game, the port loves to drop inputs on menus in particular. It's really bad. Ooh, nice damage roll.
Yeah.
Because it's 72 is the highest, right?
I do believe so at our level.
I think
Without
so,
a crit.
Yeah. Yuck. Okay, we need a couple 180s out of Eevee here.
So what we're hoping for is D-Tran skip. This fight is pretty consistent as long as you don't go off the script. But what we're hoping for to save about 20 seconds of time is, even if you finish the fight and we're D-Trancing, you have to watch the entire D-Trance animation first before the fight can end. Don't know why. This is the way the game is built. So for certain fights, that can genuinely be the difference between saving 20 seconds or sad dog sounds.
You're looking really good for it, too.
Yeah, we are.
Those two 250s.
They hurt. I was kind of hoping for a 260 on that one. Doesn't matter.
Still good, though.
We got it.
Vivi was all-star during that fight.
VD carried for sure.
Oh, I was going to give shout-outs to this today for the opening 72. I need my cursor right about here. And then I'm going to make my grand escape because I could use some tea with some honey in there to keep my voice going for the next 7 hours while we're all together. I blame allergies. It's the season. But I love spring.
And it beats winter. I finally put my snowblower away today.
See, that's a real curse in our area. My home state.
I haven't seen that in 4 years.
And in my state, if you put away put away your snowblowers, your shovels, or in my case, your heated jackets, you're good for one more 6-inch dump of snow.
Which we still may get. It always seems like April comes, there's like one really crazy one, but, you know, I want the extra room in my garage right now, so.
My old neck of the woods usually gets snow up into May, but where I am now, we get snow maybe once every 2 years.
Where was your previous neck of the woods?
Colorado.
All right,
Oh, that's
Mountains.
right.
Gentlemen, chat is yours for a moment.
All right.
Welcome to the Mist Continent.
Which it is still the Mist Continent. Do you know, Luca, that South Gate was actually a very significant technological marvel that was created during the reign of Regent Sid the Ninth.
As not a peace offering, but rather a sign of friendship between Sid and is it King Leo? Whoever Garnet's father is.
Yeah,
The two of them have a very close relationship, and that
Right.
gate was built to signal that, so that there was safe passage between the two regions.
Not only that, it was to help stimulate trade between the two regions. So when, and like I said, I can't remember who the king of Alexandria, but basically when Queen Braun married in, or was king at the time, him and Sid were very much about, hey, let's, kind of bygones be bygones, and let's actually move towards a period of peace between our two nations. And during diplomacy talks, that gate was built, and it did help stimulate trade between the two nations. As you may have noticed, a lot of the actual towns on the Mist Continent are at an elevated level, and that is because the mist itself pools at the bottom portion of a lot of the continent, and the mist disturbs abnormalities in the mind and actually promotes violence. And we'll get to the reason of that why here a little bit later on when we actually talk about the Ifa tree. But a lot of the nations are actually up and elevated. It's only Burmecia, of all the great nations on the Mist Continent, that does have that lower level, or basically where the mist is at.
I've returned.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. We were just talking more lore.
I have honey infused tea. Shout out to electric kettles.
Yes.
Nice.
And coffee machines.
I still haven't
ever
installed
move
by my desk yet.
I knew
Did
you
Argenia just teleport? What happened to him?
Yeah. He does.
So,
He does that.
because of the clunky nature of the iOS port, if you run into a character enough, you can run through them. But if the character is moving, they have a potential to disappear. I think it's like one of the only times we ever take advantage of that. And that only happens if you preload the down between the fountain screen. Because even though it looks like you would hold down right, it's just straight down.
Mm-hmm. Running through characters is actually a thing that existed in the original game as well.
Yeah. But like Final Fantasy IV, another game I've recently learned how to speedrun. If you run into them enough, they'll just move out of the way. Whereas we take this lovely gentleman and we make him go poof. My bad. But who's this handsome devil?
It's a bug.
That is the Regent Sid, the Ninth of Lindblum, that we've been talking about for a while. And you may notice, he doesn't look like a human. Well, Regent Sid has some, let's just call it,
Promiscuous.
yes, that's, I was
He
trying
has,
to think of a good
yeah.
word for it.
He has some vices, and of those vices is promiscuity. He was a married man at one point in his life, and he had an extramarital affair during his time with that woman. His wife found out and cast a
I'm gonna cast a
it could have
spell
been
on
the equivalent
you.
of
Yeah.
equivalent of a toad spell in other Final Fantasy games, except there must be an Oglop spell in this game somewhere, because he got turned into an Oglop.
And then she stole his airship that he was controlling.
Yep.
It
Which
says that
ironically
the-
was named after her.
Exactly, the Hildegard. Now, speaking of female characters, we are currently talking to the greatest, not just female character, but the greatest character in this game. In this particular
It's Helga, right?
Rachel.
Or sorry,
Rachel.
Boy, you've gotten big. the dialogue there, if you're, I know we're going fast because it's a speed run, but good gosh, is it some funny stuff. Freya is my personal favorite character in all of Final Fantasy, and not just that, in any video game. I have loved her since the moment I played this game and really connected to her character as well. Freya's really had a tough time and actually doesn't exactly have the most happiest of endings in this game either, but she displays such marvelous strength to overcome and be there for the rest of the party. So I had to give my little spiel about Freya during this one, so we can continue on and talk about what's
Well,
going
there
on
are also
here.
plenty of times we'll get to see her great qualities on display.
Yes. Freya is one of the main party members that we take as a damage dealer in this game, and in fact, as Syl will demonstrate, I'm sure, later on in this game, she has a skill that can come quite broken from many, many of the boss races.
Oh, I'm gonna do
Well,
the first
especially if
one,
you're
by
a
the way.
gremlin. I was gonna say, if you're an absolute gremlin,
I'm gonna do the thing on the grand stage that got me some messages from other Final Fantasy IX runners.
Are you doing it on Kraken?
No,
I was
no,
about
he's
to
gonna
say.
do it on Tiamat.
only Tiamat though.
Okay. Figured
No
you
Luna
would.
Malaris?
I haven't practiced that enough yet to want to send it. They've already done one Goober Energy thing, so I have to be a good noodle again.
Mhm.
As some would say, a good dog.
Remember
I'm,
when
I'm the
you're...
new, I'm the noodle.
Yeah, we'll have to remind you to equip the feather hat on
Yeah.
Dagger when we get to that menu. But you didn't lose much. Like I said, it's just for technicals, right?
Yeah. Which isn't the end of the world, but it's not my favorite feeling.
Yeah, it's not really mandatory. It just makes some fights a little safer. Like Malaris, for example.
Yeah. Especially if you don't have rebirth.
Who's ready for Cotton Road Trick?
Mhm.
I stalled purposely for a second to make sure we were all good.
Yeah. It was still a pretty quick menu.
Yeah, because this is one of those
Very nice.
shops that are very... It doesn't seem like much, but as these guys have previously mentioned, it's going to help fund probably over half our run for a little while, so I need to make sure it goes perfect. And I know some backups just in case, but even if you end up with like a spare cotton robe or an extra item that you were supposed to synthesize, it will muck up some of your other menus down the line. I don't really need all the extra confusion today. I was also scrolling down my notes at the same time. Also, so what we're preparing for right now is the thing called the Festival of the Hunt. And our lovely shopkeep here is offering Evie a Kupo nut, which will be important for the story later. And she's telling them that we're about to release a bunch of fun animals into the city, which, to me, I would say oddly reckless. Just to let a bunch of monsters loose in your city, so other people can go hunt them for points.
Well, it's a callback to earlier times, you know, when the folks of Lindblom had to actually defend the town from wild animals. So, and that is customary. Remember to eat all of that they
Yeah.
kill as well. So,
But
It's
still,
part of that,
wild.
you know, it's part of that medieval times type of celebration, and there's a couple of these just various celebrations throughout a couple of different tribes. Like, for example, the dance at the sandstorm is a very much along those same lines of hey, we are praying to a god or a bunch of gods in order to help protect us, or we have a tradition where we let monsters roam loose because it is an ode to our previous time period, in order to make sure that we have hunters available in case there were emergencies. So it just kind of it dates, I think, the story pretty well.
I think what we need is a Reeve from Midgar. Sir, this is going to cost us 1 billion gil. I'm sorry, how much gil? Also, there's an inside joke about Lindblom. You guys talked about it a little bit. So stop me if you have, but we fictionally name it as Plot City.
We haven't mentioned it yet
Not
because
yet.
all the plot in the game happens here.
It feels like every major chapter transition starts at Lynn. Because even now, like, as we went through the ice cavern, we learned about some of the dark secrets that Alexandria is preparing us for. The game is still kind of in like a happy-go-lucky feeling up and through the Festival of the Hunt, and that's where our story is going to kind of take an unfortunate turn. And instead of, you know, hey, we completed our mission and now we have no purpose, so we're just kind of going through the daily life of Zidane still, purpose will find us. Which is kind of nice because it does feel like a little unforced, like a bunch of the other stories. You know, like 8 with the forest, or what is it, the forest owls? With his super the timber owls, and they had their super weird contract. It's like, you will be here until you have saved the city. Even Squall asked himself,
Timber's independence. It's like, what?
We'll see you in, I don't know, never.
Especially with Renoa leading the resistance. I mean, come on.
I love Renoa, but no.
No one loves Renoa. I mean, come on.
I'm sorry, I am not a Renoa lover.
No one loves Renoa.
No.
But she puts dog on dart and shoots it.
I mean, that's the reason a lot of people don't like her.
I think it's cool.
Angelo Cannon!
Did the dog consent to being the cannon? I guess he did. He looks pretty happy when he gets shot out of there.
He gets a treat afterwards.
He gets a treat. Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
All Renoa had to do was, like, not come up during the fight with Sorceress. No, not Ultimecia, but
Adea.
Adea, yeah. And it would have ended after this too, but no, we had to go and get involved.
We went through all that because of your dumb decision.
They had to go to space because of that. All right, telescope minigame time.
Yeah, I think because of Adea knowing that Squall needed a reason to go hunt Ultimecia is the reason why he got that unsolvable contract.
Oh, you go Kibo River first?
Yeah, if you hold right, it will always connect. And same with right to the marsh, then straight up, straight left, straight down. So there's no angle.
The other way, Luca?
Always counterclockwise.
Sorry?
You go the other way? You go left?
Yeah.
Gremlin.
Yeah.
Went wrong. Invalid run.
Invalid run.
Oh, no wonder my luck was so bad last run.
Exactly. You have to always go. There's only one right way to do this. So.
A lot of emphasis on the right. Tempting for me to sing, but with my scratchy voice, I'm gonna save the ears of the many lurkers in chat today. Also, if I sing on my coffin, that's not gonna be any better.
This is one of the nice things about running just the MMS is you get to see this scene because you get to see Freya jumping around, basically foreshadowing. The sky looks ominous.
Something is about to happen.
It is.
But who's Sir Fratley?
Can't help myself if anyone's curious. Integrity made a successful splashdown. Yay! Actually, to get an alert from one of my local police apps, if you will. I always love a good national alert. Not to deject our train of thought for a second, but if I was not streaming right now, I would have been watching the NASA stream myself. Thank you for letting us know, Vixipede. Hope I said your name right.
Luca was talking about a mention of Sir Fratley. Sir Fratley is Freya's love interest, and when prior to the events that took place here today, Fratley had actually sought out other strong warriors to make sure that he could protect Alicia. And one of them was Beatrix, who we have seen earlier here today. It was never confirmed that he lost to her, but at some point in time, I think it's pretty well soon. And he ended up losing his memory. We'll find out here that a little bit. But he was lost, and Freya has been on the journey to go ahead and find him. So that is who Sir Fratley is, or still is.
Get ready to pull up my sleeves here to do my utmost best to compete.
I know. We got to win today, right?
Of course.
Don't you need to take off your shirt first?
We don't have a transponder to take or to protect, but
Right.
Yeah, fair.
We were gonna do gremlin strats on this one where we were actually gonna pretend to do the hunt, but thanks for ruining it.
but yes. So one decision I could have made here, if I did not trance on a Black Waltz 1 or Sea Lion, as the split is known, is I could have taken off my character's shirt to show, like, to flex on the raccoon that we're about to fight, and in order to protect my trance gauge to get to Giza. But we don't have a trance bar to protect today, so we're not going to worry about it so much. And unfortunately, the best item in the game, or best early item in the game you can get outside the cot robes, is the Coral Ring, which requires Freya to win. And Freya wins 90% of the time. There is a way mathematically to make Vivi win. So we're gonna make the very fast and hastily decision to throw the fight. And once we throw the fight, we win, we get the super cool item, and we're out. And I got terrible ATB. I should have taken off my shirt.
It is also a tradition in Final Fantasy IX speedruns to joke here at this section, saying, "Oh no, we should have won the fight." And then what are you doing? You made a mistake by killing one of your characters, but we did not. But yeah, Freya wins this one. We get the Coral Ring, and now
Joke's on her,
get
I
that
still
turn.
get the Master Hunter title, and so in the end, I win.
you do. But what's happening here now, as you saw, that Burmesian soldier basically came up to the throne room and basically said, "Help, Burmesia is under attack." And it's from an army of black mages, which signals to Zidane and the party that Alexander is behind him. And they are making the decision, more or less, to go ahead and investigate it.
Yay, we have purpose again.
I'm amazed that that soldier made it all the way to the throne room without any sort of, like, escort or anything. Because that means he went from the Dragon's Gate onto the car, up the elevator, past the guards, up the stairs, and the guards are just like, "Yep, go on through. You're all clear."
See, the way I like to think of him is I like to think that he was from Gizmaluk's grotto, where the attack probably started.
Yeah.
To make it look like, because there's a gate between Alexandria and Limplum, so I feel like they went through there intentionally to go up the gate to surprise, to make it look like it's an attack from Limplum. But they also come through the gate between Burmesia and Alexandria too. But because of the timing, when we get to Burmesia, the attack is feeling like it's just finished.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
we've
because
also-
if you go from Evil Forest to, I think it's called Northgate from there.
Yep.
Correct.
You actually see the war banner, but that's the gate that separates Burmesia and Alexandria.
I think you can do some shopping, and there's coffee beans there for you.
Yeah.
Beans.
Beads? And then just show my beads to the camera. Which is why I ran off in
That's
an
a
odd
different
direction for a
arcade.
second.
Actually, that's a south. lanes are at, I believe. And the
You
North Gate
might be
one,
right. It might just be the
I
shop
think-
there.
yeah, that Luca's talking about with the war banner is closer to Ice Cavern, right?
Yeah.
And then it's on the other side, and the other point of that is Benicia.
Yep. That's the one that I'm thinking about.
Yep.
So sell the cotton robes. We're gonna buy a bunch of supplies that we're gonna use for the rest of this disc and the most of disc 2. The guide does recommend buying so much more, but I'm cutting down a little bit, but not too much to be reckless.
So, you seem to be moving in an odd fashion. Can you tell us what that is about?
So we are no longer protected by the miscontext on the screen like we were earlier. So what's happening is we're moving in such a way, we are using a script and an approved script in this category for AHD runners because it's very inconsistent on keyboard. It's called stutter stepping. So because Zidane isn't technically taking a full step every time, the script's not perfect. We are not increasing our danger value on the world map, so we are avoiding all the world encounters in such a way. It looks silly, and it's kind of funny, but because of that, again, it gives us a way to get around it. Especially, because I've talked about it a couple times now, where the iOS version drops commands all the time. So this way, it breaks it down into a very fair and equal format for all runners in the category. But we do have to go buy Chocobo's Forest here in order to unlock the Chocobo functions of the game. So we do go slightly out of our way to go say hi to our friend Boko. Then we're going to run back over to Gizamuk's Grotto. But we will see him a couple more times. So in this case especially, it is very worth it at a minimum. Stop in there once. We don't buy any Gissel Greens. We're fortunate enough the route has two well-placed Gissel Greens for us to pick up along the way. And now we come to my least favorite RNG section of the game. And I think we're gonna do the small skip today.
I'm surprised this is your least favorite RNG spot of the whole game. Because there's quite a lot of contenders for that.
Yeah, I think it's just to be because this is where it's early enough where I get to tell if I'm gonna have a great run or not. But I could also, so Giza coming up as a boss, and we're gonna throw a bunch of tents at, and we're gonna hope it hits on the first try. But if we miss and we get a third or fourth try one, you're already a minute behind your PB, and it's like, oh, please. And then you get to look at that time loss for the next few hours, and it's great.
Yeah. Yesterday I went from minus 30 to plus
Feather hat.
2.5. Feather hat.
Because didn't equip it on Dagger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna pay the piper on that one until we get to the next cutscene with Dagger.
Yeah.
I gotta be careful of that a couple more times, which not a big deal. It's just you can feel the loading symbol turn on in my head for a second.
It was good you caught it, though.
I was like, wait a minute. So we are going to do something very tricky here because we're going to show off a tiny little skip that's part of it's part of newer routing with the mainstream notes. There's even a new route that's becoming very, very popular. But only one of these fights are actually really mandatory, so we take advantage of this situation. But it unfortunately does involve us knocking down Vivi so we can get as much EXP on Zidane and Freya as possible. Because we need maximum damage rolls coming into the next boss fight. I feel my voice getting silly again.
So typically what you would normally do is actually fight the black mages that are in front of you, and they have a bell that is going to open up to the next gate. However, what Sil is doing right now is going back another screen, and you can actually talk to the fallen soldier who's there. And he gives you a bell too, so you skip the encounter.
Just wave to him as we run by. Open up the main door. I'll admit, when I first ran this category, I always took the lower right door and ran it all the way around every time.
Oh.
I had no idea the main door was openable. Because it felt like the main door was just too obvious that you couldn't go through it.
That's almost as bad as you going down the Lavelle steps.
or going left of the telescope. It's up there.
Yeah. Going left on the telescope's not that bad.
Yes, it is. It's equal.
It's equal. It's not a lot of
Are you
time
kidding?
lost, but it's silly.
Oh.
I'm just trying to distract from me again. It's definitely way worse than going left of the telescope.
I would rather check out the marsh first and go left on the telescope than run into a Lamia.
But funny enough, because this game is ported from the iOS, even though we're in a full sprint, the game considers us walking full time. So our danger value is actually increasing at the equivalent rate of a slow walk, which is why it feels like we get so few encounters. So one of the best comparisons of the game to me is Iffatry later, where I have a potential of going 0 encounters, whereas PSX is like 5's a good day.
Yeah, 5 is a good day. Average in PSX is 6 to 7 usually. 8 is not unheard of.
All right, everyone, cross your fingers, cross your beans, cross your legs. Do what you gotta do. I need a first try 10 here.
So this is a bird.
Bird, bird, bird. Bird is the word.
It's still
I'm gonna be crying.
Focus
disgusting
on-
water bird.
And we did explain what tens actually do, correct?
A little bit, but one of you
a
want to
little
tackle
bit.
it again?
Yep. When you use a tent on an enemy, it heals 50% of their max HP and MP, and there is I think it's a 1 in 3 chance for it to inflict negative status effects on them. You'll see a text box that says, "Bitten by a poison darkness silent snake." And Gizamaluk is susceptible to darkness and silence, which is crippling for him.
Come on. Let's go.
There we go. Because most of the time this guy likes to cast water, which is quite damaging. It's probably his most dangerous attack. And he loves to do physical attacks, and in addition to that, he loves to counterattack. He loves counterattacking.
Alright, see what happens.
His favorite pastime.
I do want to be a little more careful, but we do need a total of 6 and 8 attacks in order to get through this encounter now, and every fray attack counts as half. So you'll hear me counting 1, 1.5, 2.5.
It's 3150, right?
2/10 is a good 10.
3150 or 3175.
Yeah, it's somewhere up in there. But
Something
oftentimes,
like that.
When Sil was talking about like total number of attacks, there's a couple of different ways to count damage in this game. One is to actually take a calculator out and subtract the actual damage rolls we're getting. But what Sil is doing right now is what a lot of others do is instead you count an average of what you have in damage rolls and how many of those attacks it takes in order to beat the boss.
Alright, barring any craziness, we're done this turn. Now that I've said that out loud, because Final Fantasy IX listens.
Of course, why did you do that? Sil?
That's crazy.
Why did you do that? You knew that was going to happen too.
We're
right?
fine.
I just have no ability.
You'll just be 5 AP behind. That's not the worst thing in the world.
No. He can still learn Bird Killer, we just can't let any of the guards escape on the Clara tree.
Yeah. And you gotta,
Fuck, I feel your comment.
This is a bonkable moment, by the way.
This is a bonkable moment.
like we said, it's an 8-hour run, so there's 8 silly things that have to happen, and we've had 3 of them so far. The first is the missed menu in on Dolly Underground. The second is talking to the mage for some reason, and then the third is, not being safe on Giza. We need a count up there instead. You know? I know we can't have it, but dumb dog mistakes. Count is
Counter.
Some runners do, and I know when I was running TSX, keep track of their encounters. It's part of the, when you have your splits up, you can actually track how many that you have. And at least when I was running TSX, a good total encounter was anything under 60. Some runners were good at actually even getting under 50 if they were really lucky, but 60 to 70 was always typical for me. It's way less in the PC category.
I know we hope for like less than 5.
Less than 5?
Yeah, because you could run this entire run without a random extra encounter.
There are encounters that we are going to take though, because do you consider? Can you get 0 encounters on Hildegard?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the one you're most likely to get is Black Mage Village for your first one. Ifa Tree to me has the chance of 2. And then if you really want to count it, the Forced Encounter and Naval Force I'd count as 1.
You can get encounters in Burmecia. I had 2 encounters in my run yesterday in Burmecia. Yesterday was not a good day for random encounters.
No. And typically, random encounters take so much time that, especially in this game, like I think we were talking a little bit about Final Fantasy IV, where you're going to get a ton, but it's pretty easy to flee from it. 9, the encounters are quite a lot of time.
Yeah.
So they're a big boss anytime we see them.
Because even like 10 that really relies on like Titus's flee, if really need be, your team can still run away on its own. It's just a 50-50. But in 9, like a natural flee is incredibly rare.
Not only that, it takes a while for the battle to load in and of itself too.
Actually, that has me wondering, how does the flee mechanic work in this game?
There's probably some
Let's find
mathematical equation. It's probably like cards. It doesn't make sense.
When in doubt, just say it's random. I mean, that's Final Fantasy 9 in a nutshell. It's just all random.
Put on a hat.
Oh, you're gonna do it here? That would make sense.
May I see your gate pass? You may. Also, I love the super horse they put on this thing. Like, it's way unnecessarily over the top. Still the last comment being Fox be like, Sil, bruh. I know.
You wouldn't be our silly if you didn't do something silly.
In case curious minds are curious, because I still have my splits open and I'm running against I am technically like 30 seconds ahead. Granted, I don't have a local record going or anything, so even if I do PB today, it's a feel good moment. So the run's going really well in comparison. Dumb dog status, very strong right now. It's engaged.
I can't even find anything on the actual, like, mechanics behind Flea's chances to work. But the Wikipedia does say most of the time the player is better off not running away from battles. And it's faster to use Flea than trying to escape via Eleanor.
But you lose Gil when you flee with Zidane.
10% of the Gil, 10% of the Gil the party would have won from the fight.
Which I think is such an arbitrary number.
It would make sense though, because it really punishes you trying to run away from harder fights.
I used to think that the more you fled, the more the money went up. But I guess technically the more you flee, the later in the game, the money is going up, which you would have probably gotten in the reward, which makes sense.
The exception to that, I think, is the Gimme Cat. Because I think if you run away from if you use Flee from the Gimme Cat, you don't lose any money, but you gain 5,000 gil from the fight if you kill it.
It's been so long since I've done a friendly. Because that's during the friendly monsters quest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just fun to do.
Also, this is the second Black Mage fight where you've gone.
Thank goodness for that.
You
That was really lucky.
stonks.
Stonks.
It's too strong.
Strongs.
Oh, I thought you were saying stonks.
I don't know what I was saying. So. It's
Made me laugh. Another cop came out.
So from a storyline perspective, what we've had since the Burmesian 19 men, we've gone to Gizmo. We saw that Master Gizmo, who was supposed to be very friendly with Burmesian, went crazy and attacked us. We thought Dagger was coming this way because she had actually slipped in a sleeping bag inside of everyone's food at the Festival of the Hot Feast. So they thought she was going to go to Burmesia. Turns out she's actually going to Alexandria, quite opposite direction. That was that cutscene that we were seeing when she was going through Southgate in order to go above the trains. But right now, Zidane, Freya, and Vivi have gone to Burmesia. They see the town's been basically totaled, and we are trying to go to the palace right now to find the king of Burmesia to check on him.
Also, we pick up the Germaeus boots, which is very important for us. It's another way for us to learn Lee. So over the course of the run, if you do equip 2 or more items that learn the same ability or attribute, you will learn that skill at a higher rate. But it will allow us later in the run to equip those boots, have Flee, but learn more important skills on the equipment. Also, there is a hidden mechanic in Final Fantasy IX that doesn't do a really good job of covering. It's depending on what equipment you're wearing when you go to level up, you do get additional stats. So we're going to pick up an item later called the Power Belt. You would think the most important thing on it is the MP attack and the counter, which are arguably some of the best abilities you can equip on a character. But to me, it's the plus bonuses in strength on level up, which is why at the end game, we may be level 27, but you'll see us doing almost damage cap through 4 or 5 of the final bosses.
That's also part of why the cotton robe trick is something the cotton robe route is something I like to try and do to increase Vivi's magic in the mid game.
And is that specifically for Vala, Pura?
Valia,
The one-
Pyrrha, and Beatrix 2 is the big one.
Ah,
The short-term big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we continue to run through the city, though, we do realize the city is at a loss. The Alexandrian troops' power was too overwhelming for a standing military. Burmesia is one of 3 major cities, so that for them to be wiped out this easily, what we're learning as the reader or as the player is the Black Mages are just ridiculously strong. So we need now. So now it's becoming less about saving Dagger, or in this case X, and trying to help the city out. We are going to skip the really cool cutscene with the door on the right there and not pick up the weapon.
and
Because
the best Google in the
we're
game.
cool and we don't need it. But you guys ready to do some count with us? So Beatrix 1 here, as we eventually name it, because it's the first of 3 fights we have with her. There is no way to beat her, unfortunately. They have done bug testing where they do her entire HP pool in one attack. Still can't end the fight. So we just got to try to outlast her for 10 turns. And then fight ends, and the biggest RNG factor is how many times we have to throw a Phoenix down, because the animation can be a little time consuming. But a lot of Final Fantasy IX runners, we make the joke that If you're in the red here, you might as well just restart or go play a different game for the day.
This is the scene I was talking earlier about with Fratley. This is Fratley basically telling Freya that, hey, you know, I have to go out, I have to fight Beatrix, I have to keep her country protected, and you're going to be fine. But Freya's like, no, you left, you never came back. I'm not strong enough.
Also, the weather back there was just equally as terrible.
It's the realm
It's always
of eternal
raining
rain.
here. It's Seattle.
I was just about to make the joke.
Yes, it is.
Always paranoid to have one turbo accidentally starting at the beginning of this fight. This is not an easy fight to kind of like salvage if you mess up on turn 1 and the reset value is terrible. So it's worth me stopping both my turbos to check one text box for a second. But even with my PB, I have 45 seconds of time save here, and that's with no encounters getting there. And I think it's like 7 deaths over the course of the fight, and it's like, okay, come on. And if we're feeling it, we'll go for the skip. If we're feeling it, times the math doesn't check out.
The skip that Sil has mentioned is after the 8th attack. Freya, what you actually do is you wait a couple seconds and you jump with Freya. And then when Freya comes back down, Beatrix will actually be done and over with her jump.
Zidane's kind of sleepy.
Well,
Taking a couple naps.
You got 2 physical attacks. That was not bad.
3 physical attacks.
Yeah. Thunderslash.
4?
That's 4.
Why couldn't that be on like Freya or Zidane? Here comes Shock, I bet.
Shock.
Oh,
No, thunder.
5.
5, right?
She's being particularly friendly right now, although I opened my big mouth. 6.
Seven. One, 2. Please tell me I did it right. Don't tell me there's egg on my face. So even though we're in the air, Beatrix's turns are going and it's counting towards the total of 10 attacks.
Got it.
Nice.
Oh, I just say, no matter how many times I've done it, I'll never feel like I've done it right.
It felt early to me, but I think you just got it too. One of the other things Sil was doing there was using the defend command, and as you saw, when you use the defend command, it actually causes a miss. It makes it more likely that enemies can miss on physical attacks, which Beatrix did end up doing because of a response.
Yeah, that was some really good luck with
that-
Beatrix's attacks.
Yeah, that I would almost assure would have been a goal B1 split.
It was.
Like, yeah.
I had 45 seconds of time save there. I saved 51.
Holy crap.
Yeah, because that was so much, so many physical attacks. She didn't use shock once, did she? Oh, until
She
the
used
Yeah.
it as the very the
But it
very
was a
last
very
one, which
relevant-
didn't even matter.
Yeah.
Useful shock, let's go. This means B2 is gonna go terrible.
There's always, like, when you run Final Fantasy, you always get leery of any gold split because you realize, okay, when are the games going to pay it back?
Yep.
Yeah. That was me with Earth Guardian yesterday because I got a turn 1 Orichalcon steal against Taharka.
Nice.
Nice.
It was compensation for the rest of the crap luck that happened that run.
I poured out more
Like
cough drops.
Aiko having like almost perfect ATB, but level 5 death happened twice.
Is it still faster to go to that second entrance even with the non-cutscene?
You know, I think it's within like a full second between either of them.
Yeah.
I think the only reason why I like going out of the bottom is where we get spit up for dagger scenes. Because even now, Marcus and Senna, I feel like are in a much more preferential positioning. Because then I could talk to Marcus, which you have to, and then I could drop down to the shop guy.
Well, like, I know when you come back, but I...
Yeah.
Okay. Because I know for the longest time, I went through the first entrance, and then just talked to the gatekeeper, and then went down that bottom. And back up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I do typically.
I've been just mixing it up recently.
I think
Just for
in
flavor.
CSR, it is faster to do that. I'm just not sure if it's an NMS.
Unfortunately, we are about to fight Black Belts 3, but because his feet are on the ground, he's no longer a bird, he is a man, so we switch out our strengths to match their weaknesses. Gangrel, thanks for the good luck. Let's try not to cough for a second there, I apologize.
For this fight? For Steiner?
I think Bug Killer naturally comes off in another menu.
Okay. I was just like... I'm used to taking it off there, that's why.
Yeah, but you might actually have it naturally learned because of the extra encounters you get on PSX.
Don't you need Bug Killer for Ravi?
No, I go MP attack counter,
Yeah.
which maxes out his stones, ability stones. Which is always fun to say. But I'm going to show you guys a little bit of a fun fact here coming up to Black Belts 3-2. Call it 3-2 mostly because it's the second iteration of this fight, but that's not the fun fact. What's the fun fact is he's so programmed not to do any damage to Garnet, so unless you swing on Garnet herself, you can't lose this fight. And in some instances of the fight, depending on who falls in this encounter, it is ideal to let Black Belts 3 beat himself up for the final fight. But if you do it too early, every other attack gives you a voice line.
Ooh, nice ATB weight.
See, I don't think it's gonna matter though. Ooh, 3 preamps though, baby.
Well, depending on if he does like an attack here, and you can do it with attack.
No!
Still can, yeah.
Yeah, because the animation's still going.
Yeah.
And Dagger does all the same rolls Phoebe did with fire. So she's a little angry with the racket. And I do throw in the flea because sometimes it helps with the animation and the timing.
It's the wind up where he's there.
Dang it. Now it's in a situation where knocking down Marcus is the ideal path. But because he's gonna get attacked anyways. Thank you, Town, for the good luck. Pokemon in.
Oh,
Marcus survived.
Marcus survived.
I'm actually shocked he survived, by the way.
Yeah.
Marcus is not very strong. He looks cool, but he's not very strong.
Marcus with the useless AP there.
Yeah.
AP that would have been better on Steiner for Bird Killer.
But luckily enough, doesn't matter in this situation. It's just air quote preferred. Yeah, Steiner just needs a nap. Steiner's gonna be level 1 for over half this game, by the way.
Unless you get a bug encounter down below.
If you will this into existence,
I'm just saying. If there's only one, it's worth taking to get Steiner level up to have the safety on that.
Absolutely. Well, especially in that
And
situation.
also for the
just-
higher damage output too.
Well, not even that. It's just faster than resetting. Because he can still
Yeah.
one-shot it.
So it's not the worst, especially in marathon settings. To get that.
No. There is a gold chest that the notes do recommend that you get while you are learning, but it's completely optional gold, if we told. It's a decent amount of money,
1610.
but not enough to game break.
It's more useful. Well, it's like a backup chest you get if you don't get nobles, and there is a better chest to get upcoming here in Trino.
We're gonna let dagger slide against the wall for a moment. So when you do turn with L1, R1, that's where you get a handful of full steps in, and increases your damage encounters chance. So we let dagger slide into the wall to get better angle. It is completely weird, yes I know, but it's Final Fantasy IX and I love it. Also, I have to make the joke again. The Dark City Trino is also a land card. Magic the Gathering for you could turn the entire city on its side for either a black or blue mana. I'm sure the citizens love it.
Wait, Sil, you're doing an ATE. I thought that wasted time.
Luckily, in this case, it is probably one of the coolest ATBs you'll ever do, because that gentleman is affectionately named Gilgamesh. He has robbed the princess for 500 gil if you're quick enough. If you're not quick enough to hit the reactionary time, he steals 1,000. But you just run into him here, you ask him if you just see the princess, he freaks out because it is Gilgamesh. And he says, I bought a power belt with it. Again, the big important item I talked about earlier. He gives it to us, so in exchange we gave him 500 gil, and I get a power belt.
I would love to know where Gilgamesh is shopping to get a power belt for 500.
I think the
It's
gil
not
just
worth-
contributed to the purchase.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The guild contributes to the purchase. However, you can't synthesize power belts in Trino, at least not at this point in the game. So either he bought them out, bought their last one, or he's pulling some kind of shenanigans.
But can it really be the last one if I give him all the items? This is what glass buckle and bronze armor is a power belt, right?
Chainmail.
Chainmail. I was close.
Don't ask me how I know that.
I just know if you get to do Steiner's menu and the Escape from Alexandria, you have to go get Freya, who's wearing a chainmail.
Yeah.
Whoop. You gonna put that on the board?
Or
I wouldn't call that.
I bought an extra Mage Master there. Because I dropped an input.
You'll need one anyway.
Yeah. It's just more so annoying.
you get one less in Black Mall, Mage Village. Right?
BMV, yeah, BMV.
You'll have to help me remember, please.
Will do. At least you got, yeah, you didn't have to redo anything on Dagger when you already got the other help.
Could you feel the loading screen load in my head again for a moment? When I did it.
System processing. System processing.
Doggo processing.
It's every
Not
run. There's at least one or two shops where I stall out because I'm like something didn't feel right, and I have to think through the situation. And actually, my last CSR run, it died because I thought I bought the Trident. I did not. And I even asked myself, why do I have so much gold or gil? Because I never bought the weapon. And because of that, I would have lost so much time it wasn't worth it, so I bailed out of the run. Gangrel said the Gilgamesh
Yesterday too.
thought the power belt was fake, which is why he gives it to you for cheap. Honestly, that would be such a Gilgamesh move to make.
It would be.
There is one other active time event that gives you an item. It is another Gilgamesh active time event in Disc 3. You get I think it's a Chimera armlet from that one.
I forget about that one.
It's not nearly as good as the power belt drop
Right.
that you get from this one, unfortunately, but still pretty cool. I wish there were more active time events like that in this game, where you kind of got like an item from watching them in like in a particular sequence, or you watch them and you do something. Those are the only two that I can think of.
It's mostly lore, like gives you background story. I think
Yeah.
probably the most impactful one is when you come back here in Trino in Disc 3, where you basically get all of Armorod's backstory through 18 events when he's talking with Freya.
Freya laughs at him.
It's like, yeah, you got tricked by that. Yeah, sure.
Oh, why did you take off all of Marcus's clothing?
Because fortunately, we don't use marks very much. I can't remember what the items are used for.
Sell, probably.
Selling,
Probably.
most likely.
Yeah.
But
Or
fortunately,
it's just a leather plate and a wrist.
yeah. I mean, the big thing that we want to make sure we equip on there is the bandana. I believe it reduces the damage on the Blizzara, which is actually the most frightening thing about this fight. But this is also another fight where I count a little weirdly. So it does end with 5 Steiner attacks. I did try to see if I can encourage a faster fight by equipping counter, which is not always guaranteed to happen. But any attack from Dagger or Marcus counts as half. So if everyone misses every time, or hits every time, and he misses, we could be out 3 turns. Not a realistic thought process, but...
I wouldn't call any of Marcus's attacks half, more like a third.
Yeah, but it
'Cause he's
has to be
he's
partnered
only
with a
dealing about
Dagger.
100 something. Yeah, it has to be partnered with Dagger.
I did get a counter this week off Steiner, so that was pretty cool. It made up for a miss I had earlier in the battle, so... Also, the splits I'm running against are the ones where I had 10 misses in the first half of the run, which, right.
Oh boy.
Shout out to the history of Garnet and Dr. Tot. The wise man that he is with his fancy top hat. I love that he puts a microscope in a globe, which I feel like a globe is a very hot commodity around here because not a lot of people know much about the outside world.
A microscope?
I'm not a microscope.
Telescope.
Thank you.
A telescope.
You knew what I
I
meant.
heard that. I heard that. I'm trying to take a little bit of nibble on my second dinner, but I heard I'm like, wait a minute, that's not right.
Wait a root toot second. It's a top hat and the... Well, I don't know if it's monocles, but I think you would definitely call them bifocals in this case.
Oh yeah. Monocle is one. Mono.
But I feel like in this world, you would definitely call them bifocals.
It's the nerdy guy.
Also, can we talk about the wealth of Dr. Todd? He's got a top hat. He's taught the princess. He's got a telescope. He's got glasses for crying out loud.
Oh, well, he's connected to the Alexandrian royal family.
Yeah, he's the tutor, the well-respected tutor that tutored the princess.
Okay, we're good. No encounters. Again, like an encounter here isn't detrimental by any means, mostly because Steiner is strong enough to one-hit everything, but it's just time loss. Because it doesn't make this fight significantly better, it just makes it like more consistent. But thanks to that level of safety, we don't have to sweat it or try to farm it. Just pull the lever. I liked it. So he refurbished this entire area, by the way, to get it ready to transport himself between Alexandria and but he didn't make that chain long enough to where he still has to jump.
He convinced one of the lords to fund it. He didn't actually get involved in it, so it wasn't his.
You still think he would have made that like at the ready?
It's like just in case I want to use it, but maybe he wasn't thinking about using it. Maybe he was thinking for like other adventures. Anyway, I'll just focus on Robbie.
Ink snake. Ooh, nice preempt.
Oh no!
So, oh,
That never kills.
Well, it just did.
It sure did.
and, yeah.
Is this... Is this a winnable situation? You have to get a lucky miss
You have to
somewhere.
get missed. You have to get a miss.
Oh dear.
Yeah, you're just gonna game over. That's smart.
All right, add 1 to the dumb dog counter.
Are we at 4 or 5 now?
5.
5. Okay.
Thank you, HDPC. I'll put us out.
I was about to say you would not do well with kissing, so.
There is only one safety save we actually do take in the course of a marathon run. And I do plan on taking it.
Is that after Death Guys?
It's before Sand, actually. So you make sure you have the right party going into order. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that back and see what the roll looked like.
The roll? It was exactly 120.
Was it really?
Yeah. Because, I mean, you're right. It doesn't... I wouldn't say it doesn't normally kill. I'd probably say it's about a 50-50 at level 1.
But it certainly can.
Certainly can.
Back to the lab.
Well, at least your Steiner has been okay so far and hasn't been taken care of.
3. This is where you kind of hope Steiner gets attacked and it goes into a low roll.
With a counter.
Not even the counter, so you just finish it off with Marcus Dagger. This will be 5.
I did try for a steal.
Nah. I've already mucked this up a little bit, so.
Probably the best deal you could get out of that guy is either one of the bone wrists or the mithril fork. Actually, I think those are the only 2 things you can steal, now that I think about it.
I like Gangrel's comment. He made me giggle and I ended up having a cough instead. Marcus thought he put on Repel, but turns out he put on Attract. I mean, Marcus was getting bullied pretty hard there.
He put on that Pearl Rouge.
Opportune for a big stretch. There we go.
Oh, the joys of Turbo.
Joys a turbo. Hey, Gray, you can stretch a little bit on PSX here, but it's harder. Not as comfy as a stretch. But a fun fact about me, a little lore still for you for a moment, but I am medically retired. I do have a catastrophic back injury. I don't say catastrophic, but it's a major back injury, so I'm actually classified as a disabled gamer. So I like to move around, stretch, squirm a little bit. My chat will oftentimes remember me to check my posture, which I'm doing a good job of doing that on my own today. Especially on these longer runs, they don't want me complaining about my back. I always hate that those text boxes, every time, just kind of stall for a second. Like, they hover for a very uncomfortable amount of time, no matter what. And I always feel like I'm doing something.
I've seen that in the CSR with one of the people that are trying to escape the black mages. Their text box scrolls right before the option pops up, so I always have to be so careful to not press the button too quickly.
Oh yes.
Otherwise, yeah, you know the ones.
Well,
Welcome to the Sandy Tree House.
One of you guys want to talk about the fun facts of Claren Trunk? I mean, the Claren Society.
The Clarions and the Burmesians were actually part of the same tribe, but the Clarens did not approve of the Burmesians' penchant for war. So what they ended up doing is they ended up moving over to this treehouse in the sky, and it was protected by a giant sandstorm. it also houses one of the key gems in this game that one of our protagonists, who we didn't even talk about Cujo when he came on screen earlier.
Nice hiccup.
But it happened. I was just finishing up. And I was like, that was just okay. But yeah, this is the Clarion Trunk. And there is a dance that powers up the semester.
It's everyone's favorite dance.
There is a well-known streamer in the Final Fantasy 19 called Mutsuki, who, besides having Aiko as his favorite character, actually did this dance at one point and broke his bed. That is hilarious. That if you can find it, shout out to Mutsuki.
Why do the dance on your bed?
It works. Final Fantasy 19 runners. Why do we even play this game?
Logic does not apply to Final Fantasy 9 speedrunners.
No.
Probably why you're a top 10 runner, so.
Probably. It's hard to imagine I'm still up there at the leaderboard. I made a crucial mistake on Snake Fight. It's such a rookie level mistake.
That's just a testament to how good your other segments are.
The first sand pit I can avoid half the time. The second pit is not optional, so it's better just to embrace the inevitability.
Yeah, but still nothing on the trunk coming up. So.
I think you can still get an encounter just outside of the Clarador step, though.
I didn't think it was. After the ladder?
Yeah.
I mean, if you run around it.
Don't choose the wrong option here.
Pick the door.
I only have the auto clicker on. If you can't turbo the wrong option on the auto clicker only.
Okay.
Most important segment in the entire Disc 2 run. Making sure you don't take the tour.
So basically, if you did hit that spots, it's like a minute and a half to 2 minutes worth of scenes where they take you where the priest takes you down. And fun fact, the actual route that you take is the same route that you can take to during when you come back here during a battle.
It is funny because they do leave you at the bottom when the tour's done. It's like, okay, now go do it again.
So
Right.
we are about to meet up again with a character that we met way back in the game, and that is our lovely rat character, Puck. Puck was the individual who was talking to Vivi before the play, and I don't think we mentioned it, but he basically said, "Hey Vivi, if you want to go see this play, come be my slave." Like literally, he says that in the game. So, and now he is being attacked by this creature called Antlion.
In classic Final Fantasy fashion, the antlion is always supposed to be docile until we come around. I think we, the player, are cursed.
How many Antlions are there?
Never a lot, but there's enough.
It feels like it's another reoccurring.
Isn't there more antlions too if you go into the wrong sand pits into Desert Palace?
Yes, and they're really difficult. They're really difficult, and you get like maybe 1 experience point for beating them.
It's a trap.
Yeah.
It is basically
Fun fact: in that mod that I was telling you about earlier, you fight a souped-up antlion before going into Kuja's pit.
Is this a 2-turn? This is a 1 attack Antlion.
I think it has the potential to be.
That's crazy.
We just have to wait trick it just right because we had to bleed time to get Freya's turn to go.
Yeah, Freya's so much difficult.
12-16. That's a good roll out of it.
I hope so. Yes, let's go. That's the best ideal situation for an antlion.
You got
Turn one
off and
sandstorm.
just use it. I don't think you needed the second answer too. I mean, I understand why you would.
Yeah. And the only reason why I did is because if I failed, he would have gotten his turn probably.
Exactly.
Antlion appears first in Final Fantasy 2, 4, 5, 9, 11, and 12, and 14.
It's a popular pick. And what you're finding out now here is that Puck is actually the Prince of Burmese. So the little riffraff running around rooftops at the beginning of the game turns out to be a prince. And he came back because he heard Burmesia was in trouble. So that's why he's back in trouble.
Yeah, Magwin, I need that ruby crystal. I gotta go save Rosa. This time it was just because he picked on a kid. I'm gonna add my strength to the spell. It was my dumb dog energy that broke the strings, wasn't it?
It was. That was still pretty cool, though. Not gonna lie, like that was a clippable scene.
I love that scene. It's like the biggest loss ever in CSR. With that said, you guys ready for the most spicy fights?
Oh yeah. The piano version of that song too is absolutely S tier.
We still love that dumb dog. Just adding a splice of life into the chaos of my own run. I mean, technically, I did severely overestimate my, but you know, I'm just not going to mention that again.
You never know what can happen.
I budget a fat window for death guys every time I do this.
Yep.
I'm talking fat with a PH.
Well, yeah, you can get first turn meteored 5 times.
What is it? They're fucking chaos. Get out. Excellent question. Excellent question. Next question.
We have not swore yet, I think.
Not yet. We've been pretty good.
It's been 2.5 hours. We've been behaving ourselves pretty well.
I do definitely bring the furry energy. I blame the bandana.
It's the bandana's fault.
Yeah. But yeah. So, talk a little more about the story for a moment. So in this scene here, Dagger is confronting her mom that, hey, why are we going to war? This is a terrible idea. This is just going to hurt a lot of people on our continent. Queen Braun convinces Dagger, because I selected the wrong option, I got 2 bonus text boxes, that she believes that the Burmesians were going to preemptively attack. They weren't. So she had to use that as justification for her war to get ahead of the curve. So then, now Kuja swoops into the scene, knocks Dagger out to extract her Eidolons here, or summons. Are they just called summons here?
Eidolons.
It's Eidolons, yeah.
There's about 85 different terms for summons. My favorite's still GF because, you know, girlfriend. Anyways, so Zorn and Thorn here are going to do a ritual to slowly draw the power of the Eidolons and put them in the convenient items for other people to use, which we get to buy later if we so chose.
So if you actually go into Garnet's menu early on, you can see that she has Eidolons to summon, but you never have the MP to be able to actually use them.
Now, I'm not saying I ever have, but have you guys ever leveled up, like, done a grind long enough to be able to summon?
I haven't done
Coco?
like
I have not.
the FF7 where you just stay and farming in the reactor until you hit like 99 and max out every stat. Yeah, no, we haven't done that.
No. Most grinding I've ever done in this game is early Lord of... what is it? Lord of something robe. Robe of Lords.
Robe of Lords, yeah. For Choke Cop Code, right?
And I only did that because there's actually a wacky bug in Final Fantasy IX HD. So there is a ×3 function, like there is in a lot of remakes and remasters right now. But if you were to activate that, any countdown timer does not go fast or go down at a ×3 rate. So you can always max out the minigame on Go Hot Cold. So I might have done it that way. All right, time to get bamboozled.
Okay, remember you need all soldiers here, so
Yeah.
even if ATB's there, be safe.
This first one's most important. Yeah. At this level, Freya only has 25% to underroll. If you underroll, they will flee, because they're considered to be in critical HP pools.
Yeah, and the way you prevent the underrolls to, at least the way that I do it, is to have Vivi attack first.
Yep.
Yep. That's why, I mean, I know, PSX, we typically will always take an encounter here because we typically do get one. So Freya is usually level 7 by this point in time. But in HD, you want it. I like it. I know you wanted to. So
I want you
like,
so bad.
Too many Blizzards.
And realistically, you can let one soldier get away on a normal run, but because I need to catch up on a couple of abilities we need to learn, I can't let any run away today. 2 is when it starts getting a little scary. 3 is you gotta really alter your route. But when Zidane hits level 9, he can one-shot everything too. Which I will get after this fight because I haven't let anyone escape. Which then I just let Vivi defend and hopefully he levels up a bunch and gets a more comfortable HP pool.
the last fight helped.
Last fight did help. Thank you, Freya. Probably should have just let Freya have done it. Saved myself a turn. I am going to do a cautionary heal. I normally wouldn't do this heal, but...
Safety save from Marathon stage. The other thing you can do is when Freya does her attack, you do see it's a pretty big wind-up motion. If you flee during that time period, hitting the top 2 buttons, it will cancel that attack and she will attack quicker. So that's just another time. Usually the ATB bar does not increase when you're using the fleet commands. For a while, some of us thought they did, but it has been proven that it does not. So, but it does do cancel the wind-up motion. It is most obvious on Freya, but it can happen to other attackers as well. Much less of a time save. It's usually like what, 0.25 seconds, something like that.
Yeah.
It's pretty, you know,
Where I use it the most is when we use the charge function later, where sometimes that first attack won't go off until the last person winds up their attack as well.
Yeah.
So it's better for me just to hold flee during the entire cast.
Which is sometimes dangerous to do because when you're fleeing, you take extra damage.
Yes, it is considered back attack. Which, there is one fight later in the game that we will take advantage of that feature, but it still makes that fight a little scary. It's the one that's gonna... where my anxiety will always shoot up just a smidge. No matter how well or how poorly the run is going, my heart's always like, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
Shelly, right?
Yep.
Shelby.
Great ATV. But yeah, now the invasion's truly on. Our descent was just a trick to get us to keep going to go chase after Queen Braun. But somehow they have teleporting technology that just sends their soldiers to the top of the trees anyways. Works more successfully with the golems. Try my luck. Dang it. I'm gonna try to wait trick that middle soldier and save me some turns. No, well, wasn't fast enough.
I didn't know you couldn't to be weight trick them.
You can with Zidane, it's tougher with
It is pretty tough with Freya. Unless it's like a perfect one, it gets real questionable from the beginning. We can't do it! BB missing out on a couple battles worth of EXP is kind of a bummer, but to me it's not the most important thing.
This is what others in and he doesn't get out. Feels like that's happened to you, what, the last 3 runs?
Yeah.
BB?
But
So you can
we
attack.
We do get a nice heal point equipment check.
As long as Syl doesn't do the wrong thing.
Thankfully, because of the auto clicker, I cannot mess this up. So the auto clicker, if you're clicking on anywhere that's not selectable in terms of text, it will only move the text, but it cannot make a decision for you.
You don't sort until after. Right before Matrix 2, right?
No, not even then. We don't sort again until I get on the Chocobo again. It's everything I do need is thankfully on top. You son of a gun. I want to cough so bad. But I don't want to cough into an open mic. Darn cold. Easy peasy.
You can be attacking with BD, but the reason you don't is you want to save BD, right?
Yeah. His animation is so slow, and a lot of times when even the soldiers get turned to attack, they're very consistently melee attacking too, which is faster than VV doing an animation. VV animations are awful. So I like to use them as a weight trick opportunity. Baby's just not having a good day today.
But more EXP for Freya.
I'm a little worried about a small chance to underroll on damage, but we'll send the fight like normal. If the fight's gonna go wrong, it's not gonna be because of the underroll, it's gonna be because of shock 3 turns in a row.
Or shock first.
Don't even say such horrible things.
Hey,
Hey, we're gonna be
he's had
shocked
enough-
when it happens, am I right? For your guns.
He's had some pretty good luck so far. Okay, so let's.
Hey, no one
You're
beats
bound to
me in a
have it
Final
even
Fantasy run like me, dang it. We're back! Yow!
Yow!
And then
What do you mean? It's just 3 of these mages. You've beaten these guys before.
I'm sorry, is that Sir Fratley? With that devilish hat?
It is a pretty cool hat.
it is cool. Sir Fratley is pretty cool.
I would like to visit his haberdashery.
And this is where Freya is like gushing and being like, "Oh my God, you're back!"
I'd swoon over Fratley too.
And
I'm
Fratley's
afraid
like-
this is the first time we've met.
And she's like, "What?" Again, this is, as I was saying earlier, Freya goes through a lot of heartbreak, so it is unfortunate. But Fratley has lost his memory. Not only Freya has been forgotten, doesn't remember the king.
Got him friendly with Puck again, though.
Well, because Puck reminded him that at one point he was called a Dragon Knight, which is basically what he just said right there. And he's like, "That's all I can remember, so that's why I'm coming back here."
Looks like later.
Later, it's just like, yeah, don't even say hi to Dad. But he was very respectful to Freya because he basically said, "Sorry, I know you weren't ready to see him, but kind of had to save your lives."
Is that Beatrix? When did she sneak in?
I was about to say something else. I don't know if we can call her by that name on this stream.
No, probably not.
Like I said earlier, PG for charity.
Everybody drops something really cool on the left. Ladies on the right, not so much.
They just give you like Phoenix Downs and like a potion or something.
Yeah, it's
They have the backup remedy over there. In case you needed a remedy, but we didn't use a remedy earlier. But I actually don't even talk to them. I buy one in a shop the next time we go to Lindblom because I find it far more convenient and less text boxes to get through. Also, I like that she's like, "This time I'm going to show you no mercy." I know we all have the plot armor, but guess what she's going to do?
oh, it's gonna take us down to 1 HP again, actually. Hey, so
Yeah. I totally didn't hear what you said. It was locked in.
okay.
I'm
You lock
nervous.
in. That's what you should do. Just
I caught myself playing with my hair. It's really one of my nervous tells. Gotta fight.
I think you got it.
Beatrix is
Yeah,
never
90
this nice
when
to
you
us.
got
Never.
Bro, what? What have these fights been?
it. I know. I mean, it's been. So what Syl did there, there is actually a spell that Beatrix will cast on herself, usually when she gets into a lower HP threshold, but in the order of turn that basically Syl attacked her in, and he did it pretty much perfectly. You can actually skip that. It's pretty rare, but it is a nice big save. So let's go.
Let's go.
Whoop-de-doo.
I turn my mic back on. Overall, the invasion
So-
was terrible, but the Beatrix fight was nice.
And now we're on to the next part of the run, which is free, right?
It's free,
It's
Cubs,
Totally
right?
free.
That's what Luca wants. It's always free.
That's what I say. Easy money. Easy money.
Yeah,
will say-
we're gonna do something called guard skip, which is usually something to give us a game over screen. Or if you do get through the fight, it's still almost a 40-second time loss guaranteed. But I don't want to bring any attention to my statistical luck right now because I feel like I'm gonna ruin my statistical odds coming up here momentarily.
Yeah.
But the first guard, there's two Alexandrian soldiers that watch us. The first one's really easy to dodge. You break her ankles real quick and you just swoosh out of the way. The second one, depending on where they spawn and how they run at you, depends on the likelihood you get to skip the second one. So the first one's always 100%. The second one, I'm gonna say it. I'm up to 70% right now.
But Syl, you lock it in, okay?
Deep breath. I'm kidding. Actually,
Don't blow into the mic.
that really tickled my. With my voice being scratchy, that was not the most ideal.
Silly dog.
Tricks are for kids.
I was thinking that too. Silly rabbit.
It's just the way Luca said it was like,
With the right hint of adorable.
Ex-
Now we gotta
Yeah.
fight. We gotta take this outside, huh? Here it's a beautiful day.
You and me, 1v1, like Baku. Baku and Zidane. Whose will is stronger?
who trips the most?
Me.
Yow! I don't know, I'm pretty clumsy.
I'm the only one who's retired from a puddle.
I don't know, water is like kind of dangerous.
Yeah,
Water's wet.
it did some damage, so okay.
Anywho. So, where we at, lore-wise, is so Odin, Queen Braun has used the power of Eidolons, impressed everyone on the airship, and has destroyed the clearing tree and everyone in it with the Eidolon Odin. So we get to see its remarkable power and the destruction it will bring to this land. And somehow we used a little portal to get back onto the airship. So Brain and Beatrix are talking about how they have almost all the gem parts now, and because they have extracted everything from Garnet, she is no longer relevant to Queen Brain's objectives anymore. So when we get back to the castle, she's due for execution. Sum that up decently.
Yes, you did. And you may have seen this as well. What Queen Braun is after right now are these pieces of these gemstones. There is one in Alexandria, there is one in Bernicia, and then there's one in Limblum, and then there's the last one that is actually in a summoner's village, although I'm not sure how much Braun knows about this one. But basically, what is happening behind the scenes here is Kuja, when he came to this planet, was basically an arms dealer that slowly got into Brain's ear and basically convinced her to try to pursue world domination. So that's where the Black Mage's power, that's where the Eidolons being stolen come from, and he is actually trying to get trying to have these pieces summoned together to take a very powerful Eidolon called Alexander. That's actually Kuda's ultimate goal, is to capture Alexander and take him back to his home planet. But again, we'll get to a little bit more of that story once we get closer to this.
There you go. There you go.
Right
There you
now,
go.
we want to slow the focus.
Unlucky.
That's the one spawn that is tough. You have to go even further back on that. Winner.
We are going to see a game over here. There's nothing I can do about it.
That was really unfortunate.
Game's gonna game, am I right?
Yeah, that was not your fault, still. That
Not this
doesn't go
time,
on-
anyways.
Yeah, that doesn't go on the counter.
Nope.
No, that was the hardest guard skip. It is technically possible, but tough.
Told you
Ooh.
I told you I'd curse it if I talked about the stats.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
I swear, it looks consistent, but it looks consistent. It does not feel consistent. Well, at least you got some good experience here.
I can't believe I'm wrong not once but twice, and I've had like 20 success stories in a row.
Yeah.
You know, one little element that I really like is that at certain points of the game, some characters will not enter their victory animation because something's
Very
on their
serious,
mind.
Yeah.
Something very serious is on their mind. We saw that with Vivi in Burmecia. I'm surprised we didn't see that with Freya at any point in Burmecia or Clara.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I think she's taking great pride by beating up the Alexandrian soldiers, where Steiner in this case, it's like he's attacking his own people.
Right.
yeah.
So nothing could be any worse than that scenario.
I think if I were to put it still, I think you were a little early fleeing from the first guard. I think that's why you just barely. It's still, that's still a tight one.
Yeah, it's still a lot. Because you really do want to wait until the last possible second in order to dodge that first one. To bring that second one out as far as possible. I'm still a little dejected, though.
Understandable.
At least you don't have guards following you that closely this time.
Yeah, honestly, I was expecting it to get it there today. Every once in a while, those guards come out like a heat-seeking missile, and they find you. Oh, where could she? Luckily, I know where. Every proper king or queen has got a good escape tunnel. I was a little nervous there for a second. Upgrade to the ice brain here for our next fight. I think it's nice and strong.
Did you want to make your Steiner up a bit?
Say it again.
put potions on Steiner,
Nah.
so he's a little bit higher for E3. Okay.
I want to try to recover as much time as I can.
Let's go fast.
Let's go fast. Acceptable risk because it doesn't really change anything. At least that's how I'm feeling it. Start in Alexandria. Oh, there's a chance we one turn this on 1900. So the fastest way out of this fight is to attack the red mage as much as possible. They got the lowest HP pool, but you gotta throw a cursory BV attack on blue just in case. Otherwise, he casts Meteorite on you, and that will decimate the party real fast. They recently in a race against Easily, a good friend of mine, he missed with VV on Thorn. 'Cause I think it's red Zorn and blue's Thorn, right?
Yes.
So he got to see Meteorite for the first time in a really, really long time. It's not
Other
as
way
scary
around.
as Mary. Ah,
Okay.
I had a 50-50 shot being right. And I still missed.
Mistake 6.
Technically, a gold splitted that. You're not supposed to be able to do that much damage on Steiner in that encounter, which is why.
Well, because you did take the one guard.
Fake gold.
You gotta put it in.
Fool's gold. Yeah, unfortunately, Dagger is too fast asleep at this point. Spells won't wake her up. They don't know that. So we are escaping the way we came through in order to see if we can make our brain escape out. Which no one may be more shocked than I, but we're about to be bamboozled. Alright, while this plays, I'm gonna open up a link for my place real quick. It's a little toasty in here. But it's also one of my favorite animations of Vivi coming up here in a second. So keep your eye on him because Beatrix enters the room, and as we get ready to fight her, Vivi's the first person to look at everyone and be like, "We lost twice. Why are we doing this again?" But he doesn't say it, but you can see it in his body language, which for a PS1 era game says so much about it. What?
Titans, so that's a fun little thing. Each character does have their own little like pre-battle like animation that they get into. Zidane, like, she gets up on his legs, his tail goes up, he's bouncing on him. Freya gets like in a ready stance. Vivi tightens his hat. That's what he's doing.
To me, I love the idea of the worriment.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But I only say, I guess, because like the way he looks at everyone around the room, it's like, we're doing this, aren't we? Help. Best case scenario.
Yep. You're good.
Unfortunately, though, for Beatrix 3, we are a lot stronger. It is kind of nice to show our growth in these encounters, because in Beatrix 1, there is not a scenario, like I said, there is not a scenario where we can fight that fight. But by B3, we're kind of holding our own. Yeah, she's like, "I'll never show you mercy," and then it switches to, Never step into this land again. And then Vivi just like, I'm gonna lay over here. Nappy nap. I think Steiner being in the party really kind of helps in this scenario because there's budding romance over here. Shout out to the username of Transquena. It's a shame we don't see a Transquena on this run.
Cook is there.
They cook good food. Yeah,
They cook good food.
bringing out the gender neutrality. For an early 2000s game.
Exactly. You know. They them.
I was playing with my hair
Their
again.
pronouns.
I'd say my nervousness is still kicking a little bit, but hey.
You're underestimated. That's the only thing that matters.
I'm over budget on dumb doggo moments, though.
Well, that just means you're endearing.
I was once told I have wild tenacity in runs.
That
You
is
see
an
by the
accurate
way you
statement.
bring stuff back, yeah.
Bandersnatch, bite their head off. Puppies!
It's just a dog. A dog.
Fran's the only character we need. Death to Zidane. The riots are forming. I'd go to sleep too in this situation.
Man,
Did you the attack with Freya and Beatrix ever? I know it was safe for you to do it.
Every
Only on
once
good
in a great
ATB.
while, yeah, if I preempt, I might. But
I mean, that was an opportunity.
I've only done it twice, and of those 2 times, one time I actually got a miss on it, and I think I vowed myself never to do it again, but I would do it again.
something funny happened to me on my last run with that particular Bandersnatch. I queued up a climb hazard with Beatrix because she had good ATB. Immediately tongued to sleep, and then Freya missed her next attack.
Backups jump, by the way. Count to like 5, then jump. I don't even think it's 5, it's 3, depending on how long, but really...
That way you guarantee you get hit with something.
Tongued
So
again.
it's not a Thundara.
Educational moment. Alright, welcome to Type C. This is a good debate whether or not I have a real consistent snake fight. Kinda wait and see what happens here.
Right. Or I should say Biax.
My bad.
Like, kill.
Ew. Also, the Ice Brand does have the coolest sword look. Outside of Excalibur 2, which we will see today.
I don't know about you, but one of the main reasons I got into speedrunning was to get Excalibur. First time.
Actually, I only got into speedrunning because P-Town really encouraged me to. Because I was watching and was like, God, I think I could do this run. Like, this doesn't look like it doesn't look hard. It's hard, don't get me wrong. It's very hard. But compared to like Final Fantasy VII, yeah, I sent it and I've never. Well, I don't want to say I've never regretted a moment. Been a few moments in my running history. I was like, okay. Kind of like this transpar I'm about to see.
Is it beneficial for the next boss
I
fight?
don't think so.
Not really.
I don't think.
I mean, VV Underroll's great.
yeah, that's about it though, right?
I mean, realistically though, if everything goes right, we
Well,
see.
I suppose you could get a two attack in Because you're dealing a. Oh well, let's see. You only have the ogre equipped, so you're probably dealing about 18.
I'd say you'd almost want to bring it to Lonnie.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever
Ideally, it's-
tranced in this window of opportunity.
I have definitely tranced on this boss before, and I'm trying to remember. Like I said, I thought it was closer to 1500, but
You might be right.
This is a day that's been
It's been a
getting
while.
bullied by everything, which doesn't help. Definitely need to heal after this fight. Also, just as a little bit of warning for all audience listening, in a few moments here, there will be a glitched audio file that is a part of this run. It is perfectly normal. Yes, it sounds terrible. We will probably not try to talk over it. But if the audio waves are a little off, it's god awful. And Save the Queen is amazing. In my stream, you can throw objects at me, and Save the Queen is one of the objects you can throw at me. Sometimes it gets stuck in my head. It's great. It does not contribute to my dumb dog factor. Maybe a little.
Maybe a little bit.
Maybe a lot.
Beatrix is a little higher level.
Yeah, because I think
So,
isn't her level influenced by Freya, which got a bunch
I
of
think
extra
it is, yeah.
got a
So,
bunch of extra experience with Phoebe being dead.
Yeah. And the typical way to know how to do that is usually to run hazards.
Checking MP, yeah.
Yeah, but the MP is usually for 32, and she only can get off 2 attacks, and so she's usually at 0 at the fight, but she had 37.
Yeah, which is funny because she actually really gets 3, but after her first fight, she gets a free kill. So we get to use Clem Hazard all 3 times if everything goes well, which it did.
Yeah, pretty solid puppy fights all around.
Yeah. Who else spent time trying to save the Queen off her hands after? Oh yeah, that's the stuff right there.
Get you a secret ending. Save the Queen and Cena's hammer.
Yeah.
But you need to wiggle this fork.
Yeah.
So in the CSR mod of this run, by the way, the audio clip gets fixed. And that's how the CSR mod was actually born, is because PodCap wanted to see if he could fix that one audio file, and after that he just ran away with it.
You know what I could do?
I wish I could say that was not a true story, but it's 100% a true story. Yeah, Beatrix should have stayed as a party member. I would have loved it. As a proud gay, I can say I've definitely tried to do the thing where I covered one eye as Beatrix. And I inspired to be her instead of Steiner. Probably where some of my feminine traits really started.
Alright, it's
Wow,
3
you too?
hours. We're getting tempted, so
Oh.
I don't know if I would see with... Yeah.
I mean, I see the direction this is gonna lead.
You're leaning in the direction.
Yeah.
And we'll let you lean slightly, but not
Yes.
too far.
But
Also,
like
the
I
other-
said,
The other thing I'm gonna say it real quick, the Yuna 10-2 run pose, I did that ironically for a little bit, and that was kind of cringy. I got called out once, and I never did it again. And rightfully so. Somebody had to save me from me.
we'll just consider it a posture chest. That's all this is.
Also, are we 7ings today?
No, you can't down.
Let's see real quick. Nah. I want to,
How
but
often do you try to steal there?
40% of the time.
Oh boy, ultrasound wave. Love to see it. Oh, what a shame. Unlike its original effect in Final Fantasy III, your magic is also reduced in this game when you're in mini status. Very unfortunate.
After I see that we're successful out of this fight, this is a really long break time for me. Because of my injuries in my spine, it does require me to stand up and stretch for a few minutes here, so I'm going to step away from the mic for a moment.
Oh.
This is why you don't get up until you see the attack lock it in.
But that's like the first bad miss so far. And honestly, there are much worse.
Yeah, it's not like a detrimental RNG. It's just we probably would have saved a bunch of time there, kind of RNG. But all right, I'll see you guys all in a moment.
So what we're supposed to do, or what we were hoping to do, was go to Trio in order to have Dr. Pot shield us, but as you can tell, we're being chased by a big snake. So we're missing that exit. We actually end up just shy of London in. I can't think of the name of the place.
Pinnacle Rocks.
Thank you, Pinnacle Rocks, where basically the ghost of an old man exists, and it happens to be Ramut, who is one of the Edelions that we can summon. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to go through the mini game, and you're supposed to put the story together. The story consists of 4 parts, but there are 5 stories out there. You basically pick either a quote-unquote good or bad ending, and then depending on that one, it just depends the dialogue of Rama, of how he responds to you. But either way, he becomes your Adeline. In the speedrun, we don't do that. In the speedrun, we just say, to heck with it, we give up.
Here's a piece of trivia.
Mhm.
Do you know what that story is referencing?
Where they either tell of Joseph's death or not, whether he's a hero or I forget what the other one, the ending of it is. No, I do not know what that
Hero and Human, I believe.
Yep, that's correct.
That is Final Fantasy II.
Ah, one I haven't played before. I think I've played a little bit of 3. I played 1, played 4, played a bit of 5, a bit of 6. So yeah, 2 is the only one I haven't played any of.
Oh man. Amaranth is cool, although to me he will always be a Marinu, because at one point I accidentally replaced the T in his name with a U, completely unintentionally, and it just stuck. It has been in my head ever since.
I was gonna say Amaru.
I'm a woo.
I'm a woo.
Uh-oh, we're starting to howl.
No, stop. You'll start a howl. Woo.
Dang it.
Bringing the dog energy in.
Ooh. We are representing the Fastest Furs community, after all.
We are.
It's our tiny
Still, do you have your
shadow.
jersey on?
I do.
I'm hoping. Same.
I'm gonna take a tiny window here, where we're gonna explain the very important mechanic of this. But yeah, Team Fastest Furs is a furry speedrunning community. We actually do live charity events too at furry conventions. We have 2 festivals that help raise money. Love representing the team, and not just because of the cool jersey you can buy.
I need to
It's
get
not-
one of those.
You do. Not only are they cool, they are very comfortable.
They are. They breathe well.
I would call these hockey jerseys, wouldn't you?
I do believe
Yes,
Blaze,
I would
the
call them.
creator of Fastest Furs, he's wearing his jersey while playing. But Ty, you want to talk about the fun mechanic about this zone?
I already did.
Oh, that's your part then.
Yeah, we talked about it while you were gone.
I made more tea, and I took some ibuprofen.
That's good.
Good dog.
Yeah, I went up to the whole how there's 4 stories and look, you were going to tell us what the story was based on. We never got to that.
Oh yeah, it's based off of a particular segment of Final Fantasy II where you have to grab the goddess's bell, and it's, I mean, the story from Ramu lays it out pretty well. He's got a young daughter that he's never sees him again, and learns of his story, more of his heroism, how he saved the party that eventually went and saved the world. So he really was a crucial element. Uh-oh.
I totally didn't do the thing where I moved my cursor back and my auto clicker was so low on the screen that I technically tabbed out for a second because I'm a goober.
At least you come by it honestly.
Yeah, that doesn't invalidate the wrong brain.
But hearing that Windows sound always, it makes everyone nervous. Don't get me wrong, it's for a good reason. It's like, uh-oh, what is this dog doing now?
Yeah, it's not like you're putting on a booster or something.
Yeah, luckily you can see if boosters are being activated. Also, the way our game was framed a little bit too, it's so the iOS port made it kind of weird. There's always this black bar on the side of the screen, since you guys can clearly see, which is kind of making our resolution a little odd. But there's no perfect way to ever do 9 for other streams because of that reason. But I try to hide the cursor over there all the time so it's not plainly in view. Otherwise, someone eventually comes, why is there a cursor on screen?
Still, why is there a cursor on screen?
Sir. Jail. But I will go on the record, I have once officially had a rocking PB. But at the end of a fight, I went to turn off the auto clicker, and for some reason I turned on a booster, which completely invalidated my run. That was really sad. What I should have done was submitted it as a booster percent. So how many people I could have beaten out from that, but
That's actually a really great idea for a pivot.
but it was really deep into this run, the one with all the cutscenes too. So I was so sad. Something went wrong there.
I mean, it's not that big a deal because you need a butterfly sword anyway. You're just buying it a little earlier.
I'm just gonna wipe it because I technically shouldn't have been able to buy it.
I think it might be because of that extra mage masher that you grabbed. There's a big dog on my side.
I gave you guys the wrong thing back, right?
It looks like it, but you can fix it later.
Yeah, you can fix it later once there's like a bit of a break here.
Now we're gonna do it. Okay. Commentary purposes, my bad.
It's all good.
Is the other thing is like I've only, even though, here, let me rephrase it. So auto clicker and turbo as a combined function in the run has only been a very recently approved. It's still one of them unique challenges and roles that I'm getting used to. Because when it was approved, I wasn't running the category very hard. I had only recently I actually started running this game again, like in a serious note, like 4 months ago, and really dramatically increased the intensity of it about 3 weeks ago. But I've been rocketing up the leaderboard again for it, so it's been a lot of fun to come back to because I really needed the break from the run. I was hitting some hard walls.
You got to learn a new game for a bit, and then that game became a little bit the same wall, so now you're back to that.
Classic speedrunning thing. If you want a PB, take a break.
That's what happened to me.
Also, one of my favorite lines is coming up here. So Sid's about to offer
It's
today
not
a rag.
It's not a rag, you big dope.
I used to call people a dope for a while after that. But it also, I like that they call it like a national treasure. And they're just giving it to us because it has the map on the world. Because people have forgotten over time, especially as the mist has become such an issue, that there's more to the world than the 4 continents. So we're going to use a backdoor path into the outer continent. And it's kind of a super secret tunnel, for your Avatar: The Last Airbender fans. That we're going to use to get to the other continent. But because no one travels out there anymore, a map is not easy to come across. I didn't need to buy that remedy today, I forgot. Which is fine. Oh yeah, because I reset. So if you reset the way you spit out from those camera angles change. It's like the only thing you lose. As part of the game's internal memory. But yeah, so I just like someone like a regent like that, even as an Oogop, would lower themselves from their station to call someone a dope. Also, for some reason, it cuts deep. What, Quena?
Yay, frog!
Shout out to our trans representation and trans rights.
Absolutely.
In the game's most amazing chef. Which we'll let you guys know when it's coming up, but the eat function can be a very useful mechanic and a very important boss fight down the way.
Tastes bad.
And it teaches it's a really cool skill. I wish I could. Yeah. I wish I was in a situation where I could use it. But unfortunately, after that fight, we retired Quena for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, because who wants to run night in 2026?
Well, PXX runners maybe. Actually, I don't know if they still learn night on PSX.
Pedro route has become Petra route has become a little bit more popular over there. You can still run night competitively, but it is by far the least. It's least run. I mean, you can still run Tantari,
Yeah.
over there.
No thanks.
Talk about an old route.
It is funny to think about that HD is running into the same situation. The most popular route only has one person in the top 5 anymore. So the new route needs the top 4, but I still think I can crack top 5 and then some with the current route.
You were close the other day. Top 5.
Which is why it's still funny, in all things considered, with a couple of my oopses. It's me being a dork in a marathon. That never happens. This run's still very PBable for me right now. I'm only 2 in the red, or 2.5 in the red, and I had reasonable time save in the back half of that run.
I should honestly look into the new route. I haven't seen any of that documentation.
The only real big changes outside, obviously, the shops and the menus, they'll always come with the route. But the 2 biggest fights that change is how you handle Hilgi, and then how you handle VP. Otherwise, everything else is the same.
VP?
Valia Pyria.
Yeah.
Because you don't do reflex strats, you do Berserk, which Berserk's fun.
I tried to do that Berserk strat the other day. Actually, it was kind of fun. She missed. It missed Steiner though. That was sad.
That's what you do actually at night run. Is you do strats behind it.
What I might do is do the run.
Don't screw this up.
Not pick up Berserk pick up the Ankai, do the reflect anyways, and do everything else according to the new run, because I find that more consistent. Yes, I have recently got caught by this thing recently. Yes, it is sad. It's embarrassing.
Why don't you do the video press down right on that last screen?
Yeah.
It's free.
It's consistent.
I know.
And this way, I'm so burned into that strategy.
I know.
I'm a creature of habit. I think we all know that.
Indeed. There is a strat here you can do called Lucky Sevens. You're not doing it because GDQ, right?
Yeah. If I get really good ATV, I might. Because we're going to probably trans either way.
Yeah.
It's kind of the redeeming factor of why. But I also have to check our HP.
I think you're still at 617.
Don't you get a full heal before this fight anyway?
You do, but Phoebe was dead a lot of fights. I would say there's like a 10% chance we're one level too high. You know what?
Let's see it.
It's gotta happen, right?
Let's see it.
Nope.
Nope.
Gamba!
I still thought that was amazing. That was so hype.
It was iconic.
So. But basically, what that move does is there's a 25% chance of either getting 777, 777, or 7,777, which you got that would have been. Because you didn't.
Oh.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, normally BB doesn't die there, but just because he's been dying so much, he doesn't
Right.
have the HP to survive.
Yeah.
It was 390. It was.
See what she does. Absolutely bullied.
That's fine.
Good counter
considering
water here.
Done heals. Oh.
Yeah.
Water should be okay.
Yeah, we're gonna throw the high pot. I'm just surprised we're not trancing.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a counter attack.
Yeah, it's why you only want to swing with Zidane 3 times, and you want it to be the last action. That's why going for 7s and failing is not very scary. It's just awkward.
It's not like going for it on Hilly, so.
Huh.
I like a good awkward moment.
Don't do it on Hilgi.
I'm not doing it on Hilgi.
No, that you're crazy. Don't you want to? Yeah, okay, never mind.
At Javasaurus. I am once again calling you out.
Respectfully, of course.
Of course. That man is so good.
Oh yeah, in my PB we got double encounter here, so I'm just gonna...
Double encounter?
Yeah.
In Fossil Root. Yikes.
So this is another one of those
'Cause, I
zones
mean-
we should get 0 encounters on, but every once in a while. And this is also why PC doesn't go for Knight, is because it's still really hard to force encounters, and it's really hard to force the encounter that you want. Whereas PSX, I think they skip a couple checks in a couple areas to help reduce overall, but you're more than likely to run into what you need anyways. Like, you would have challenged him to a card fight in order to reduce your counter chance.
Yep.
Because that's one thing we haven't talked about is the one way to avoid counters is running through a screen and running back in. We call it a screen break. And a screen break takes your danger value, resets to 0. That's why it doesn't have a step counter like Final Fantasy 5 or 7 or 8. Also, they made it really complicated. You get to ride the bug.
It's like an underground tunneling system.
Secret tunnel.
And there's no ship to use yet.
Not until later in the game.
Yeah, the ship we would have used to get around has been confiscated by Queen Braun.
Rude.
Rude. Otherwise, we would have just taken that gracefully to the next continent. That's why I think there's still like some know-how that other continents kind of exist, but most people wouldn't know that because of the income level probably needed to have a boat like that. Few and far between.
And besides, the rich people are all spending money on auction houses anyway.
It's so expensive.
Also, one of my favorite mini games of Final Fantasy IX, where you got to find the Moogle with X.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
I have no idea why. I think just digging them out.
That Moogle is the big brother to the Moogle in the bell tower that you see in the beginning.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
Kupo and Cupo. Or Kupo.
K-U-P-P-O, yeah.
Kupo and Kupo.
Oh, speaking of which, since we have a moment, anybody want to talk about the mail mini game?
The Mognet? Oh boy.
The worst thing ever. I mean,
Okay, so yeah, there's this Moogle. His name is Artemision. He is not good at his job.
just calling him out.
He has there's an automation system that Mognet Central uses to send the mail out, and the system is failing. Why is the system failing? Because this super slick, like, I mean, I guess they use it as like a lubricant. It's like a machine oil, right? There is no supply of it anymore because it turns out it is really, really good as a conditioner for your fur. And Artemision is like, give me that, all of it.
Every furry's
And
ears just
uses
perked
all
up.
and he uses it all on himself. And I guess as punishment, he is now supposed to be delivering all of the mail by hand. I don't know if it's his punishment, but
No, well, the machine stopped, so he has to deliver.
he has to. So he has to do it by hand, so, or do it manually.
Which,
Hey, no encounter.
because you still have to get through a good amount of the Mognet quests in order to fight Uzma, is that correct?
Not Mognet Central. It's the Chocobo side quest,
Yeah.
and
I thought
If
Mognet
you
had
want
a
an
little
easier
something
fight-
something with it.
nah, you just get like a Rosetta ring or something out of it. It's nothing that special.
Also, that was a good
Although
split
you do
for me,
need
by the
to.
way.
Yeah, I mean that was no encounters. That was really good.
Did real crispy.
Queethby.
Wispy. I still think of that Batman meme. It's... Every time, that's why I giggled. We're prepared Gissel Greens. So yeah, this is the last time we also get to take advantage of the text being on screen when we get to run too. But I maximize every step I take on it. And maybe even flirt with a little bit of danger, because nothing wrong with that once in a while. As the
Are you
bong
sure about
sticks
that?
are getting ready.
Yeah.
Just to get to the Chocobo as fast as possible. To get the Conde Pete. So everybody,
I mean, I do the same thing. I don't blame you.
we gotta hear it in the
I
chat. What's our introduction into the Moogle town?
Rally Kupo.
Rally Kupo.
Rally ho! Can't get into
Wow,
town.
I wonder what that greeting is referencing.
I always like that.
Final Fantasy V.
I like that every time there's always one character that's like, I don't want to say it. You can't make me say it.
That's what Quina was doing.
He's
Rally
just like,
ho
I want to go eat
yourself.
that pumpkin.
Why you need Gil for eat food?
Okay, reminder for me next time. Pick up that diamond.
I actually PB'd recently. When I hit the 14th mark, I didn't pick up the diamond, and I just figured it out. And a whole lot of good RNG. It was reckless.
I think I figured that out at the Olvert menu, so it wasn't that bad. I just had to grab it before Ipsen. I had to grab it after getting Hildegard 3. It's not the biggest problem, but still.
I just say,
That
you know
could've been
what?
really bad.
We'll take it as far as we can go. And man, we PB'd.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, what is happening?
Nice.
The RNG gods are in your favor.
For once. This is where somebody had talked about cliff drop, if I could do it. Again, I've never once successfully done it in practice. I've never done it live. Today's not going to be that day. But it just saves you the time from running around this corner. But the other secret bonuses is the Quizmaster. He only spawns in these world maps after a certain period of time has passed. And it kind of reduces those odds. I have done a marathon run where I didn't get the quiz not once, but twice. And the gentleman hosting the event dropped into the chat where he's like, "You're crazy." And I got both questions correct.
Oh no! Wow, I'm surprised you didn't transfer.
Neither did I. I was holding my breath.
Transgauge is supposed
4
to
2
go,
2 6 6.
go up whenever you have hits, but gosh, is it random.
Yeah, sometimes it does the most minimal amount, like that one. Sometimes it does leaps and bounds, which is why we're holding on to such a weird. And honestly, I would have been happy had I transgeared, just lost the time on BMV, because I'm not really sure what my approach is going to be here when I get to Hildy.
I never think about using the the clicker in that
Definitely
spot.
should.
It's a recent thing I started doing.
Yeah. In PSX, actually, when we go through this screen, you typically will always get one encounter. Well, typically two. But there is a way you can get 0 encounters. But the only way to do that is, you know how on that last cut through scene you went up and then you spawned at the beginning and then you went up again? You actually go around the bend, and that is the only way that you can not get an encounter there and get a 0 encounter.
Huh.
So instead, that's interesting.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're guaranteed there's enough steps where you're going to hit the danger level.
Yeah, welcome to Black Mage Village, where every house is happy.
All right. Focus on the menu.
Don't need to buy the Mage Masher.
Correct.
Mm.
Nice.
I also have an extra dagger in my inventory. Bothers me.
An extra dagger. Where'd you get that?
You can also, to make it a little bit faster, you can also select the ATE on that setting too.
Oh yeah. Easily had told me that.
I know you're
recently.
not used to it, but yeah.
Definitely something I can start
Oh,
throwing
yeah,
in
'cause
my
it-
repertoire.
Because it stops that blinking animation, right?
It does.
Yeah.
It does. It's slightly faster.
We're talking like
It's not much. You say
5
you save
seconds,
a
yeah.
second. Yeah, it's not much time, but it's here, and then the other screen that you did it on.
Trino.
I forget what it was, too. Yeah.
I've built a Trino one into my muscle memory.
Yeah. That's the other one where if you run more of this category, you're gonna want to do it. But small time save, but it is a pretty free time save.
Also just makes you look like a pro.
Are you a pro, Sil?
No.
Your position in the leaderboard suggests otherwise.
I've been making mistakes that don't warrant my positioning on the leaderboard.
I love this scene with Zidane and Dagger, particularly because when it comes to Zidane's development, as not only emotionally but as well as his relationship with with Dagger, through the course of the game so far, you've seen that he's been like, he's super flirty, and like a lot of his typical tactics are not working, because it's starting to get a little bit more exclusive between the two of them. Like, for example, he was flirting with Lonnie a little earlier, and she got a little mad at him for that. And he keeps trying to woo her, and it's not working. So he decides to take a little bit of a different approach in this scene by talking about himself, and essentially he's talking about someone who doesn't really know a whole lot about where he came from, and his Tantalus brethren took him in and gave him a place to call home, which you find is a very central theme in this game. And that openness really seems to blossom the relationship between the two of them.
It's also the first peek into Zidane's lore about where he came from. All he can remember is a big blue light. And, you know, I think we can get into it here before we actually get to Ifritry, right?
Oh, yeah.
Talk about kind of where that comes from. So, spoiler alert, Zidane is not of this world. Both Zidane and Kuja, who is the main villain that we're seeing, are actually from, and I think we've mentioned Terra a couple of times here. They're both originally from Terra. The major conflict in this story, at least from the beginning, is that Terra is a planet that had been in existence for much long period of time, much longer than any other planet. And planets in this game each are assigned a crystal, or basically each have a crystal.
Thank you.
And and the crystal is what gives the planet its energy. And as people die, the energy gets returned to the crystal and the earth, and that's how the planet keeps going on. Terra, as a planet, basically is a dying planet, but they ended up finding a technology that actually steals the crystal power from other planets. And they tried to do that with Gaia, but it did not go well. And the whole plan of this one is for Garland, who is one of the caretakers of Terra, to have a plan to slowly steal the souls from Gaia back to Terra. And Kuja was the first one created to help basically bring an angel of death to see the destruction of Gaia and then the souls being returned to Terra. Zidane was actually built as a successor to Kuja, because Kuja was a little bit too arrogant, a little bit too full of himself. Now, I'm going to stop because the scene, I know we're not going to see it, but you can actually marry Vivi and Quina, and it is hilarious.
I'm so happy.
But, so, the blue light is actually from Zidane's hometown of Branbal, which you will get to visit in the end of this 3. I thought for a second you actually did the wedding sequence.
I thought about it.
But you still want to pee. You still want to PB, so.
Not that I can get it verified anyways.
Yeah. If we had a donation this time, it would have been great. But yeah, that's kind of some of just the main background story of kind of where Zidane came from. He doesn't know it, but he was actually very similar to Vivi in that Vivi was a black mage manufactured. Zidane is what we call a genome, and genomes were created as basically more or less vessels for the souls of Terra, who are actually all sleeping, quote unquote, but they're really just in a state where they're trying to wait until Terra's growth has been they've basically stolen all of Gaia's souls, and then that way when the souls of Terra wake up, they have vessels to actually live in. So but Zidane and Kuja were special. They're actually given souls themselves and given a purpose, and that was to destroy the world. But Kuja found out about. Did you do another XX?
I don't know what happened there.
Hell.
So we have X and XX being fighting in Hilly Fight.
And they're both white mages / summoners. There's a very peculiar naming convention in this.
Get the Uglu. Get the Uglu.
Just be happy we didn't name Aiko
Get it, get it.
again.
Get it! You had to get it!
Wait, you still get the magic tag in the tent here? Is that for?
I want the ether.
Yeah. It's safety for a marathon, right?
No, I always grab it.
Oh, you always still grab it?
Yeah,
I think
is
the
the
magic-
Mistodians
the magic
or
tag
Feast
is
or Famine?
helpful.
Yeah, the magic tag has use. But the Mistodians are very, either they drop every time in Ether, and why I have 15, and why Keeper the other day, I was like, I've never seen so many. I'm like,
Yeah,
I only
that
pick
was-
up one optional Ether the entire run.
That's crazy.
You had ether.
No wonder you were getting on my case about the evil forest ether.
Get out. This is shifty eyes.
You had gold choker. You had gold choker, not desert boots. Is that
That's what I want.
Gold choker on dagger, yeah.
okay? Really?
Yeah, for these notes. I think it gets it out of the way for a while.
Oh, interesting.
And then Aiko gets the
I was
Desert
curious
Boots to
about that.
survive the,
So you don't do desert boots on both of them?
Nope, just buy the one.
Interesting.
Threw me off, though,
I'm
for a
like-
second.
I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Wait a
So,
root toot
trans?
second. Oh, we're trancing here.
Trancing.
It's a matter of time.
E7s, lucky E7s.
No. Oh, no.
This is a meme at this point.
Don't do it.
That's funny.
Why?
There's no backup.
What is going on here with my transpar? I don't like it.
Well, you're
It's gonna happen now, isn't it? Solution number 9.
Might as well.
As opposed to solution number 8 or 7.
There's another
It's because
nine
it's the
reference.
9th iteration of this game.
That is one of the other 9 references. It's in there. Is Solution 9. I forgot about that.
I've got your ultimate power.
That, yeah, I mean, you don't have access to it. Technically, you still don't know.
Okay, that wasn't too bad.
Yeah, I thought it was around 4,000.
They would have gold split this just because we saved a whole turn.
And you didn't even have to worry about Duraga. So now, here comes the big question. So, when you're naming Amaranth, are you going to name him XXX?
No. I'm learning a very important lesson today. Every time I see a name with an accident, I feel more and more disappointed with myself.
So, this is another small difference between, again, the two versions. Is there's a couple of scenes in terms of the encounter rate of what movement you want to do. Syl just went straight through that last scene in the oh my god, I can't think of the name of what that mountain path. And in the PSX run, actually, it's like, I can't remember how many frames exactly there, but towards the very end of that, if you go up left, it actually saves you an encounter check in the PSX version of it too.
I'm lucky I get to just sprint it out.
Yeah, there's that, and there's also in Burmecia where you fight the black mages that come down from Zorn and Thorn. If you hit up right, you actually save another encounter check by going up the stairs the first time. But it's not needed in PC because the encounter is lower.
Alright, what kind of infantry do you think we're gonna have today, gentlemen?
4 encounters.
You just don't want to be my friend anymore.
Hey, if we say it's going to be bad, it's going to be good. If we say we want it to be good, it's going to be bad. You know the game's listening.
Alright, I'm gonna be a believer and say 0, and he's gonna get 2.
we're gonna go middle of the route.
Fair enough.
At least someone loves me around
Hey, someone has to keep.
here.
That's why I have a hug segment.
This is true. The fun trick about, we didn't talk about it at the time, but we did Jermaeus boots where the floor falls out from under us. I call it Luca's hug. It's the moment you enter that screen, if you hold up left very, very tightly, you can be in a full sprint across that entire plane, which does save you time. So to help Luca learn the technique, I dubbed it Luca's hug. Hold it like a hug.
The older strat for that was to hold down the walk command, but it is way more consistent to do that now.
Absolutely.
That is a dead strat.
Oh my god, Ham, is that the bolt? It is. That's awesome.
Also, I love this cutscene because Aiko's putting a lot of pressure on her cooking. The moodles in the area are like, the last time you cooked, my stomach was so upset my pom-pom almost fell off. So Aiko is not a great cook. But one shouldn't expect that given Aiko's age. Which is, you gotta respect her attempt to love everyone in the area. He's like, why can't we be friends? I'm sorry.
I actually resonated a lot with Eiko in this particular scene because food to me is a love language.
I could see that.
It is.
I just feel kind of bad though, because she's like, I don't want to be alone anymore. In her eyes, in a lot of ways, she can never leave the village still, because she's got to protect certain things, like the Eidolon wall over here. And so, leaving feels like a betrayal to her. So she's trying to get us to stay forever. But she's going to join us on our adventure for a little bit and learn that there's more to this great wide world out there. But Dagger gets to have quite the crisis, realizing there's so many more Eidolons that she's never heard of, and she's reminded of the ones that she's lost. Also, she says in here, like, Antlion's one of them. Which makes you often wonder about the one we fought in the Claren village.
Which one was the antler she said?
Also, Sea Lion.
I think she said Antlion, like, out the gate.
Makes me wonder if Sea Lion is a summon as well.
Which does add a lot more credence to why the Black Vault's one fight's a little more interesting than what it is. Excuse me. Other than the fight just being a generalized pain in the butt.
Gentlemen, we are more than halfway through the game.
Like, yeah. Made in Sorry will always be the halfway point. Mostly because Disc 4 is about a 45-minute segment in CSR. It's what, about an hour in MS? I could be wrong on my estimates, but you're barely in Disc 4.
And the reason why that was in the PSX system is because they packed so much into the game that they were running out of memory for a lot of the discs, and even on the fourth disc, they're like, we've got to kind of cut this out too. So disc 4, there's a lot of places that you can't go into. It's all because of just how the size of the game.
They should have just embraced the fifth disc.
Mm-hmm. Well, they were already stretching the PlayStation 2 as far as it could go, because I mean, by the time this game got released, you got to remember the PSX was already out. The PS2, excuse me, was already out.
I forget about that, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't by much, but do we want to talk about the scene? It's a good scene.
Just two gentlemen bonding shoulder to shoulder, being off.
Yep.
Yeah, why not just go for the 9 discs?
Anthology.
Probably would have been what well, why we had to pay $90 for a PlayStation game back in the day. Game prices never would have come back down. Not that I want to renew the argument of the $70 game at the moment. So a lot of people out there are pretty like about it. I don't blame them.
That's why I continue to play games that are 20 years old or more.
So
Yep.
The way we speedrun is we have a tighter budget.
Nah, I speedrun older games just because I like my old things. What can I say?
You gotta save all that budget on games to go to live in-person marathons.
True. GDQ is going to be a lot of fun this year.
GDQ is going to be really fun. I'm excited.
It's going to be a lot of fun too if and when you get accepted for a run too.
God bless.
We both think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm pretty cool. Confident Luke, not at me. I 4-run me. Is that a gold? What is going on?
I should really rename the stutter split there to the tree stutter. Because I have the village stutter, the rat stutter, and I should name like Giza stutter or like
Just for the
forest stutter.
consistency.
Just for the consistency, exactly.
I apologize.
Right? For the Adeline you get here, right?
What was that?
This is Ruby, right? This is the carbon.
The ruby, yeah, for carbuncle.
Yeah.
The idling told me to hurry up.
It's
But I
very
was-
so. One of the things that as far as background was concerned too, I went a little bit about the name. Dagger actually, or Princess Garnet, is actually originally from Madian's Sorry. She is a summoner. When the opening scene of the game, which we cut through, actually shows that she was on a ship, leaving a village, and she ends up in Alexandria and gets adopted by Queen and raised to be a princess. Did we get that off? Wow. At least it's just a simple stuff. Anyway,
Oh man,
We're not
One
going
of
to
the
talk
things
about
I-
it.
I didn't know how bad a sweep here was until I got hit by a sweep here twice.
yeah, that's
It killed everybody.
It can,
except for
especially if you're fleeing.
For me it was a back attack.
Oh, even worse.
I thought we were going to go another direction with it. I was like, no.
No, hey, we're PG stream. It's charity. So Dagger is originally from Medea, sorry. When she was found offshore, they actually cut her horn off her head because all summoners, as Aiko would mention, have a summoner's horn that allows them to connect with Adelines. So the Dagger, even though she's from there, didn't have one. She did. It got cut off, and you see this in this going on with the turbo being locked in. You see this actually a little bit later in Disc 3 when Dr. Todd meets Aiko, and she's like, "Oh yeah, Garnet had a horn on her head."
Yeah, she's actually substituting for the princess who died at a young age, but she just happened to look close enough.
Excuse me.
This is another section that you aren't using on the clicker. You need to.
Oh, I use it here.
Good.
I learned my lesson about that really early.
Yeah.
All right, one encounter, pretty good.
One.
Nice, that's
Okay.
quite good.
Yeah. Like I, and you got basically a pretty quick scroper as well. So. That's the name of it still.
It
Yeah.
is called a swoper.
No, I'm just really happy with myself.
Okay.
Because I've had encounters in there you get like 4 and it's 2 minutes behind and it's really sad.
Mhm.
And then you also have runs where you get 0 and it's like, how? A lot of the movement in that zone, especially in those last couple screens, are really clunky. But I've gotten really good at doing the manual trick for it. A lot of PC streamers will click through it in order to lessen their chance, but I still feel like refined controller movement is still the fastest way to do it.
Yes.
Until I get proven otherwise, anyways. Somebody will eventually be like, well, statistically. Bum, bum, bum. You get bamboozled.
So when we talk about like what random encounters are, these are not random encounters. You will always hit those encounters.
I was really confused. I was surprised Dagger got in before I go there.
You should switch to trying to do like first, because
Yeah.
you can kill all, but you're right in here.
I think Aiko's levels comes in based on Vivi's, isn't it?
I thought it was an average of.
It could be.
I think
Something I really miss about the PSX version actually is a bug. So a lot of Aiko's stats, Quina's stats, and Amaranth's stats are actually tied to Marcus, Cinna, and Blank. If I am not mistaken, it's Marcus, Cinna, Blank. So if you're in Disc 2 and you decide to level up Marcus to 99, you can just have an absolutely jacked Aiko.
Let's go.
where
But
was the
that-
usefulness in
But that bug was fixed. that unfortunately for me at least, that bug was patched in the PS in the PC.
Aiko's just out there. My gains, my gains.
But as you can imagine, it takes a really long time to level up Marcus like that. Because you can't learn level up or anything, and you have to fight a bunch of crawlers or a bunch of Alexandrian guards.
Which, all of the above are awful.
The implications of fighting that many Alexandrian guards is kind of scary.
They just keep showing up.
So I apologize. This is my... I don't know why the time is nigh, but...
Oh yeah, just in case, don't forget the menu here with the Brigandian.
Yes.
And it is now time for the obligatory undead fight. As hinted,
R15 as well. That was one of those ones I made sure to slow down and...
yeah, you are 15, so you gotta be careful.
Yeah, so this fight is really going to break down one major thing. It's if either we go first or he goes first. If he goes first, he casts level 5 death and Zidane goes down. But if we go first, we can completely avoid that and save a bunch of time. But if we're wrong, Zidane goes down and we lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 important skills we need for the remainder of the run here. So it is something that can completely end your run, and you do need to Alt F4 in the middle of the level 5 animation in order to kind of get back into it. But the tree, I believe you have to go through tree talk again.
That would make sense.
Yeah. On my last run of CSR, which was yesterday's run, he level 5 deathed me 2 times. The first time, I had really good ATB on Aiko and I cast life, but he got the attack in first, and Zidane died. The second time was the exact same thing, except I tried to queue a Phoenix down with Vivi. Apparently Vivi was also level 15, and I did not see that.
Oh, ooh,
Okay.
this is a
I
bummer.
accepted. Yeah. Yep, good thing you held. You just gotta look for them.
That's a bummer.
Time lost, but
Best scenario in this fight, Zidane gets his attack off right away. So you just throw the elixir with him immediately, and then it's just over and safe. Because even if you're wrong and he goes before you, he'll just nuke Zidane and the elixir goes with it. So that you can't be wrong in that regard. So what I did was Aiko went first. I ATB waited. I counted the 5 to see he would go, because sometimes it could take up to 5 seconds, and then I checked again because it's still not the most perfect system, and I'm glad I checked again because I was wrong, and he casted level 5 death, and I would have been Alt F4 again. Sad dog sounds.
Yeah, you did that safely. You did that the way you're supposed to do it.
Yeah. Bummer, but it's okay.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
And given that you played it well.
But unfortunately, made it sorry he's being robbed. We didn't take our national treasure with us, so now we have to go back. We have to go save the city. And then we get to do a really cool fight coming up, so we got to do another really important menu too in order to have a chance at the fight. It's funny with this menu too, I do have an option to do secondary abilities for E and Ico. There is one specific scenario where it is faster for us to still do the encounter later in a later dungeon, but we do the menu for it now. But again, because HDPC has the continue function, so every time you break a screen, it auto saves for you right there. So you have a chance to just reload your save at that screen. So we take advantage of that. So if we get an encounter in Desert Palace later, the fastest option is just to Alt F4 and then just try to rerun the screen. It's weird that it works like that. PSX could never. You know, small wins, small wins.
Yeah. And you know, as the PSX runner here on the panel, couch, whatever we are called here today, I'm still actually a big fan of all of these changes too. It just makes it a lot more consistent and a lot more accessible to run.
Yeah.
As well as like the turbo and all of the stutter step programs too. It is taking some of the control out of the game and making it a bit more automated. So some may argue, well, that's kind of low skill expression levels, but trust me, as someone who ran this game for many, many years and did it without turbo, my wrists were hurting quite a bit for periods of time in this game. And you don't want that. Some of the older runners too have had some long-term wrist problems as well, just because of all the mashing that you're doing in the game. It's not healthy to do it that way. So some of these are quality of life, but it's also for the health of the runners.
Yeah, it is a shame. I've got some other favorite speedrunners that watching their time have to go like carpal tunnel, the stutter stepping, or just generalized mashing because the category didn't want to allow turbo at the time. I, as a disabled gamer, have a lot of aches and pains as it is, so I appreciate some assistance to keep it fair and equal for me to be able to keep up with certain parts of categories. Even if it seems like such a tiny thing, it really goes the distance for me. Even with CSR categories now adding 5-minute breaks, I get up and stretch.
Very important.
It is.
But I am not unfamiliar to a lidocaine patch to help us out.
I just recently bought a whole bunch of those because my shoulder's been sore for the longest time.
It's so good.
And they had a deal of them at Costco this week too. So.
I have not had to use one of those yet, but I guess I am lucky.
When you become old like me, or beat up like Sil, these things are enjoyable.
I will write that down.
I don't know who makes the lidocaine patches, but I need stock in it. Alright, we are coming up to the mano-a-mano fight with Amaranth. So we need 5 attacks. He will jump away from us, and it makes it very hard to attack him. The first time he jumps away, you can miss. The second time he jumps away, he just counters. So what we're hoping for is I put on counterattack. We're hoping for 1 or 2 in order to make the second jump phase a little more consistent. And this could be one of those splits that are make or break for whether or not you save a bunch of time or you have 45 seconds of time save here. Your next go around. So again, silly way to count. I'm gonna count 1 and 2, and so on and so forth. Nice. I don't even have to heal now. 1. Yeah, no matter what, too, if he hits you on that first one, you heal immediately. This is one of those fights, if you get a little careless, too, he'll beat you up.
It's very easy to underestimate
The
how
power.
fast you will die.
Ooh, let's go.
Counterattack, let's go.
Nice, got it.
Oh,
Oh,
devastating. But we can't take the
Game,
risk
give it to the
anymore.
game, take it the way.
Can't risk it anymore.
Yeah, no. Be safe. Marathon's friends.
It does make me sad. Wee boo wee.
So I don't know if we touched on this. Why are you fleeing right before you attack something?
We did a little bit. Sometimes it helps with the animation, the transition the party into attack mode. I like to think it makes them think less. The go.
No, run. Actually, no. Let's attack.
Go beat him up.
Yeah, I think we mentioned it when we were talking specifically with Freya, because Freya's got a very large windup, and by fleeing, cancel that attack. But it does work for everyone when you're actually ready to attack.
Also, I do wish that Amaranth would join our party with the amount of HP that I just that encounter.
8,000 HP.
It would make this floor a lot cleaner.
He'd be in everyone's party after that, though. Yeah, I got today with 1,700, and I got Amaranth here with 8,000. Watching artists have stuff for long stretches of time made me really take care of my hands. Absolutely. It's just a shame because I know we're fundraising for like chronic illnesses and diseases primarily too. It's still really hard to get like. I've heard stories of like streamers having nigh possibility of getting like carpal tunnel surgery done, any amounts. So the best they can do is like a steroid injection. But do you really want 2-3 of those in your hand? No.
It got like right around COVID time is kind of when I stopped really going full time. A little after that, just when my wrists were starting to hurt quite a bit. Luckily, even though I'm on the keyboard all day with my job, been able to save my wrist. But I used to wear like wristbands just to keep everything there to do work because it did get kind of for a period of time. So yeah, take care of your hands.
Close friend of mine is an artist, Shook Salamander. He does wrist stretches every day before he draws for work. Popular artist in the film. When he takes his lunch break before he draws again, he stretches. I want to say he does some on the end of the day, but I can't remember. First, we get ready. Let's get the fantastic cutscene coming.
Lipson's line.
I do like the little story they tell here.
Yeah.
It's the story of an adventure. Why? Because I can. Really, the moral of the story.
I think the touching moment here is this is basically Zidane confessing to Dagger that the reason why he was even like she was the reason for literally anything that he was doing. He was just kind of following her path.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to go with her because I love you and stuff. You right?
Maybe that's what I should do with boys in the future. Is like, tell me a story.
Okay.
All the cop joke. I pulled out. No, I got one more. So, as a little bit of an avid warning for everybody coming out, not necessarily a warning. We have a couple more cutscenes coming up. We have one more arc through the. But then the card tournament's coming up. We're still 40 minutes away, but there is about a 5-minute break there. Would encourage everybody to take advantage of. Get up, stretch, grab a snack, make something to eat. You know, take care of yourself.
Hydrate.
Water, more water. So I'll use more
Hydrate, stretch, do all the good things.
I'll let you know what's coming up because it's gonna be one of those ones where I walk away too. But Ty, you know the secret of this wall. What other hidden secrets here?
This is actually, if you play this game enough, where you can actually discover its real name. And it's a series of walking around, and it's been a while since I've done it, but there's basically some things, and then there's also different people you have to talk to try and figure it out. But more or less, you find out Gagger's real name. And some real names are, pretty elaborate. Gagger has a little bit of a boring name. Her real name's Sarah. Spoiler alert.
So for ever henceforth, she could be known as Dagger, Garnet, Sarah, and X.
Her mother has an even more generic name, Jane Eric.
Goodness. Boo.
That was good.
Boo that man.
The duality of wolf reactions.
Look at all the Moogles.
When I found out Garnet's real name, I was shocked because that is a name of someone I am very close to. A sibling.
Makes it just a smidge more touching.
It makes me want, anytime I play this game casually, I name Dagger after my sister.
I named Dagger my sister once, and I found out those two fell in love, and I was like, I can't name girls after my sister anymore. I'm like, I don't like this. Good news, I didn't do it again.
Yay!
Yay! I'm learning. Whoop. Well, we can fix that at the Eiffel tree.
Yep.
We're supposed to have Amaran at our party. And I've done this before. I used to do this a lot more when I first started running. And I don't know why I did it.
One to the counter.
Add one to the counter. It's been a while since we've added one to.
Are we at
We're
6
only
or
at.
7?
We're still under 10, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, we're budgeted 1 an hour, so
Yeah.
I'm still +2 given our time spent together.
I think it's 6. I think it's 6 dum-dums.
Oh, I thought it was 7.
Okay. Call it 6.5.
Sure, that works.
And then so that way it's really like 7.5 to get to the game for all the total ones. So still you got one more you're allowed.
Just don't do anything funky on Mistos.
I'm hoping on Mistos is I don't get Ralphed.
Which, Luca, were you ever able to dig up where Ralph came from?
No, I was not able to find that.
One day should we interview Mutsky?
Mutsky would know for sure if you want to get a hold of him, but Yeah.
That's some real
Like I
lore
said,
right there.
I think it was from Hollow. I think, you know, that's the name I think I remember it coming from, but it has been a while since I've heard about it. But what we're talking about right here is as Zidane is coming up to the Aoife tree, he actually encounters Kuja, and Kuja,
I can fix
in
him.
his really evil, ha ha ha, elaborate plan, summons mist monsters called Mistodons, and there's several forced encounter fights that you have to do, and then the last one is a bit random. You can, by with good movement, limit the possibility of getting it, but there is still a chance that you'll get that final encounter, and in the community, we call that getting Ralphed. It was named Ralph by an earlier runner, we believe, but it has been a thing for quite some time.
Every new runner always asks the question: is why did they call it being Ralph? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Nobody knows.
Did you say I can fix him in reference to Kuja? Did I hear that?
Yes.
Did I hear that right?
Wait, I missed that. What happened?
You mentioned like we're running into Kuja, and I go, I can fix him, and then you just powered through, and I'm like, yes.
I was waiting. I was waiting
Totally...
waiting to call you out, but I wanted to hear the rest of the lore. I have ears, Sil. I'm not afraid to use them.
Wow.
I don't have any
I
regrets.
can't believe you, still.
I have no regrets.
Seriously?
Yeah.
All right, that's 7.5 now. Okay. Good God.
Hey, I had to have some fictional crushes outside the fur. Anywho, I'm ready for my break coming up. Getting a little antsy.
Kuja's too apathetic for me to like him.
So pretty though.
I will refrain from making any comments.
Because I feel like if we encourage him at all, this could get disastrous.
Give him an inch, he goes a mile. Give him a meter, he goes a kilometer.
Okay. Coming here dropping your math on me.
Well, like I wasn't earlier with Sea Lion.
I'm like, God, even I don't have these damage values, Max. I just know the max was 20 and the Blizzard's 36. I can't even tell you what Tsunami is.
You said it was 73 or 81, right?
72, 81. Pretty close though. The way that it helps me remember is that they I think about like least common multiples and stuff, or greatest common factors and all that kind of thing. I don't know. I just know that 72 and 81 are multiples.
I want to bully you so hard right now.
That helps.
Yeah.
With
Call
love.
me a nerd. It's fine.
You are a nerd.
Hey, if there's one thing to be a good nerd in, though, it's math. Come on.
I mean, I don't know.
I'm a different kind of nerd.
PG stream.
I'm a nerd about Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft.
Alright.
As I'm hopelessly addicted to WoW again right now.
Final Fantasy is such a great series.
That's all I did yesterday when I didn't stream, by the way, the rest of my voice for as much as possible for today. Played WoW.
Wow.
But I really needed the rest of my voice. Otherwise, I would not have had any conversational ability today.
With the WoW reference, I was remembering back to the GDQ run for Lonesaw run for Jack and Dex.
You say for Jack and Dex?
Jack and Dex. I'll just show you. I'll just share the video with it and then just laugh at it. It is a hilarious one. It was 2016, 2017. It's a hilarious run. He makes many mistakes, but it is funny to watch.
Wow, that's really early. That was almost instantaneous. So the percentage chance that we get the bonus encounter, I really say dictates how fast you get this encounter. This encounter is non-optional. It is 100% mandatory.
Right. I mean, though, I don't mind getting an extra one here because then all of MM's abilities
I was going to close my eyes and pray.
Ah, you got Ralph.
Yeah, that's time lost. That's a bummer.
Ralphina the ballerina has graced us with his presence.
Unfortunately, too, my PB has it, so it's not like I'd be losing time. Zidane, this could be avoidable had you... Okay, never mind.
It was very close. It's because he was low on it.
Yeah.
Remember, you can still technically do the Phoenix down one attack too. Like to use the split up, but
Yeah, I think when I got in PB though, I had a really good fight for it. First turns, everything.
that's yeah, that was definitely slow, but I think you're still well under us.
Oh yeah. I put this right about yeah. Or I get ready to skip all the cutscenes because it really kind of makes my break a bit longer. Like right now, I kind of start my cycle.
Yeah. This is probably the biggest lull in the game, especially in NMS or PSX category. Like, this is just so slow.
Yeah, because as of now,
so much story.
if I was on pace, like normal pace, we're still 20 minutes away from finishing the card tournament. And we still have to add 3 more minutes to that, and that's what makes it hard. And I know I have a little bit of time saved because I think I lost battles. And the loss is about 45 seconds, and so it's not really time safe. But today, I think for safety reasons, I think I'm taking. Which scary.
You know, we were mentioning 8 earlier in the run, and cards is definitely something 8 did better than 9.
Absolutely. I love Triple Triad, and when I played Final Fantasy IV, I played all the triple. But it's kind of a sad moment too because Queen Boraine does die here. And part of the argument that happens up on the Ifa tree with Zidane and Garnet is we find out that the queen is no longer her mother, which is part of the ending scene when we were talking about Garnet's true name. Is she realizes she's truly from Maiden Sorry. She doesn't know the background or the facts that led up to the situation. But Garnet still does love her mother because that's the only mother she's known. She's raised her, and the queen has like self-admits in this situation. Like I let the power go to my head. I lost control. I let that boy sweet talk to me. So it's still kind of a tear-jerking moment. Especially because a lot of the narrative behind it actually it really isn't from Zane's point of view, if I recall. Evie's and he's learning about the concept of death. Because when we were in Black Mage Village earlier, he starts learning that the black mages can just suddenly stop, which is they don't know what death is. They just they think they might turn back on later. So now he's getting his kind of first real taste of it, what it really means and how it can impact everybody else around them.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we get to become queen now.
I find it interesting that stop moving is used as a reference for death here, because stop is a status effect in this game, and it does kill your run if everyone is under the stop status effect.
But remember, Mr. 288 even says it's very kind of you to use our words. You know,
Yeah.
I think it was just the Black Mage's interpretation of word for death.
Yeah. Well, I think
That's true.
So a lot of the Black Mages too, their lifespan is, it's not years, it's days, maybe weeks. So it's hard to kind of get a lot of these guys to wrap their minds around death. And Mr. 288 also talks about how some of the earlier prototypes, BB, being made almost 9 years prior, like some of them will live longer than the rest of them. So I almost think like the Type A Black Mages are the ones that are expiring the fastest, whereas the Type C seems to be living the longest because I think they were the most advanced, the ones they expected to stick around a lot longer.
They're all limited. I mean, it's actually very interesting too when Kuja is fighting, and he's talking to Garland at the edge of Pandemonium. What you find out is that Kuja's lifespan is also limited. So, in a sense, Kuja and Zidane are both very similar to Vivi in that aspect.
Yeah. Right, he's got a lot of motivation to destroy the world.
I mean, and at the end, that's kind of the crux of where this game is at. It is really about, life and death. It is about, what is your purpose in life? Vivi is very much, anyone who plays Final Fantasy IX, in general, Vivi is the most loved character from this game. By far. And he summarizes a lot of what this game is about, which is, hey, what is our purpose here? How do we accept our eventual demise?
Also, free my boy from Magic. I think he's still banned in standard play.
That's because he's OP.
Yes, he is.
What does he do as a non-Magic player?
So every time he casts a spell, he gets 1/1 counter, which increases his attack and defense. But you can also tap him. For every 1/1 counter he gets, you can get blue or red mana. So you can almost get into an infinite cycle of casting. So if you have enough card draw, you can dump your deck on the field.
Man, that's like having every time you cast like fire, getting an immediate focus as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's nuts.
But then,
yeah.
Also in the same set for Final Fantasy, there was called Arbiter. I think I'm using the wrong term, but every time you casted a spell, you gave a token in 1/1, but you could also use mana to shuffle that equipment around. So you just Eevee. So now every time you cast, you got 2 1/1 counts. And you thought you were spicy before. Like say, you got like a 32, 34 VV on the field, and next thing you know, conversation starts. Great card though. I think when it rotates out, I want to buy a copy of the card. I have a Zidane card that was gifted to me during GD last year, which was really cool. It's got the 9 logo in the background and everything. But yeah, so that break I was talking about, the 5-minute break, is coming up. We'll do our best, kind of rotate in and out with each other so that you guys aren't completely alone and you're nothing but silence over the next few minutes, especially because we are working together to raise money for charity. Even though we hit the financial goals earlier, it doesn't mean we can't see what kind of goals we can hit from here. So, but with my injuries, I do need to get up and move around. Otherwise, I'm gonna be one cranky doggo by the end of this run.
Yeah, we don't want you to be like you were at GDQ.
I was shaky, a little shaky at the end of it, because I couldn't take my 5-minute break. 4 hours is about my max, but we've had a couple breaks. I've gotten to move around and all that jazz. So.
Yep, that's why I took my break right now. So I took it a little bit, a couple minutes walking around just myself, so I can start leading the chat with you on.
Also, for the record, I don't have a lot of complaints about the story of Final Fantasy IX, but Baku just knocks her into that hook. It doesn't do a thing about the situation. He just goes and delivers the letter and lets the child just dangle there.
Well, Aiko asks him.
Nonetheless.
You wonder how she does get down.
Don't they have a hook or something? You know, like the clothing hook when they get something very high from a retail store?
Yeah.
Every time I think of that's how they get Aiko down.
I like to think Beatrix just uses shock and
blows up the little hook.
My thought is a little less violent, maybe. I figure she can learn the float spell at this point of the game, so she probably just like casts float on herself.
Do you think after her little crisis, she's like, "Oh yeah, I know float."
Yeah, I mean, remind her that she's 6 years old.
I've been through some major crises in my time, so I forget oftentimes that some people don't navigate through them very well, so it's okay. I like Vixapede's answer of very carefully, and by Steiner reaching over and grabbing her, because ultimately we'll see her in a few minutes. When Steiner's throwing her out, starts my break. You would think this is all a break now, but I do have to do a little bit of movement. And there's actually one of the most important shops, in my opinion, coming up. Because we buy some major items that are used for the remainder of the run here. Specifically, a second power belt. There is another major menu coming up later, which I like to use the very derogative title of the term for it. Because it's not that bad.
In my silly cotton rope route, sometimes I also feel a little spicy and grab a glass buckle in disc 1. So that has me buying my power belt way earlier. So sometimes I skip it here. Or I'll buy a third one.
See, I wouldn't even know what to do with a third one, because half the time you're using diamonds and lapises at the end of the run is so... It's like, Freya learns heat at Malaris, I think.
Mm-hmm. No, well, I mean, I learned in, I think it was yesterday's attempt, why a third power belt isn't really all that necessary. Because it did cause a little bit of extra menuing that I needed to do.
Yeah.
It was nice to have, but it wasn't necessary.
I'm a big believer, and maybe this is a challenge for route runners, or route writers, creators, thinkers. I think Final Fantasy IX can be brought down further than what the current world record is. I think there is a route adjustment or a discovery still waiting that can break this run wide open. And I think that was proven by Runel's route, the one that 4 of the top 5 runners are holding records for right now, is they're using that route, and I think there's reason for it. I think the route really is just different in disc 3, and it kind of comes back in disc 4. But I still need to experience the differences to myself. But what do I know? I'm a dumb dog. I mean, take a look at Final Fantasy VII. As much as that game is just an absolute interest to run, it's also a giant chore, and like, it's very unforgiving. But leave their name, it's what Asefer is the one who discovered you could run on the water down and skip the entirety of disc 1 almost from the time you leave Midgard. I think they call it the surfing %. And it's so cool. Like, 9's got something like that waiting for it. I just know it. But I run no major skips, so that wouldn't be like.
So are you thinking there is like a section you can completely bypass?
I don't know about bypassing, but I definitely think there's a few fights that could be a little more optimized.
Okay. Like, it's not like Final Fantasy X where you can skip the Jose Temple entirely.
Yeah.
You don't think there's like a that level of skip?
I think there's a few of them for 9 already, but they're not as exciting. Which is why I think like 10 isn't done as often, because it's not. 7's for some reason is always exciting because it's crazy. The things you have to do to like get through Genova life at that point, wild. But anyways, this is my break. I will see you all in a few minutes.
I was talking about Freya's good qualities. This is where one place where we get to really see them shine. A voice of reason.
Well, she also almost starts a fight with Armand too.
That's true.
But that was more like Armand just basically looks at her and he's like, "Are you really that tough?" And she's like, "Oh, try me." But yes, Freya does then calm it down and tries to be more of a mentor and a leader for Aiko. And it's one of the also reasons why I really don't like the narrative sometimes that comes in this game where Freya's character development ends after Disc 2. I really do think you see here in Disc 3 and some of the cutscene ATE events that Freya's become quite strong. She's basically really hardened as an individual, having gone through all of that grief. Where now she is basically, okay, I've got to help focus the party on their mission, and I have to be the rock, the strength for the group.
Yeah, because I think she's the one that's probably the most emotionally matured of the group right now,
I think
having
she's the
gone through what
oldest.
she's gone through.
Yeah, I think she's the oldest too. I think she's 21?
21 years old? Yeah.
I thought 21 too.
Is she older than Amarant?
I don't know. Let's want to look up.
Amarant Coral is 26.
He is. Wow. Okay, so he is the oldest of the playable characters.
Playable characters, yeah.
This is. I love this scene. This is much needed comic relief. We've had a lot of seriousness throughout the last several, almost an hour plus, and then this is just this slew of love letters. And Blake and Marcus's dialogue is just hilarious. My nose is bleeding. And stick your finger up it. Stick your thumb up it, okay? And then Baku ruins it, like he ruins everything.
I love how Aiko walks off like that.
It's like, you ruined it. It's the nerdy guy. It's another scene where Aiko is trying to mask her pain by being a little overly energetic. 'Cause she feels like
Masking!
really-
Wow! I'm sure many people know what that's like.
I've returned.
Welcome back.
Welcome
We made
back,
it.
Rocco.
We're
Had
so
some
glad
snacks.
you're here.
Yes.
They were
'cause
amazing.
Neither of us were going to run the game continuing if you weren't going to come back.
It's big bye. Peace out.
It's like, okay. Oh.
I would never. I'm having too much fun.
Mm-hmm.
Even if my
Oh
voice
my
isn't what I would like it to be, it sounds a little more gruff than normal. Glad none of us are touching 1,000 foot.
What? That you have a gruff voice right now?
Yeah. I was waiting for somebody to be like, as opposed to the girly one you normally have. Yes.
I mean,
Well, see, there you go. You just.
okay.
I
will
had
take
to explain the
responsibility.
joke, but
Yeah, I was gonna say I can take responsibility for that because I prodded a little bit. I was gonna go in a different direction, to be frank.
I think I know
Still-
what direction Luke was going to take it in, and I'm like, I don't want to go there. I don't want.
No,
to
exact. No.
Okay.
Although I'm flattered, you know the direction I would have taken it. To be frank. Eh.
Are you stratting?
I'm Todd stratting. Which, from the looks of it, was a good idea. Our cards sucked.
Yeah, you had some really.
That Mithril
Oh,
Sword had 0.
Please don't lose 5 times like I did yesterday.
Oh, goodness.
That was a nightmare.
Do you always get to save the queen card?
Yes.
Yes.
Nice. Okay.
It's only good if it has arrows. I'm never gonna forgive Tot for giving me an Ochu card and a save a queen with no arrows.
I've had that happen to me, but not at the same time. Here's a real trick, though. Buy a few goblins on the way in case you need a sacrifice card. Cards aren't looking very good still. So, Ty, you want to explain the rules of cards?
There are no rules.
Exactly.
They're
awful.
Conceptually, if you have a higher number, so the number to the left is your attack value. The letter in the middle is what type of attack you have, whether it's physical or magic. There's another letter that's X, which means you target whatever stat is the lowest of your opponent. The second number is your physical defense, and the third number is your magic defense. In theory, the higher your numbers are, the better the card is. It should win. But you will run into many situations where you will find, like this Cactar, for example. It has B physical power, which is huge, but it can lose to a Mithril Sword, which has 0 attack power. And stuff like that happens too. Oh.
No, there was a reason. There was a
I think that was
reason.
the right.
I see the vision. I see the vision.
Yeah. Got it.
I definitely had to bait it, though.
No, that was the right call. I mean, that was.
Yeah, that was the good.
it
That was a good
looks-
call.
It looked like it was sus at first, but I think you were absolutely right that you wanted to have that.
Yeah, the important thing about this right now is you gotta win the first 2. The first 2 you have to win no matter what. If you win the third, this one coming up, you get the rebirth ring, which is nice, but it's not necessarily mandatory to win or to complete the run. It does make a couple later menus a little more interesting, but nothing significant. But
There is safety in that.
you can lose this one, and it's okay.
There is a backup strat for getting the rebirth ring that takes extra gil, but do you even know how to do this route?
No. Oh, we're professional runners, so we're gonna try our best here to win cards. Yeah!
It's actually a time loss for that, but
Yeah,
I
but
mean, we'll take it in there.
I mean, it's nice to flex on Aaron like that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Good night, Gizmo.
I approve.
So, a little story for everyone. I thought I could show up at GDQ and do the cards that I had, because I had a lot of cards being
We
dropped,
did have good cards, yeah.
but I kept losing. I just kept losing. And you could see over that entire section, my soul get really small for a little bit, and rightfully so, because it was a dumb decision to make. But I vowed to myself, if I ever marathon ran this game again, I would only ever take Tots cards. Now, with that said, I did evaluate all the cards that we got, so I knew it was pretty poor. So I get to pretend like I actually wanted to keep that promise.
Well, you had some good Tots cards.
I did have some good Tot cards. The Cerberus, though, not great. So those of you who are nerds like us, who talk to everybody, every JRPG that you play through, when you talk to the Knights of the Pluto at the beginning of the game, you find out what all their roles are, so that you can figure out who's best at what job. But the answer, the real secret to this quest is you take the first option in the first box, stick it with the third set of soldiers in the second option, and after that you just turbo through, and then you get the really super cool item of the Angel Earrings. Let's go.
Which, usefulness, not that great, but they sell for a lot.
Yeah, for us they sell for 10k gil, and that's what we want. It is actually worth resetting for if you do not successfully do that. And it does happen when you get a drop command, which sucks.
You got that recent.
Easily had that recently. Actually, I did too. It was my CSR.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Thanks for making me sad now. I'm kidding.
Alright.
We are going to try to skip the first two Misto fights. So, boom, boom, boom. I know from to get a little closer. I don't like it still.
I don't think you.
Oh, he's behind the barrel.
Yeah, we're good.
Wow. Oh, you got
Wow, I'm surprised you beat that.
So this one, it doesn't seem optional, but it is.
Yeah, you got it.
Nice.
Second try. I'll take a second try.
That's still good.
Now they're no longer optional.
Yeah. If you play this
Yeah,
game
you're gonna
casually,
fight like five of them in sequence.
Steiner does get a lot of EXP from here on out. So him using the power belt earlier in the game and some of the yellow scarf, they gave strength stats to the very few levels he had received. We gave him the power belt back at this point of the run. So now we have... He's going to get massive amount of levels every time we finish an encounter, so he's going to get like +2 strength every level. So he's going to kind of catch back up damage-wise, which is what we really need right now. Of course, now I get a sand gold card. Also, we get the very cute scene of Steiner and Beatrix having their lovey-dovey moment once again. Before at the boat dock didn't seem so real. It seemed a little awkward, like high school love. Now it's, well, if I'm going to die, I might as well tell you I love you.
No, save your valediction for another day, Steiner.
More sad about scrolling down my notes because I lose the nice spot where the cutscene skip is. With my new monitor, I'm not 100% sure where it's at. I have a monitor die recently, which was sad. Especially in today's technological market. We all knew it hurt.
I've been eyeing potential PC upgrades, but it is so not worth it right now.
New.
I feel so lucky that I built my new PC at the beginning of last year. I just barely missed the really bad leaks.
Mine was about a year prior, but it does make me clean out my computer more often. I have a golden retriever. His fur gets everywhere.
I really should clean mine out. It's been a little bit.
Nothing's worse when I wash my bedding and his fur's already in my bedding before he gets into the bed and I'm sad.
Look, how many PCs have you built?
One.
Just the one? Okay. Built 3 now.
It was a learning
That's a lot.
experience. I'm not sure. We'll see how much of the knowledge that I learned from this first one will stick on my next build. Hopefully most of it.
I wanted to build my second one, but with the tremors in my paws here, there was definitely not happening.
I mean, but Phil and I, there's a very fun thesis or not involved from either of us. And it is just, sometimes it's just nice to just go in there and be like, I would love to buy this. And look at the prices and be like, oh, good.
So this is how we know we're at the end. Mistodians, or we trance on the final Mistodian, which does reset the Steiner's trance bar, so it reduces the chance of a useless trance later. But I like to use Beatrix's full life here. It's technically a faster animation. And if you hit left first, this fight will always be scripted.
Oh, I didn't know full life was the faster animation.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't know that either.
Give it a shot, because you'll feel the difference.
Interesting.
But the biggest variability in the RNG in that fight is how many first encounters you get, or preempts. Because the Steiner attacking is actually faster than a spell animation from the enemy, and the enemy is almost always going to do a spell animation. Even their headbutt attack's slow. So even though that was a really good split and a second try skip, I lost 10 seconds. Again, not the end of the world. It's just one of those uncontrollable RNG factors that I couldn't control. And when I bailed from the skip too, I knew I could hit right one more time, but I would have only argued there was a 30% chance I still would have made it. So it was worth bailing and resetting because that's still faster.
Recently, I think it was Java who I saw do that. They didn't do the skip that way. They did some kind of stutter step.
There is a part where you put the cursor, you can auto click through it. I haven't learned it yet. I find my ways faster only and only if I get the first try.
Yeah. It certainly, like, I got it yesterday. It feels really, really, really fast.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And what's nice is that one's not even that hard to learn.
It's just about getting the visual cue right.
Mm-hmm. You do it like 2-3 times, and next thing you know, you're a pro. I remember the first time I did it live, I was like, all right, guys, we're gonna do something different. Worth it. Go, go, go.
I really like Aiko's Descent, which is the music theme that plays there, is really good. So good, in fact, that I actually made a piece that had that like motor and the piano in there.
Oh. Also, I just like that he casually jumps off an airship like it was nothing.
Whee!
Alexander is calling, and he's telling me to jump off of this ship.
I will be safe. I will somehow hover. I'm sure it's not the wings on her back that are causing that.
I'm sure those are there just for the visuals.
Well, that's just a decorative piece too. I think that was a gift from her grandfather, if I remember correctly. But yes, this is actually a pretty significant event because our evil villain Kuja had planned, and he had hoped that these events were happening. He had actually, the reason what's happening right now is you're summoning Alexander, and extremely powerful Aeon. It was actually so powerful that the summoners split the summoning stone for Alexander into 4 different parts, and it went to all the different continents, including the Summoner's Village. But now we see, what is this old dude doing here? this old dude is Garland. This is the one who created both Kuja and Zidane. He is on the Invincible, which is a ship that destroyed Summoner's Village prior to the events of the story's beginning. And he found out about Kuja's plan. So what he is doing is he's killing, he's destroying Alexander and preventing Kuja, because Kuja had meant to capture Alexander and take it back to Terra in order to fight her. Garland says, nah, not doing that.
What do you mean, nah?
Nah, I'm just not.
Captain! Oh, Captain, my Captain.
This is where the Knights of Pluto really step up.
Not lollygagging like they were in the first 20 minutes of the game. Goes it ain't go. Goes it ain't go. It's stop hitting every corner.
I'm curious how those swords reset. Was it just like when Alexander was summoned? Because when you're Garnet and you're going up these stairs, these were all close behind you.
I assume when he's destroyed the magic energy harnessing it probably got pulled away.
Makes sense.
And I should say, if any residual energy is being used, it's probably for Alexander to heal himself.
Comrade's life is so funny here. He's like, geez, you really dragged me up here to play hero? I know.
Leaving my cursor in that magical cutscene skip spot because we got a couple more coming up. Then we got to go back to Plot City, where we got some side questing to do, and then we can really get back into the nitty gritty of the run once again.
And the summary of, I love it in the Final Fantasy, like the abridged version, the summary of it. It's in this section is Kuja is still bad, Garnet no speaky. And that's your update.
Command failed. Dagger can't concentrate.
I do feel kind of bad that she gets so sad that she just becomes mute.
I think it adds a lot.
I think it adds a lot too. But as a speedrunner, throw the Phoenix down, dang it.
Dagger cannot concentrate.
Ah!
Like I said, in Night Route, you are reliant upon Dagger to cast Berserk on Steiner so he could really carry the Valkyra fight. And when Dagger cannot concentrate, it's like, come on.
Please, I've been a good dog. But yeah, so Garnet has pulled all the military forces out of Burmecia in Lindblum in a suit for peace. The reconstruction effort has started to begin in Lindblum, which is kind of the updates we're getting from here. So a lot of the lore that's really coming up at this point really isn't important in terms of the speed run. It's just kind of really kind of cool, but you do also I'll admit this section does become a bit of a slog, mostly because
Very much so.
It's about 22 minutes if we weren't 3 minutes behind on PB. So in order to get to the Blue Narcissus or little boat in order to go to the Black Mage Village, because we got a couple side quests or I shouldn't say side quests, they are mandatory, but they are kind of cute in the sense of when you figure out what's going on with some of the other villagers. Lindblum also becomes a very immigrant-based society. A lot of people that like to stay as well, as they're now raising families here. So it definitely becomes a blended society, and I think it's really cool, really encouraging. But also, we're going to take out the quest here momentarily to turn Sid into a human, and nothing can go wrong in the hands of us, right? None of the paws of this dumb dog.
It's not even our fault. We mix the ratios properly, or at least Zidane says he does.
Well, remember, that book had a very comical tone, according to Dr. Todd. So there's basically a book about transformation and metamorphosis. And you're supposed to mix 3 common ingredients: the unusual potion, the beautiful potion, and
Can't remember the third myself.
Yep.
what is
Strange potion. I got
Strange.
you.
Yep, awesome.
I think it's
you're
the strange
supposed to-
potion that does it, by the way. Any potion named strange. Not
was
something I
actually-
want to mix.
It was actually probably a recipe. It was a trick developed by the Q in order to create more frogs in the world. That's where it really comes from.
I was always imagining like a witch with a be like, and she's like brewing her little cauldron of chaos.
Yep. So you did a trick back there where you wouldn't go ahead and talk to a guard, which seems very unusual. But the reason why you went ahead and did that is because in order to unlock the room where we talked to Regent Sid, you had to get the commands for it. If you follow the way the story goes, Zidane actually tried to run out and go ahead and talk to Garnet, who's up by the telescope, and they have a scene up there. Blake eventually comes up there and tells you, hey, Regent Sid wants to see you. Well, we don't want to do all that because we want to beat the game as fast as possible. So we talk to that guard instead, and he tells you, hey, the Regent wants to see you. That actually opens up being able to go into that room. There are a couple points like that where we do some weird talking in order to move the story along. That's another just weird one. If you were wondering, why did he still go out of his way to do that?
It's also my favorite because if you take the bottom option, I think you get told, but the dialogue's a lot longer. But if you take the first option, Zidane gets the zoomies and he runs off on his own. So it's like, hey, you could have always ran like this. Like, let's go. Also, the Black Mages are currently trying to defend the use of their name. Their name is just their manufacturer number. Kuj is like, I don't care. I got blown up.
And the reason why the Black Mages are even with Kuja right now is Kuja came to Black Mage Villages and told the mages, hey, your lifespan is limited, but I have a way to extend it. And the fear, again, as we talked about earlier, fear of death is a very big theme in this game. So most of the Black Mages crumble and ended up falling.
I think there's still a lot of actual human society out in our world. I think a lot of people do a lot in order to extend their lifespan.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's Dr. Toot. I mean Tot. It is definitely one of my least favorite sections. This is the section I do not like the most of the game, and it's a good section the first handful of times you play the game, because this section you do need to go through a few times in order to really appreciate the different storylines that are going on. Because I feel like every time you come through it, you do focus a little bit better on different stories that are going on. But I've probably done close to 100 attempts, and this section could definitely slog a little bit. You please let me run the game again. I want to do the thing.
Well, the game moves at a pretty good pace.
Yeah.
Up until this point.
Yeah.
So.
And it really cuts loose again after.
Yeah. Well, because then it really becomes, a big boss rush section. Not kind of like the end of it, but when you go through all of our Desert Palace, like that, it feels like that section is you're definitely going downhill in terms of picking up momentum and making it run faster.
Oh yeah, especially after Ibsen's Castle, because the last time we come, there's one more time we come to Limblum, it can be a little bit of a longer section. It is deemed to be my final break of the run, but it's also really nice because it's you see Dagger rebuild her confidence, which is why we call Limblum in the end Plot City. It's just the story really expands because now a lot has happened, and I feel like a lot of Final Fantasy games don't often always take the opportunity to let the story just kind of breathe for a moment. Seven's like a really good example that a lot of things get unanswered because of it, which is why they had to come back and add more to it, which is fine, and I would support some side content for 9 as well. But I feel like that's also why 9, to me, feels like one of the more complete games in the storyline. Or at least in like early iterations. There's no Zack to wonder about. Come on, Tot. Use those bifocals and top hat and tell me what you know.
Is this how the dog interrogates?
Yes, yes, it is.
I always chose the sassy approach.
Now, so can we play Airship for us tonight?
It's goal. Why? There's 20 seconds of time saving my PB.
It's also why you should not change your route if you are not open.
There is a. So I learned the big thing is it. So what we're talking about is in this speed run, there is another way to save about 3 seconds, 2 to 3 seconds, and it was proposed to me is because the Dade won't think. He's like, oh, I've got all the parts, da 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 da. No, it's when you go to the weapon shop guy. The top option to ask him about the potion goes. That to me is what disappears, and that's where the time save is. There, he might think faster too, which a heck of a statement. But it's not enough for me to go change up my route right now. But we do need to pick up the Egotist Armlet, which we have already done. We pick up the Coral Sword because it's going to teach a very important, very important ability called Charge. Which we'll talk a little bit more about the semantics of that ability later. And we also got to pick up one more Lapis Lazuli, because that teaches us Accuracy Plus primarily. I think it also helps with Distract. Can't remember.
Ability up.
Ability up, thank you.
Diamond is distract body type. That's probably what you're thinking of.
Yeah, we want to learn Distract at some point because any skill that has a 100% chance to hit us will now have at best a 50%. And then we will learn a skill called Accuracy Plus, which will do the opposite. A lot of bosses at best will make it a 50-50. Accuracy Plus will guarantee us at 100. So better for us, terrible for the bosses. But I'm biased. I want our side of the fight. Out of there. Also want another cough drop. I think I'm getting a little sugared up here.
Yeah. The scene that we're in right now, if you remember way back in Disc 1, where we were actually in Bermesia, there was a couple that Zidane saved from a statue collapsing on him. It turns out the woman here was pregnant, and Zidane was like, go to Lindblom, Regent Sid will save you. Now, she ended up giving birth to those kids that we just saw, and they are now, they basically said Zidane is our savior. So, again, just some more of the good work that Zidane has done.
I need a hero.
Throughout the adventure, and seeing people happy from that.
Also, Senna here has the unusual potion, and it's probably one of my favorite reactions from really any MC. So it is. We didn't talk about it earlier, but the fact that Sid's an Oolop right now is not a very well-known factor. After the war, it became a little more commonly known, but these guys still hadn't heard information. So he's like, "I'm gonna sit back and do human." Everyone's just like, "Huh?"
Oh.
And then and then we run away without answering any more questions. And this guy is awesome. He lets us have the lapis on that treasure chest, or I mean, I take it. But Michael here tells us about the final potion, and we're good to go. We probably bought the strange potion as hope that it make great dye for paint.
You know who he's best friends with, right?
Remind me.
The actor.
Oh, that's right. This is they hide in the Moogles in there.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Gives him some refuge from his entourage of admirers.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a nice way of calling him.
Die hard fans.
What's the guy's
That's
name?
a nice.
Michael?
That's a nicer way to put it.
And the worst thing you could do in really this entire split is accidentally grab an airship to the wrong zone. Much like the first time we take the air taxis, it's a bummer every time because there's nothing you can do to speed it up. There's nothing you can do to undo it. You just got to do it again. So that's why in my current PB there is about 21 seconds of time save, and I'm like, ugh. No one to blame but myself. But like you said, nothing will ever go wrong here, right?
Said we'll come back into a human for sure.
I do like there's like tiny little clips of when he's transforming. You do see him as like tiny sample of a human there. Then it's a frog. It's like, we were close. It really does make me think it was the proportions that was wrong.
We also get to see, which is probably one of my favorite lines coming up with Quina and Regent Sid.
Frog is king?
Maybe I eat it.
It is just, I don't know what it does. Like, I love that line.
That'll learn him. We're almost there. Almost back to the fun of the run.
This is also where the "I'm gonna wring his neck" active time event is at this point in Emblem.
I still say that's a Simpsons reference. Whereas older collective in here, Homer was a little more on the aggressive side of that show.
Yeah, they had to tone him down a little bit.
Oh, a bit.
I still can't believe it's keeping on after all these years. It's crazy.
Right? Now we get on the boat. We made it.
Finally, I find you.
Finally, on the blue narcissist.
It is kind of funny to think that we left Queta in the dust back in Maiden Sorry.
You actually see in one of the ATV events in Trino, Quina come up and jump into like the river on that scene where so I think it's either Vivi or Aiko when they're having a basically a snapshot, or Gilgamesh is trying to capture Aiko. You actually see Quina jump off and then jump into one of the rivers there. So you actually do see Quina a little bit earlier.
And there's an old man by that pier, and he looks over and he's like, "Huh, that's one way to go."
It's like suicide, eh? That's a little far.
Yeah, not great.
No.
But
Is what it is.
yeah. Queta is just a character.
Yes.
Well, at least we
They
get to
are.
see the start of the life cycle. I love the Bobby Crowan scene in here.
Mm-hmm. Hooray!
Bobby Corwin, also known as Boko.
Mhm.
Oh my god, you are so close to the village there with your chocobo.
Yeah, not my best park job.
No, it's you're a bit
It's
wild
going
today.
to do.
If you are ever desperate for a guild, there is the black belt that is up in the item shop there for purchase, for that you can sell for a lot of cash. But
Yeah.
It gives you HP plus 20% and I believe Demi for VV, but otherwise it's not really all that useful.
no, it's for sale is the best use out of that.
Yeah.
Because
I just like the
Ooh,
warm and fuzzies
baby.
these guys get.
Hooray! Well, they're like they discover crying and they don't know what's happening.
Aww.
Yeah, because it's like I'm something strange happening. They're crying because they're so happy, but they don't realize what crying is.
I love the Black Mage.
Oh, this is such, and this is an all-star movie moment too. VV is basically sticking up for his Black Mage brothers and saying, you know what, we have a purpose. That Kuj is the one who's manipulating. I've got to go after him. And Mr. 288, who didn't want to tell where all of them went to, ended up doing so.
I think even he secretly wants another chance at extended life, and I think there's the partial denial too. I think he talks about how he waits for, like, someone's obligated to wait for his brother to wake up, and it kind of makes like an already sad place like sadder. Hi, Boko. Bye for now.
We will never see you again. So I was in fact today years old when I learned that when you turn the camera with Eleanor, you actually are kind of taking full steps.
Also, sounded.
Oh, excuse me.
Just be careful about our party pickup.
In there.
Nice.
What are you telling me? This was a trap the whole time?
Yes.
Better a trap that goes to Kuja than an antlion fight.
Yes.
I can fix him.
Ugh.
Okay, so no, you. Number one, you can't, and number two, stop trying.
He might be able to fix some people. Kuja's not one of those people.
No,
I don't know if the name fixes him.
Ah,
I don't agree.
I don't think so.
He destroys the world by the time he realizes what he's done. I mean,
Semantics.
Okay, so.
I tried.
You had a great run.
He's too far gone.
Yeah,
There's no
but
saving him.
Let's just, you know what? Leave him in the antlion pits.
Also,
Yeah.
world's greatest line. Welcome to my humble abode. Nothing humble about this entire situation as he stands by his personal fireplace.
You have to.
It's probably a gas fireplace.
But you have to admit that is a pretty impressive house.
Yeah. Good.
Gooch.
It's very imperative you take these 4 people. There is no ifs, ands, or buts.
There was one run where I took Steiner instead of Freya. It wasn't the worst thing in the world, but it was kind of spooky. Just
Yeah.
kind of spooky.
I think
Of,
Steiner
of
can
all the
keep up with
mistakes they could
damage.
have made, of all the mistakes I could have made there, that was probably the least offensive.
Yeah. So Freya can keep up with the damage on VP still. Like, Steiner is still low enough, but so is Freya. But the reason why we like Steiner left behind is because of the Coral Sword gives us an attack water benefit, which VP for some reason is weak to. Probably the electrical components in it.
He's weak to thunder. That's a fun fact I didn't know.
Alright, got a little bit of a menu.
Oh no, he's weak to wind. Huh.
Go over there. This is kind of a terrible screen to run around. If we get an encounter here, it's a single ogre, we can take it. It's more optional. But on the way back, when we see the screen the next 2 or 3 times, because there might be multiple instances where we see it, we need at least 1 for sure. Seeing 2 would make for a more consistent Yana, but I don't sit here and force it either. Terrible ATB.
That is a single ogre.
Underrolled.
Ooh. I was expecting that to kill, yeah.
I was a little thrown off by that. Yes.
You didn't want to eat?
I guess I never anticipated having to back it up with a quick eat.
Tastes bad.
Tastes bad. Massive shot pulled up here. Okay, I'm gonna have another cough drop. It's a bummer, but I rather the tummy ache for charity than lose my voice. Also, I like that Zidane tries to plead a case here. And they're just refusing to talk to him because they know it's probably the price for their salvation. Or to a longer life. Especially because these are some of the earlier models too. So they're probably really the next to go. And Zornithorn like rubbing our face because it's, hey, we confirm we're on our side, that sucks for you. They could go a bunch.
Zidane's like, you're more different than the Black Mages. You're just blindly following orders from people too. And they're like, nope.
Also, because these guys covered 2 of the 4 suits, by the way. I always expected 2 more. Alright, second to last stutter step that we'll see over the course of the run. But definitely the longest.
Huh. Well, yes, the way that we do is in PSX, we actually stutter step backwards.
Yeah.
It's shorter, but just because, again, I just know how to program for it. But you do a little longer stutter step here, and it actually is quicker if you do it this way. It is still.
It is still, even in HD, it is still faster to go to the one behind you, but you have to go through the forest, which you will occasionally get the quiz guy. This is the second fastest because if you don't go around the forest, or if you go around the forest is slow.
So it's technically just a bit slower, but a lot safer.
Yep.
We sacrifice speed for consistency.
That makes sense. On something like this, it's not worth the extra 2 seconds.
No, and that's really what it breaks down to. It's single-digit seconds. Oop.
So, for some reason, us talking about Valley of Pyrrha made me take a look at its AI. I had no idea this thing could use Flare and Holy.
I think that's if you leave all the gems in it. Has a couple.
All the gems. All of its stats skyrocket to max, and it uses those spells. I don't think the fight becomes impossible, but boy, does it become a challenge.
I mean, I'm up for a challenge, but not today.
I wonder if leaving the anklet actually is a play there, because you can reflect the high power spell back at him.
Part of picking up the anklet, I know when I was running HD, it is a backup strat to getting the rebirth ring. You do an anklet, and then you go to the Town of Shame, Dagon Root, and you buy another diamond from, I think it's Stilt Skin. And that, nice menu still.
Thank you. That felt really good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was really good.
It looked clean. And then that's how you, and then you synth it in, I think, Randall? I forget where you actually synth it back about, but that's one reason to pick up the anklet is if you're kind of trying to make up a rebirth ring.
Yeah.
It's just not worth it. You just gotta count a little bit harder on some of the final bosses, but
Yeah.
With Maiden's Prayer, yeah.
Yeah.
But while you're learning, definitely always try to get a rebirth ring. Like what I used to do is I'd win the first 2 cards, and then I'd run left, come back in, and then I'd redo the last set of cards until I won, which is silly, but I needed the crutch when I first started learning. But then it also became one of the first freest time saves ever. It's like, okay, today's the day, no matter what happens. And it's like, oh no, I actually lost. Now I have to own up to what I just said. So welcome to Over. So this is
Green Eye.
this is a castle built by Terran Nation. I forgot how to refer to it. So it's really just the history of their people. How they prepared to, capture the souls, how they transition over. It's also the first to tell that Zidane's the only one who can actually understand what's going on. So something's different. I know I started it, but Ty, I'm gonna have to pitch over to you to wrap up some more with the lore as I do this menu.
Yeah, no worries. So really, what this place is when, and I know I had kind of gone into this before a little bit earlier, but as part of when Terra tried to use with Gaia and more or less steal their crystal, something went terribly wrong. It actually damaged both planets pretty severely, but Terra much more so. And some of the artifacts that you see here, Oliver being one of them, there's a couple other places, were actually created at that time on Gaia. Now, what the Terrans did is they actually then used this to capture their history. Actually, when you see the faces here coming up in a little bit, there's a scene not too far from where Sil is at, where they basically tell you the whole history. They explain at that point in time, hey, we were captured to talk about what was going on. And you see here, like even right now, Sil is going through, and some of the scenes are like, hey, a thriving civilization, and then it deteriorated out. This is more or less a capture of their great civilization, what it became, and now, as you see it here, it is a planet that is dying.
That last village looked a lot like Luca.
It did.
Just
I
saying.
was like, oh, we playing Blitzball?
The tiniest turbo soft lock there. Game had to catch back up for a second. I'm also a big proponent. This is where Necron comes from. the totally relevant final boss, because the faces that do kind of shoot up here and speak to you do kind of look familiar in nature. And I know a lot of people are against that idea, but to me it's the only thing that makes sense. So why he kind of pops out, because he's the final defense of trying to save his people, and you have to, in order to save Gaia, you have to destroy Terra's final guardian.
At least a lot of the lore that I looked into is, again, there's more theories around this, but Necron is more or less the bringer of death and destruction. And then when Kuja goes to the crystal world to destroy the crystal from Gaia, it's, I think, assumed that he already destroyed it from Terra. He basically made the decision to blow up the planet, and then Necron's like, okay, I'm going to appear now, and I'm here to basically destroy all of civilization for all planets.
Yeah, I'm also going down swinging. But here comes the metamorphosis combination of planets.
Yep.
Terra on the left, Gaia on the right. Or is it backwards? Gaia left, Terra right.
Yep.
Either way. Probably get 2 moons.
2 moons, and also locations such as Oilvert and Ibsen's Castle, which are actually locations in Terra, not native to Gaia.
Like certain sections seem to be a little more technologically advanced given the current era and lifestyle of Gaia. Also, we get to now fight the super secret Eidolon arc.
Do you remember, and Luca maybe kind of let me know, what the Glugstone was used for?
The Gulag Stone?
I think it's just, wasn't it a key?
It's used as a key to unlock Mount Gulag, because in Estogaza, there's a barrier blocking the entrance.
That is
So we are hoping for Proton and Propeller win. Those can't kill us.
Oh, low roll from the Silver Fork. Oof.
Boomerang right now would be more detrimental than anything.
Photon. Let's see Photon.
So we're going to use Queen as a healer just to keep us going. But yes, this does become a Garnet summon.
It's still not as epic as Doom Train, but
Yeah. But the amount of vehicle summons that came out in the later era of Final Fantasy at the time was pretty cool. Maybe I'm biased, because Doom Train really kind of sold me, as a chore as it was to unlock them. Hi, Quena.
yeah, that's
Oh, wow, never mind.
Hopefully you won't even need to get that high pot animation out. I think he will die.
I think we'll
pretty
need
soon
one more
after
attack.
yeah.
Freya should be able to do it. No. Okay.
No counters, no
I
crits.
Frey could still die here. For Boomerang. Okay.
Wow, lucky.
Yeah, you're right. Though I should have let it breathe for a second.
I threw my rune tooth at this guy by accident yesterday.
Ooh.
Not a big deal. It was just it just made Taharka a little more annoying.
Actually, the drop in that is pretty.
Pumice Spice?
Yeah, they actually use a very quite considerable amount. For. All right, now we get to play my least favorite minigame in all of Final Fantasy IX.
Pumice Piece raises a lot of stats, and it also absorbs Holy and Shadow.
And you can.
A lot of enemies late in the game love to attack with Holy Shadow.
And you can also combine it with another piece because there's a second pumice piece. And if you unlock a secret boss, which is the final synth shop in the game, you can, and that's where Arc, I think, gets summoned to, right?
I do believe so.
Yep. Yes.
I think you had to make sure everyone's learned everything you want off of that.
Yeah.
There are two ways that you can get the Arc summon. The first is by gathering the 2 pumice pieces, which the first one you get by defeating Arc in the main storyline. The second, you go all the way to the golden level with your Chocobo on the Chocobo side quest, and you get it with one of the sky level Chocographs. And then you synthesize it with Hades. I don't remember how much it costs, but it does cost a lot. And the other way to get it is by defeating Ozma.
So somebody out there is probably like, what is this guy doing? Isn't the goal to get the key out the cage? The answer is yes, but the fastest way to do it, or the more consistent way to doing it, is failing 5 times, which puts the hedgehog into its fastest mode, or its safest mode.
Yeah.
So I can go the most reckless. Again, this is one of those things where if I could do it right the first try, out fail, it is the fastest, but if you get halfway and fail, it is worst case scenario suddenly.
We see that he's turning around right here. If you don't do the 5 fails, there is a really quick turnaround that he can do. And again, if you're holding any button and doing anything at that time, he will scare you and it will lose time. But that actually wasn't bad at all.
Yeah. Once again, in reference to my run from yesterday, I decided to gamba a little bit and do it on, I think it was the 2nd or 3rd. And I got all the way to like right in front of the key, only to get wrecked.
I'm kind of over the era of always trying for it. You can get really good at it. I know there are several runners out there that can consistently always hit it on their first try. It's not me. I have tremors because of my injuries, so it's just I'll have a really good streak for a really good time, or for a really good amount of time, and then all of a sudden I'm the worst guy at it ever, and it makes me sad. But that's okay.
We don't want sad dog business.
We don't.
One day when I take world record, I'm gonna beat it by more than a few seconds.
Ayo.
Alright, now that I've done trash talk, I don't know if I actually ever want to try for world record attempts. Alright, we are now in the phase that we don't have Zidane anymore, so Zidane can't flee us out of an encounter, so had we done the menu when we were leaving Tree all the way back at the end of Disc 2, that sets us up for being able to take several encounters in here, because PSX doesn't have the chance to like autosave. There's no in a reasonable spot, really. Isn't that the case? So you guys have to do Desert Palace as Desert Palace. You have to take the encounters. And it's a terrible experience, but for us, if I get an encounter, I'm gonna Alt F4. So the only thing I equipped on the Aiko was actually to help her with certain skills for later. Ruby being the most important, so we can get Carbuncle for the VP fight, because we're gonna be using Reflect to kind of save Grace. But a lot of these rooms, though, also don't become active for encounters until, especially this one, until you turn on all the braziers. So you're gonna see my mouse come over here. I'm gonna mass click at the door so Aiko does the most ideal movement over there, minimizing the amount of steps taken. But those screen breaks that we talked about previously are gonna be way more important here now, because you're gonna see me take advantage of a lot of those. Because this screen is live almost the entire time. So it's worth me leaving for 5 seconds, coming back in, and taking those chances. And then I'm gonna do the same thing here. I kind of want a running start here. I'm under the personal belief, I haven't been able to prove this either, that or the danger value doesn't fully start increasing until the screen is fully loaded. But your movement will start moving before the screen has loaded. So it's kind of like an oxymoron argument, and I'm aware of that. But I also feel like that's really helped me save encounters on that screen. Not what I wanted to do yet. Email. Bird killer. Up. Now we're all set up for the boss fight here. But yeah, this room doesn't become active until like the Moogle goes kablooey.
And that's basically after you turn all of the lights on so that the room opens up.
It's like Unleash the Beast. But yeah, great desert palaces have 0 encounters, awful have 1 or more. Alright, we gotta clean up that movement for the next couple seconds here. Boom, boom. Nice.
Me in there.
A treasure chest spawns there, but we're not gonna grab it yet. Oop. Reloaded the wrong direction. Of all the silly things I could do in there, it's not much.
Especially since there's no counters on the screen.
Also, this is the one section of the game too that has some of the most variety of you could be as you run around. Depending on who you take to will influence who the main character is as you run around. The other day, I was watching a newer runner, and that's how I found out they had made a minor mistake somewhere. Was because it was Phoebe.
Yeah, you can be. Let me see if I can get everything here. You can be Phoebe. You can be Aiko, which you are here now. You can be
Steiner.
I think it is, and Freya's the last one.
Yeah.
You can actually be Freya. It's got to be very specific, but you can't be Dagger. You can't be Armora. You can't be Zidane, obviously, because he's forced to go the other way. And then, of course, why not? Yeah. So yeah, Steiner is the other one.
Alright, the alarm has been activated. Do the thing. Nice. So this is the most I'm gonna hold time. You can run out of reflect before the end of the fight, which will make this way more dangerous. But now we're using our strength versus his weaknesses in order to do massive amount of damage. For example, Phoebe's water all, reflect it back 4 times. But as long as we hold time during Phoebe's cast before. In fact, now we'd encourage VP to throw another spell at us because I think it might be the end of the fight. It's just a really long fight only because you have to watch through the initial discussion, if you can call it a discussion. And this fight should be over, right?
Oh, there it is.
Good fight, good fight.
It was.
Yeah. Interestingly, in the PC version, this is where I learned that apparently reflecting things off of Reflect with VB, or I guess reflecting spells back, is nerfed in the PC version. In the PSX version, that would have done about double. About 7,000 HP worth of damage, as opposed to 4,000.
Did you get a rare elixir drop here too?
I did.
Ooh.
Meanwhile,
Oh, is it a rare? Is it a rare drop? What's the chance of him? 100% drop is the elixir.
So the ethers
Others
are
are
rare?
Ethers are the rare drop.
'Cause it's
High
like,
mana.
I don't remember seeing you drop 2 items there usually.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I know both is rare. Yes, I wasn't 100% sure.
Yeah. Did you get a single ogre in your area?
There was one before. There's one now.
Nice.
I've not
Cat's
bro.
claws. It should kill. No? Wow.
Now we can learn some very important skills. It's also a good chance for me to scroll down my...
Yep, you learn distract.
Oh, they have almost 4,000 HP. I thought it was closer to 3,000.
Yeah, you need 3. Which is why you kind of want to save one to throw, which is why taking an encounter on HE1 is... like, isn't great, but isn't detrimental either. It just helps you get to a safer 27 Yana, which for a marathon, great. But the 1 on 2 and 3 is not optional. But if you are on HE3 and you still haven't seen one, you can take the double ogre if you take Steiner, because Amaranth can only throw one thing. Everything else is too important.
I usually have him throw an Exploda.
Yeah, I think that's the one that wants you to throw, because you got 2 of 1 Thief Sword. So you throw that, and then if you have the double, you just have Steiner attack once.
Yeah.
Well, you attack it however it seems fit, but as long as both of them get hit 3 times, it'll be 3. It is kind of funny to think that it is 4,000 HP, so you need that third 1,500 to get through after you're already down 3k. Nothing like running in a single file line with reasonable gaps in between everyone to set up for failure. So now our favorite gestures come out from behind and kidnap Aiko, because Aiko also has precious eidolons that could be confiscated from her. But what I like is in the pit there, Kuja's trying to trick Zidane that his friends are in there so he can make a clean getaway. Because Kuja is aware that his friends have snuck out somehow. So it's supposed to buy him time while he kidnaps Aiko and get ahead. But because the team was here so fast, they have a chance. Tell me there's a chance.
There's a naming weight card right over there. It's too bad we can't grab it. It's a great card, but it has no good uses in this room.
No. Just maybe on that perspective 100% run one day.
One day.
One day.
Oh
Not
my
by
God,
me.
I didn't even know that you could use the clicker right there. I'm learning so much by watching this.
By forcibly watching it intently. Ooh, no encounter HG3. Let's go.
Wow.
All things considered, that was pretty good, pretty lucky. Now everyone simultaneously has the bright idea of getting on the boat to go catch up to the airship. But first, emergency ladder release. Didn't want that flying in the wind. You can also
You can get the naming weight during
know
the
that.
Yes. Yeah, it's a card. Oh, I don't remember what the name of the active time event is, but there's 2 kids in the slums of Trino that are like, oh man, I got this really cool card. I can't wait to use it in the tournament, and it actually changes who your opponent is in the card tournament to be the kid that has the naming weight card.
Oh, funny. The only thing I knew that was kind of unique in terms of cards was if you don't ring the bell when you don't know Vivi's name, you can ring the bell after the attack on Alexandria, and really crappy cards turn into really fancy Eidolon cards.
Yeah, it's the Shiva card, the...
I think it's
Shiva's the
Ramu.
one.
Shiva Ifrit Ramu, I think? It might only be Shiva Ramu.
We do need an all boys
Yeah,
here for this
that's,
segment.
That's a pal's treasure. You can actually reactivate it too if you talk to him about it in the, I think like the hotel industry. So you
And
can
we
actually
are
get twice.
done stutter stepping for the rest of the game.
Hooray!
Hooray, we did it! And we didn't get, I would argue, is the 5% chance of a world map encounter anyways.
5% is actually surprisingly high.
Yeah.
I feel like once it happens to me, it comes in third. So that's why I give it a 5. I feel like it's supposed to be less than 1. But yeah. We bring the All Boys team, not because it's anything important, but because, so Steiner, Amaranth, Freya, and Zidane are going to be the final party, but we do need Steiner to learn a very core set of skills. Same with Amaranth right now. BB comes because there's a couple, we're going to be fighting some red dragons here that they're weak to his blizzard. I don't think he's mandatory by any means otherwise. He does yell at Kuja though, which is kind of fun. Also, I like this priest here because he yells at us because he's getting tired of all the people running through his church, but he takes one look at Kuja and gets out of the way. He's like, nah, I'm good. You're willing to dress like this in the snow? I'm done. But yeah, there's actually an achievement too. It's called the B team. If you bring an all boys team. I didn't know that until I actually did the speed run. It was right when I got off the boat for the first time. I was like, ooh, achievement. Okay, no encounter. I had a bunch of time saved there in my PB.
Well,
I
you
got
had
it,
a
like-
Yeah, you
really
ran into
bad
a
bird
Garuda.
fight.
And they both casted stop. I have almost 60 seconds of time saved here.
What's your pace on your PB right now?
I'm 3.5 behind.
That's still pretty darn good.
I mean, when I got 5 minutes of time save on Necron alone, I'm not trying to bring attention to it because I'll never be able to get this run verified, but I could PB today and make this like a top 9, top 8 run. And it's gonna pay me because I can't get it verified, but that's okay.
That just means the next run's free.
On stream. Also just means I'm getting consistently good at the run. Where's my buddy? My man learned, it's not a big deal. It's annoying later. Also, I will warn everybody at the end of this fight, because of a mass level up sound all layering at the same time, the level up the sound that it makes can be a little bit loud. So if you are actively listening, get ready to plug your ears at the end of this account.
There are 164 people
happens. Gotta confuse that one over there. Don't worry, Red Dragon, I'm confused too. Ooh.
Wow. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
That's why you
boy.
don't key with BB. You have to read.
Yeah, that's gonna...
Yeah.
I don't think he's supposed to have counterattack.
You're supposed to take it off, I thought, yeah.
I thought it was supposed to
Yeah.
naturally come off on its own.
I think you learned it too early.
You might have had an extra encounter somewhere. Or you could have had ability up equipped.
That's unique. I've never seen that before. And I wish I was kidding.
It's a 20% chance to counter, I think. 25%. It's pretty low, but...
Oh, my Star Step program kicked in. I felt like I hit the wrong one. Take a 0 for the good luck. You too, Vane. Thanks for the good luck, everyone. So I've hit my max allotment of Dumb Doggo activity.
Steiner is dead. That
Yep.
is unfortunate.
Yeah. Even with confused, you can, which is rare and rough.
Yeah, my job out hit the floor when that's the confused one hit. I will not lie about that. He hit both times. I'm gonna go buy a lotto ticket.
That's crazy luck.
Yeah. Like crazy bad luck.
Crazy bad luck.
Yeah.
I'm actually perplexed by the series of activities that just happened. All right, here's your level up
FF9
warning
to
sound.
FF9.
Following a warning. Yeah.
But still in reality, it's so that you don't feel bad by not having a chance.
True.
Oh, no, it's devil. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. I remember now. I had doubted myself because of my previous mistake, so I looked at that menu way closer, like well under a microscope more than it deserved. The time has come. The time is now.
This looks very familiar because this is the same extraction spell that they did for Garnet, but you wonder, hey, it's not working. Well, when Garnet did it, Garnet's older, you have to be 16 in order for the extraction spell to work.
It's always 16. Why is it always 16?
Also, we're about to see a very special character step in, and probably more of an attribution on why the spell has failed. I just like this scene because it's like the first time you see Phoebe truly get mad. And this is the first time Cooch's plans have really, outside like the attack on Alexandria, it's more of a setback. This is like a true, everything has gone wrong, and where Cooch's plans really kind of start to break down.
It's Mug!
Pew pew.
Kupo? Kupo! Joke's on you, Mog was always an idol the whole time!
In a way, though, Mog inspired Food here.
Use Terra homing. Okay.
No, XX used Terra.
XX, use Terra homing.
So, your naming convention reminded me that it actually was actually a strategy where if you hate Mog, Ica, and then just meet her with one character, you actually do save some time on a couple of screens based on how the text is. One less than text and body. I don't think it's a scene, I think it's actually real, but
Yeah.
it doesn't matter in PC.
Alright. That's a little bit of a courtesy warning to everybody coming up here. So we're gonna do this boss fight. I do a little running around in Limblum, nothing major. But then when I run into the conference room, I get my final break of the run, so it's gonna be my last chance to get up, stretch, use the bathroom, refill my water. So I'll let you guys know when we're about 60 or so seconds out, because I encourage you guys all to do the same. But this is the only fight I truly didn't want to go wrong today, because if you die, you have to watch all this again. All of it. Every beautiful minute.
That's a lot of minutes.
Get mad, BB. Do the thing. You did the thing.
I'm so proud of you, VV.
Yeah, this fight's pretty one-dimensional. The biggest things that are scary is Wing, in my opinion, if it goes through. But Steiner will carry most of the damage here, 4K.
The move was just Nelson just did with viral smoke. It's a virus. It causes virus to use it. Never tank.
Alright, my nervousness just climbed a little bit. Not major, but enough.
You should still be fine, no?
It really depends on this fight. Venom up.
If Steiner goes down here, I'll be terrified.
They both have venom up.
Yeah, that was hinting at, because of Viral Smoke, we get no AP, no EXP, so we never plan for that AP infusal at this. But I do take Steiner's ability up here, just going into that. It can make a couple menus later a little hunky-dory, but I do it because it speeds me up another menu later. And statistically, this is the outcome 9 times out of 10. I would say you have a better chance of your run ending here right now before you would you would have AP come through. I've had a few of those lately, which is why I was really nervous about the run dying there. Wait a minute. Isn't this ever so famous Hildegard?
It is.
But if we had to get the key to unlock the mountain, how did she get in? Yeah, I don't know either. It was true.
Well, Kuja captured her all along. So Kuja brought her in when.
But you like trap her in there, lock the door, throw the key in the gulag, and then sent us off to go get the key back.
Doesn't that sound like something Kuja would do?
Kuja's not known for thinking very logically.
You know that meme where that guy, he's got his chin in, like between his thumb and his index finger, but he's holding a coffee cup with his foot. And he's like, huh. That's what I think about when I try to think my way through that scenario. And if you don't know that meme, I feel old. I think you guys are both older than me. Now, Sid,
Doesn't
I'm
immediately
not up
come-
on my meme knowledge.
I was gonna say it doesn't immediately come to mind for me, but I could potentially be reminded of it
if I remember to after this stream to send it to you guys, I will.
Well, I won't be watching it after the stream. I will be passing out in bed after the stream.
I'll still be around.
Yeah, you
Doing
guys
your
are
own
both
CSR run
badass.
after 8 hours of S.
I don't think so. That'll have to wait.
I mean, Luca's crazy, but not that crazy. Come on.
You inspire me, but I don't know if you inspire me enough to do that.
Oh, this is about
Yeah.
your 60-second warning for my final break. You guys are stuck with me for the last hour 40 loads. Hour 45.
Oh no.
I think I'm pacing out with loads about 7:55 for the 8-hour RTA estimate. So no more dying.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll see you guys all momentarily. Alright, Tim returned.
Glad to have you back.
Cracked my back pretty well.
Nice.
Ready for the finale?
I am. And I think everything is lined up pretty well. Things are going well. The Red Dragon's kind of not be something I know I'm gonna have to look for. I'm also learning a lot about this.
I feel like this is a run where no matter how much you learn, there's always some another trick.
Yeah.
Or a new way to die.
Dying like that to Red Dragons was definitely very unique. And then to have the double confused success, I was like, I'm perplexed. I'm genuinely perplexed. 'Cause I bet you I have counter on more than I think I do.
Generally speaking, it's a good spell. It's a good ability to have.
Yeah.
And if you didn't queue up another BB attack, you could have been okay with it. But
Yeah.
it's just not common. So
We would have had to get through with 3 Steiner attacks, which is also just as awfully slow. Faster than what I would have lost for time, but I'm now almost 441 behind without loads. Yeah, because my timer says we're at like a 607.40, so we still had a sub 6 hour melty, but with the loads added back in, which for marathons is the common way. We gotta add 7 more minutes. It's not bad.
It's that chick.
Come on, Baku. 2026.
Baku is not really with the times.
I like to say Baku tries, but he's also like,
Does
I got 5 kids, a band, a theater ship that just crashed. Rent to pay. But I like it every time he laughs, he slaps his belly. But more of the story here is we're still looking for Dagger, but she snuck all the way back to Alexandria. Nobody's aware of it. And she's visiting her mother's grave. Then she'll get the Garnet item, which she's aforementioned named from.
That lets you summon Bahamut.
Yeah, King of Dragons. I remember thinking about when I was growing up with this game. Like the first gem I actually wanted to equip to learn right away was Bahamut, and it makes sense why they weren't. But I don't know. At least he doesn't get the irony story like removed, where we're still gonna find Peter Grotz left and right. Like I've already sold 7 of them. We're gonna sell the Garnet too. Don't worry.
What vexes me is that shops will only accept it for 1 gil.
Like, are you sure you want to sell it? Yes. Get it out of my inventory.
If you're playing the game casually, though,
Yeah.
it's good to hold on to those because they actually strengthen the various lines.
Usually one of the first summons I max out is Leviathan because of the Dragon God statue in Dagaro.
Yep. That place has such a lovely theme song.
I used to know how to play that on piano. It's been a long time.
Just want to let the cough happen, but I gotta make decisions soon.
Still coughing like a poison type Pokemon.
Want to make sure that all looked good. All right, now it's the beginning of the end of the game. No more breaks, no more Plot City. And
Oh well, there's still plot. There's still lots of plot.
well, I meant like Limblom in general. But for the most part, the frequency of the boss account is going to start picking up, which is kind of nice. Parked the ship really far away there.
It's now time for Upside Down Castle.
Yay, Upside Down Castle.
Another interesting fun fact about Ibsen's castle. Doesn't it look kind of upside down to you? Doesn't it look a little weird?
Joke's on you, I always thought this is where we'd fix Alexander. Does it not look like Alexander, though?
It does look kind of like Alexandria
A
Castle.
little bit, yeah.
Amaranth, you fool!
But yeah, the big thing to know here is, so the higher your stats are, the worse your damage is going to do. So you'll, as you go around opening up treasure chests, most of the treasure chests will open up really rudimentary items from the start of the game, like a dagger, a broadsword. And it's because the lower your attack stats are, the faster or the harder your team is going to attack. Granted, we're going to use none of our strength stats really coming up here. We're going to use magic status effects and hopefully a super status effect.
Unfortunately, that applies only to weapons. Your magic is unaffected, as is your armor, actually.
Really anything you can equip.
I always thought it'd be kind of cool to like have a dungeon somewhere where it is actually optimal to remove equipment from party members.
Yeah.
Or like using low-level spells is actually what you need to do as opposed to high-level spells.
I think that's why I like the over dungeon is because you can't, excuse me, you can't use any of that. Whereas like even when I ran some D&D sessions, you know, the two common tropes I would always have at some point is an Olvert style dungeon, maybe with or without the clone or self clones, and some sort of arena fight. Gladiatorial, pit your friends up against each other. But even though I love a good summoner in my final party, I for some reason never use a whole lot of like black magic. I just like watching Big Sword go swing.
Hence why you
Magic is
speed
usually pretty
runner.
slow.
Oh yeah, and the animation is slow. We're gonna grab this last plate, do the menu.
Turn one heat. Turn one heat. Turn one heat.
At least give me the Orichalon today. Okay with either. There is a gate. I don't want to say game break, but there's a steal off this boss that's called the Orichalon, which is a dagger for Zade, which saves you a ton of gil. Also does a lot of damage on the next boss, but everyone's rooting for heat. The heat status effects will make him just a nice bright red, and his next attack when it comes up, it will instantly. I forgot to put him in the back row. End the fight. Because I like to think he self-destructs.
Immediate curl.
I'm holding was just not being nice there. He's also weak to poison. He's weak to a lot of weird things. Nice. Aw. I'd rather the elixir than nothing. Granted, mostly gets to stand here, just look pretty, and heal the team as a cast Blizzra. Every once in a while he'll charge us, and it's also equally as spicy. Oh, of course it did.
Let's go.
That's funny.
And the
We got a whole tie for a second.
It looks cool for the marathon.
Yeah. I mean, technically, we saved a bunch of time.
It was like what? One more Viraga,
Yeah.
but still, it was cool that you got it in the marathon.
That's heat. That's how fast that fight has once affected. But
What is it,
also,
10 or a 20% chance to hit as well. It's
Yeah.
pretty rare.
and so it also shows you the importance of that skill coming up. So what we're doing now is we're starting to juggle around things like the diamond, the diamond helmet, things that. So a lot of our end game monsters are going to cast some sort of spell that either freezes you, puts you in heat status, will ultimately ruin your fights real fast. But that can all be prevented with body temp, which we're kind of juggling through everybody right now to kind of learn as fast as possible. Also, while trying not to fall down the hole. I wonder what the importance is behind that.
It's just a hole, nothing important.
Well, shield, Goro, Pottery, Gun, Devil, up for have everything. Yeah, that worked. Right? Yeah. In case I'm wrong. I have more.
Would you like to double confirm? I can check the Wikipedia.
Oh, I should have ability up. I have more ability stones than I should right now. So something's not 100% right.
So is it possible Zidon's going to be like level 28 out of Yana?
I mean, he's 27 now.
Oh, true. Okay. No, that...
The ability up is it. Which means he didn't have it for the previous fight, which is not good. So if we had lost cards, we would have gotten that chest where we landed there. Oh, we didn't need ability up for a while. All right, just have it down. We want to make sure we have auto regen. I don't want to troubleshoot live, but Eyes, Gray, Judo, Lapis, equip ability up. Amaranth's always the funniest character to have, like, trying to learn abilities and stuff for, because he is part of the final party, which is really cool. So I feel like he's an underrated character a lot of people don't bring. But he's dead during all the heavy lifting, so it's like, But he's there for the more important parts too, so we need him to have, like, the ability up and level up. Because he'll need certain skills like Distract, Accuracy Plus. But those are the important things, so that he can learn, like, Locomotion. Not nearly as important, but it is nice to have for one. I think he's the only person who can learn Locomotion in this run. I think of all of our melee
Oh, I
characters.
thought every
in
character
general.
could learn locomotion.
They could, but I think it's the way, like, the ability stuff.
Sir, the operative word was in the run.
There we go.
And we can come over there and bully you. Now we're getting all EP over here. I am equally.
I am quite. I'm trying to save my energy for the end. I'm not gonna lie.
Maybe I should grab like a tiny cup of coffee.
I thought about
Very
making. I thought about making it. I've got still working on a soda here to try to keep me going, but I may need this to rub my coffee.
Yeah, let's go night shift.
Also, shout out to the runners who can make like 24-hour runs in this marathon.
Crazy.
Absolutely.
You guys are
Wow.
different, like all different. Group.
I do have to give a nod to the Final Fantasy 3 all chest run the other day. Went up for 18 hours. I was like, dang.
Yeah. Very impressive.
Made me feel lazy when I was like, I'm coming doing an NMS, I'm skipping cutscenes.
Nothing lazy about what you're doing. I'll stop you right there.
Also, I don't think 13 gets the love as very many other Final Fantasy speedruns.
I mean, I have my own personal feelings about it, so.
I've actually never beat the game straight up, so... If King Panda
I
was
have not
here,
played
he'd yell
the
at
game.
me.
Yeah,
love
I haven't
that
even
game.
played the game.
I tried so many times.
Maybe one day I'll give it a shot. I fell off the train after 12.
You haven't even played 16?
Not 15, not Type 0, not 16,
I like 15.
not 7 Remake either.
Rounded.
I will say that 12 was a game when the PS2 version was out. I didn't really enjoy it all that much. I really do think that the Zodiac Age was like probably like a 75% improvement in playability of that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a massive time sink, generally speaking. I think the Zodiac job system makes the game a lot more fun. There are some aspects of the original version that I kind of wish were kept, but I mean, having like a speed up function is such a nice thing to have. Huge.
Especially since, a lot very similar to 10, you're on foot a lot, and you're in long areas where it is very tough to just grind that in enormous speed.
Yeah, now we're all working adults. See, I played them all religiously up to 13, but I never finished 12, I never finished 13. Skipped 11 because my PS2 never supported it. I enjoyed 14 quite a bit. I actually enjoyed 15, 16. I really liked. Tactics was probably the first one I bought with my own money, though.
I first played Tactics in college, I think. Not too long ago.
How did Zidane go?
Right?
That ATV, dude.
Yeah.
That ATV is so bad, Zidane almost got a second turn. Alright, we need 6 attacks, and I ever tried to pick up Queen at maybe once.
Woo, Faraga, woo.
Woo.
So
Literally the one magic attack.
Ew.
So Earth Girding can do all the major, like Faraga, Hanaga, as well as Earthquake. The reason why we're saying Faraga is because the way we have Quina's equipment set up right now basically means that they won't be taking damage, other than, oh my god.
Wow.
Okay, I'm gonna not step off it. That's rough.
I can't remember the last time I've seen Zidane die in this. That's just a rare crit. Oh! Oh!
Now that's
Earthguard rare, huh?
That's 2 1% stacked on top of one another.
I am to do like an
I
earthquake
mean,
right now.
that is a clippable event. Wow.
I about fell out of my chair for that, by the way.
I would too, huh?
Or I had 45 seconds of time saved here, by the way.
Is it one more and he's good?
I think it's 6, unless you get a crit.
Yeah, it's 15,500 or so. So, with the under 3 damage rolls, it needs to be.
I can't believe we saw 2 1% chances there. Not once, but twice in a row.
Oh man, this is one of those ones where it's like I want to clip that.
The guy says I'm coming in at estimate.
More bosses should be edible.
No, because that zombie flew from the ceiling and he ate that shit, or they ate that shit.
What is there to eat? He's just bones.
Realize it after 6.5 hours. I finally swore. It took me a while, but we got there.
Yeah.
Yep. Realize both turbos were on. Bottom option in that section is technically a couple text boxes faster, but
I lost against his way of thinking.
this run's got me just dejected again, but just what happened?
What happened is you're running a run for charity, so something had to go crazy. But you're showing off the game, you're showing off the game mechanics, and you're making that for charity. That's all it is.
Yeah. You have to have a few good memes happen along the way. And of course, the most famous line ever said in any marathon. That's never happened before. But I've genuinely never had 2 1% criticals off of Earthguard back to back. I just don't think that... So, that should be one thing to talk about, too. The difference between HD and PSX is... the PlayStation version of the game does have a series of that... or at least even the first series of bosses do not have any percentage chance to have a critical chance against you. But in retrospect, neither are you. I think a lot of the mono or the one-on-one fights are kind of the same thing. Or at least it's turned out for the boss, but not necessarily for you. And that's one of those examples, I believe. It should almost never have happened. But the PC turns any 0 into at least a 1% crit chance.
Because this game was not random enough beforehand.
Spirit, if random mod spirit divided by 4 is greater than a random mod of 100, it is critical.
They both.
Spirit over 4 minus 1 over 2.
Ah, they both got a cast. Why? Hey, my chat bring out my fire breath emote. Where we're at right now. There is one encounter we can take, which will further level up today, which isn't the work thing. But today's a goodness. All the random encounters we hadn't gotten all run are showing up right now.
Oh yeah, and ringleaders are bad. Ringleaders are not fun.
The worst skill that they can use is roulette.
Oh, I thought they could also confuse.
Can they?
I might be wrong.
That's how rare encounters are in this section. So the C2 is really confidence boosting right now. Has to have something to. Almost there. For the record, I am ready for Death Guys to dab it up on me one time.
He has to once in his charity run, right?
For charity. The toothy lizard has to show us what's up.
Interesting. Okay, so in fixed versions, it's a 2.5%, at least in the beginning of the game, for a critical hit. 2.5%. I don't know what Zidon's spirit, or I guess, yeah, it was. What is the spirit stat of Earth Guardian? I'm just falling
You
into.
tell me
rabbit
he has
holes.
spirit?
All bosses have stats.
Kind of like playing
He had.
a holy undead in World of Warcraft.
That's true. He's got 36. That's a high stat. 4%. Wow.
So it's 4% times 4% that chance, right?
Yeah, which is still incredibly low. That's
A 16th of a percentile.
Oh. That's lower than getting a pink tail, I think.
Let me go fire up Final Fantasy IV real quick. I got a pink tail in my future. One of those elusive achievements I still have yet to get.
I had one run where I managed to get 3 of them.
Glad we pulled out the calculator for math on that. Yeah, I guess I would say 90% of the time when he goes to do Death Cutter on, he misses because he loses. For some reason, it feels like he loses the coin flip more often than not.
Oh,
You know,
that's true, 'cause
statistically,
You have to distract on top of that.
yeah.
Yeah, we should have factored that in. So that is 2%,
1/32
right?
of a percent.
Mhm.
Oh, wait, no, that's twice.
64th.
Oh my god.
Yeah, still, you were very unlucky there.
That's all we're trying to say. Yeah. 0.04%. That's crazy.
Beautiful. This is what I really needed
that
to
would
wrap
be-
up the charity event.
That would be a really good clickbait clip. The 0.06
0.04%.
chance of this happening. It happened.
All right, we just got to finish strong. I don't know if my pride or my soul can hold it anymore.
Now I'm waiting for a Shell Dragon double crit on charge.
I will cry in front of 200 people.
Maybe I shouldn't say that I'm hoping for that. But if I say I'm hoping for it, it won't happen.
It feels like these rare events happen when I'm talking, so I'm just not going to talk during the battle anymore.
Oh, you sell the win.
He sells it because he picks like another one up, I think, right?
Ah,
I'm gonna let him do his menu.
I could. I don't necessarily do either. I've learned long ago I haven't really thrown it. I end up throwing like the Orichalon or the Defender or something like that. It's something that
Yeah, that
makes
makes sense.
way more sense that's more consistently in my inventory.
Oh,
yeah, that
that's
checks
the
out.
last scene too, where you save like a half a second if you did the 18 before you go in there. Because I know you're taking like amazing mental notes.
Oop. Nice. I feel like an old cartoon. This run where, you know, the car is like in shambles and falls apart and breaks down at the finish line. Either right before or right after. Which one it will be, I don't know yet. But I had some cursed marathon RNG.
I'm more thinking of like you're a wily coyote and you see like the piano falling down, you flip the sign over that just says help.
I mean, good. Also a good one. Yeah, I was only supposed to have devil, not undead, which was fine. I don't know. Something was just a smidge off. I had to figure it out. But all my skills seem to be there, so. Except maybe Protect Girls, which will only impact Malaris. Also, we come up to our favorite sections. It's everyone's favorite audio track of Yana, or You're Not Alone. It's the name of the track, which is the name of the split, aforementionedly, because everyone loves it so much. If you do cry a little bit as we go, I do not blame you. And then the ones where I was trying to do, now that I've already done a couple by accident at the end there, we have something called the Big Ass Menu coming up. It is, you're gonna watch a lot happening really quickly, so be ready. Definitely one of those ones, if you blink, you might miss something. actually do love this section. Because usually it's kind of... It puts my pulse on how the rest of the run's going to be. Like the last Yana that we had, I think we lost a little bit of time, but overall, like, the finale was really good. We just had a couple awkward moments. I've ended some runs here, which saved me from probably cursed endings. I've also had some amazing segments that really just boost my confidence into the finish line as well. But that's always enjoyable. I know, I might be a little biased, though.
Everyone loves Yana.
Everyone loves Yana. Even during the first fight, really, I'll kind of stop talking and let us all enjoy it together. Chip. Beautifully. Alright, time for fights. So it is 3 fights we got coming up here. Each fight does need to be done in a specific way to maximize EXP and AP across the 4 final members of the run. So this is our last chance to get strong. First fight starts off a little easy because we do nothing. Like standing around looking pretty.
Looks like we need some help, so.
Why is this game just trying to keep up my cursed luck?
Well, it's interesting, and Zidane usually guys there.
Even though we all know Zidane's going to be in the final party, we do want to maximize the EXP and AP on the Amber and Freya. Next up is a fight including Steiner and Kuena. Steiner and Zidane will be the only 2 to survive the fight. Steiner will learn the ever so important charge ability here. It's our last chance to really get it. This is also one of those fights too, for no reason things can go wrong. As he casts High Wind, which is the highly damaging ability. I'll probably throw a high pod. Oh, never mind. Coral Ring will help us heal.
It's rare.
Yeah.
And then there's a reason you might have noted Steiner went from the front row to the back row. That's actually to skip a text that you would have otherwise.
Well, it helps with this defense stat too, but I really like it for the dialogue skip. Also, I feel like we're really underrolled for that.
Yeah, you did.
What a wild set of numbers I just rolled. So two, like, I went from what, 25 to 36? I didn't even know Zidane could underroll there.
I'm wondering if you what's that?
Not like a bug killer on, or
Yeah, you have the warrior, right?
yeah. All right, now the biggest challenge of them all, Shell Dragon. This fight is done in the 2 phases. Phase 1, you have to get Zidane down to crit, which brings out Dagger. Otherwise, all damage you do up to that point is moot. Once Dagger goes down, then it becomes a challenge of keeping him alive until, or Zidane alive until the final damage. This is where runs are made or broken. To increase our chances, though, to getting down to crit, we're gonna flee.
Oh, that was a little.
Now we're gonna defend and flee. Alright, I need an Earthshake here.
You have rebirth?
No. If all else fails, though, on turn 5 he smashes. Puts us down to 1 HP no matter what. That was turn 4, but I'll take it. So now we just hold time until Dagger asks us if this is how we want to solve all of our problems. Yes, yes it is.
X.
Who is she?
She doesn't even go here.
Yeah, that's a good
Trance.
point.
Shift break.
Yeah.
It should still.
It should do about 5k.
If anything, it will keep our spirit rolling for the auto regen. This charge, even on high roll, only does really about 12k.
A normal attack here is probably probably the play.
Because you're around 10.
For 1200, I should say.
You're good.
You probably would have been fine with just 2 normal attacks.
Probably.
You can do, if you had solution 9 available, you could have just done that to do a 9. But I didn't know if you had anything else.
If it did 999, it probably would have barely killed.
It would have, because you had,
Yeah.
you had 3k.
It has 10-5, I think.
I thought it had 12.
Yeah, it's like 12 something.
Is it? I already scrolled past it. 'Cause I'm ready for the massive shot coming up here.
Understandable. I mean, I can also check the wiki.
The really odd one is Androsius. I'm too late in the night to actually pronounce things correctly. That fight, though, is regardless of what you do in that first section until it goes up, no damage counts. Once you do damage to it, it actually takes it down specifically half HP of what it is. So anything that you go over half, it doesn't count. It's a very odd fight.
Sword. This was supposed to come off. Just double checking my elements. The only one I ever doubt anymore. Level. Alright, C. Counters. Third. TRT. Motion. Go. I don't know why I tried to take bird for a second there. I think in a way I'm still looking for what's wrong, but it's not necessarily wrong.
Sil, you were right. The boss has 10,900. The enemy, regular enemy, has 12,600.
That's
Ooh, I'm never right. Let's go. I'm sorry.
Did you say you were never right, though?
Yeah.
That is factually false.
I mean, even a broken clock still.
True. Also, I love the audio track for this section too.
Yeah.
Something about
I
just the
love
organ,
Pandemonium.
just going to town.
My split name for fighting Garland is No More Organs with a Sad Face.
It's a good name.
I just imagine that Garland is the one playing this. He just has a giant organ. It's like a Vegnagun piano, but it's just an organ.
The Vegna gun before the Vegna gun. Honestly, I like that. Also, can we talk about the creepy background for a second? Just
Are those lips or eyes?
yes. Oop. I didn't put my cursor all the way back on the right screen, which worked out because it was still shifting down. Could you imagine if that was the piano thing he was playing?
I believe it.
It would make it epic.
And it still plays during Silver Dragon, because, you know, he's watching, he's observing, he's still playing. But then when he has to take a break to fight you, that's when the music stops.
That is true.
It goes back to regular boss music, and it's like, why?
Love a Shockwave opener. At least it's not Nova.
Dang.
That's actually kind of a favorable position, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is, and you actually could have one turn this with a
The counterattack, no?
with the charge.
Oh, no.
I honestly thought Amaranth was gonna live. I think this is the one where most people live.
You just want to attack, not even.
I need two, don't I?
No, because you counter.
You
That's
counted
right.
already, so you only have one left.
I forgot it's 5 attacks on him.
You're
It's-
still. You're in marathons. It's
Yep.
So.
I will be right back. 1 second.
But yes, charge, the most useless initial piece of equipment people think, or what people think is useless. So what it's doing is anyone who's in yellow HP can automatically instantly attack based off of Steiner's turn. So you can technically get all 4 characters to swing on his turn only. Which means we can often do 7 attacks. Sorry, the cough is about to come back. First. But yeah, so the remainder of the run, we're going to be trying to manipulate people in and out of yellow HP in order to maximize the amount of damage we do per turn. And if we are too healthy, we'll be using Luna, which will put us into a berserk status, and we'll do an extra 50% damage in return. I prefer Luna over Charge, but Charge will always get us out.
It's faster, but less performance.
We'll be out this turn for sure.
I was about to say, like, you have to hold.
I just didn't want Zidane HP to tick up.
Oh, that's right. You get off.
Yeah, he's got auto regen right now.
This is a good turn setup.
It is. But yeah, we are officially in Boss Rush Central. Definitely the most exciting part of the run in my book. Also, we Luna just about everything in RPB, so we're gonna lose. I think this is gonna be the most swing of time ever. We're 7 minutes behind on P.
It's not like you can submit it. Remember, that was the whole reason why we had craziness in a couple of fights. It's just because we were trying to get them.
Yeah. Wow. What I actually was not anticipating that, to be honest. I was expecting the auto life to pick it back up and call it good.
Ooh, crit.
Ooh, nice crit.
Just in time.
Call that an attack as I just dropped 10k on him. Yes, yes I am.
Only a fool would say you call that an attack to something that deals literally the damage.
I am the strong. Got so much prettier.
By using the souls. He did not enter this trance state manually. He did not do it of his own.
We are coasting at a reasonable pace right now.
Coasting is fun.
We continue to push strongly into the finish line. This is the conclusion of Disc 3, so we will be going into Disc 4 shortly. Naturally, we've spent a good 7 hours together. Disc 4 is not squat. It is pretty one-directional path.
It's onward and upwards.
Honestly, the only thing that's really stopping us right now is Nova Dragon and Death. Maybe a little Necron. Necron's feeling a little spicy today. He's been feeling a little spicy with me in the last couple runs, so.
Just as long as Freya's trance gauge doesn't go up.
Go team, go. Go team, go.
Faster, 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 faster.
Rabble, rabble, rabble. Oh, the city's no longer very blue anymore.
That's because the planet is being destroyed.
Didn't say they hate the color blue.
Dabba-dee, dabba-die.
He's like, I don't want to apologize. Hey, thank you in front of all these onlooking eyes, but they are staring us down pretty hard. I would also not be a fan of this.
Yeah. I love it how Dagger's like, oh, just come on, they're just only eyes. It's like, easy for this.
I feel like I'm being launched. Oh, I also like Quetta. There's no good food here. I don't know if the genomes actually eat. I guess I should say this is a there's 3. As soon as we see the airship. Actually, when we get to the start of Black Mage Village is actually the start of Disc 4, but as far as I'm concerned, Disc 3 is over. We're kind of in the no man land right now.
Still going off on his own.
We gotta roll! Also, I'm not stealing this trip. I'm just tactically acquiring it.
It's not stealing, it's borrowing. Permanently.
I do think we leave the ship behind when all is said and done.
Well, isn't it like parked, basically, more or less, in Memoria?
I think you're right.
Because
Memoria
you can
comes collapsing
return.
down.
Yeah, because in the very first after Nova, you can actually return to the ship. So now we're in Disc 4.
I like this song.
It is very good.
What is money? Money can be used in exchange for goods and services. Or charitable donations.
It's like watching kids play. Come on, Amaranth.
It's actually not a bad analogy because it is very much the Black Mages are kind of, children and they're learning kind of the ways of the world, and the genomes are like, what is this? We did not. This is weird.
True. Very true. Listen to your big brother, Mikoto.
She's like, you what? Alright, and there's a reason why I left that cursor exactly where it was left as we come into Memoria here. Cutscenes! There are some pretty cool cutscenes.
Let's see. Okay.
Oh, ships clear a path for the Invincible! Also, I really enjoy the call-outs coming up here too, where it's like, Eaststein, you really fell in love with a heck of a woman. Sarah's like, you're one to talk. Alright, showtime.
Showtime.
His hands.
What are we rooting for?
Telewave aerial slash. Not either. Open with 2 seconds. You son of a gun. Now you would tease me with it. $20K more worth of damage. About half right there. A little under. Maybe just full send. Done. Nice. That'll help. Oh, that'll really help.
Double counter.
Damn.
What's the reason why
Still lose time because lose strats are faster, but it is what it is. Zareth, you're very late. But welcome to Memoria, the castle that keeps on building because new and new memories are being created every moment. I feel teased. I'm getting it cut tomorrow.
I should also get mine cut soon, honestly.
Put a little shave.
My bangs are to the extent that I can hang them over my eyes and pretend I'm Beatrix.
I can too, actually.
I can't remember the last time I got a haircut. I think it's been about 2 years at this point. No, actually, check that. I did get one last year to trim up a couple of split ends. But my hair, when fully down, goes past my hips, so. Ethers. Still not bad.
Still not bad. I would love, more than likely, to get one encounter along the way. It is completely optional, though. If I get it, I would love an opportunity to knock down Steiner, not Zidane. Diamond. Swoop. Alright. Bird. Devil. Ability up body. Counter. Right over it. I am gonna elect to use one. Just in case. Ooh, very rare 0 encounter up to Malaris. But so this is where the biggest difference in having the rebirth ring is. We get involved first and foremost. We should mention we get the evolved form of all the Chaos Guardians now. Malaris has extra arms from the last time we saw her. I didn't mean to send Diner. 1, 2. I almost want to count to 3 already. 4, 5. But yeah, Ty, I'm gonna let you take over.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're kicking the what Zill's trying to do, and first of all, he's trying to focus on the fight. But second of all, the fight with Malaris at the end of this one is where we can run into some trouble. They will do a attack called Raining Swords that will pretty much wipe out our entire party with the HP that we have remaining. That's why it's pretty critical that we have auto life on Freya. Otherwise, we have to wipe the count because if the count is right, Freya will be up in the end and it will count. But with Rebirth on here, we can just send it, not really worry too much about counting, and then if this happens, Freya will
Once or twice a year, I do mess up the rebirth strat. Maybe with rebirth in my possession.
I started wondering if you can actually defend here with one of the characters and still kind of increase the chances of their survival.
Zidane actually has enough HP by himself where if you really wanted to, you could just put him in the back row at full HP. He actually could survive the onslaught. Just in case we get cleaved by an Iron Giant.
Do you want to ether Zidane too? He's just sitting with HP.
I'll do it when we do the healing for the rest of them, because I'm going to do a Luna Tiamat.
Okay, sounds good. Oh,
You're
that's
gonna
right.
do the crazy thing. You're gonna do the gremlin strat.
But actually, what's really cool about Memoria to me is the way they kind of allow you to revisit certain memories. So right now, Dagger, Aiko, and Zidane are re-experiencing the attack on Alexandria. However, Quato was not there. They were still in Maiden Zari at the time. So he never saw the animation that's going on there. That's why the three of them had the exclamation point. They did not. So what we're learning is the further we go up the castle, further back in history that we are going. So there are certain moments some of the story has left unwritten, very like right now a lot of casual players would wonder if was Zidane on the Invincible, knowing what we know about Zidane and his history now at the time of the attack of Dagger's former home. And we have to acknowledge the fact that Zidane can see this memory, even though it's not fully confirmed. Genomes are a creation and could be creation of someone else's memory as well. Another person's soul was put in here, but there's also a non-zero chance that Zidane wasn't part of the destruction of Maiden Sari back then.
Because I think
It does put an interesting spotlight on because where
Yeah,
potentially Jane's soul ended up going, you know?
Yep.
I will say that the attacks, I think it was 10 years prior to these events, so it might have been more. I thought it was about 10 years when I read it more earlier today, but either way, Zidane was around at that time period, so it is fairly likely that he was on
I think, yeah, that's a reasonable theory for sure.
Alright, I'm gonna do a very fun, risky, I don't want to call it risky, I don't think it's too terribly risky, but it is definitely not a strat I would recommend the new runners, Luka, to do at home.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Burn straight.
Ah.
That sign can't stop me. I can't read.
How about I do anyway? Absorb strength. That's a great start to a Luna.
So this is the Luna strat we've been really missing out on. So we're gonna berserk our party, not them, but we're gonna get a 50% damage increase. Really plays into the game theme of what makes you you. Your memories are important, or what you actually experience. Absolutely.
Ooh, nice.
And it's also kind of fun, kind of think about how people's memories are viewed in retrospect from another person's point of view too. Because while Zidane was technically the aggressor in that scenario, Dagger was a victim, unfortunately, and that was a very defining moment for Dagger, where Zidane's like, I don't know why I'm here, why I can see this. Poor Amaranth, he's just out here trying his best. Yeah, the MP attack on Tiamat to Freya was not my favorite combination.
No.
But she does have Dragon Killer, so she has a higher chance of surviving it. If Zidane attacks, Tiamat survives, which I don't think is very likely. He will snoot Zidane off the map, and it's funny. So it's always good for a little bit of flavor.
One interesting fact about Snort in this game is that it counts as a KO on a character. So if the rest of your party is KO'd, it's game over.
I
snorted out of
knew I
battle,
was on
for
that.
that matter.
That was a good example of the drop command, I'm sorry. Life. I have something I definitely need. Actually, I am gonna need it. A second, I take that back. We'll figure out Amaranth and the MP as soon as we get closer to Kraken. In case you're wondering what's going on. I kind of want an encounter. I want to get my people back down to a crit chance. Otherwise, this next fight gets real hairy. Kind of the only byproduct about looting Tiamat. I did the strat the normal way last time, but I did a Luna strat this time, and I saved about 45 seconds compared to Estimate, which is nice for me. But you're very statistically likely to get an encounter on this screen. And if not, I'm gonna have to farm it. I am.
And it also looks like, wow.
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 Okay. It looks like there's a crazy path you have to take in this one. You just hit up.
Yeah, nothing fancy about the movement on that.
Freya should have enough hits. Oh, yeah.
But yeah, now we're back. We're so far back in memory where the two planets are starting to slam together in an effort to converge. Which is why it's cool in the background. But also, if this is so much further back, now where are these memories coming from? That kind of begs the question. To me, it comes back from more of like a Terra situation of what their society used to look like, especially when this area is half flooded. It probably meant like things were going wrong, or now the high tide used to really swing. But the only thing of importance out of this area is if you were to take a nice right turn right here, we could fight Hades. I cannot fight Hades under this current circumstances, so I'm gonna elect not.
Hades was also the original plan to be the final boss for this game.
Hades would have been a pretty good.
I agree.
Hades would be a good one.
I would have preferred it than Hades. Not many people really like it.
Yeah, we're definitely at the point in the game where, especially when things come to memories, it's really
MP.
open for. I already did it.
Oh, you did?
Figured it out myself though.
You did it when you
Useless crit. Everyone has body temp, so it should not work. Ever been going wrong going into the final moments? Yes. Am I hoping that's not the case today? Absolutely. So the only way I'm going to attack Kraken is through charge right now in a Zidane attack. So after Water Gut, I'll throw a Phoenix down on Amaranth, charge with Steiner, then an auto attack with Zidane, and I'm going to do that repetition. I think it's 3, maybe 4 times, and usually we get out the fight. With
The reason why you don't want to attack them is Kraken has a but we do want to linger because Zidane will. We want him to be in critical HP, ideally.
you got Rebirth Ring though. We can make it at least one turn support, 4-man swing. Nice.
This tractor's like, yeah.
That 50-50, you're losing.
Oh, that wasn't a counter either.
I had a feeling there was a chance that wasn't the counter, but I didn't want to be wrong. Because I want that safety 20% HP that we're learning with Zidane right now for Duck Guys.
No, I 100% agree. He is so.
What did I Phoenix down if Amaranth didn't come up?
Steiner.
Nice.
See, PC did the PC thing where the Phoenix down doesn't auto target the dead party member.
Still might kill.
Really annoying.
Which is all good.
You got the attack within Zidane, so you just need to do 3 hits.
Yeah, if this was PB attempts, I probably would have gambled a smidge.
I mean,
One.
it's close enough.
Yeah, it's close enough. You need to have 3 for after death, guys. But I really did think about. I had to weigh some pros and cons for a moment.
You could elixir too, depending on what happens.
Yeah.
PG. But still, we only have a couple more bosses left.
The 3 left, 4 left to go, cause I can't math. I felt like doing the Homer thing. SMRT. Wait. If you've never seen Excalibur 2, today is going to be your day. We've made it here under 12 hours. Woohoo! I'm sure really, really long thumbs appreciative that I'm not at the 12-hour mark right now. Oh, it's not for how I proposed the category.
Don't you want to hold, or that's what you?
I was going to. Now we are. I wanted Zidane to make sure to get this attack off.
That makes sense.
Ah, it made me slip through. Technically, the only person who needs to learn anything here is actually Zidane. So he's learning HP plus 20%. But you'll see the importance of that skill coming up here momentarily. But this fight should end right here. Lich might be the last one in order, but he is definitely not the strongest. Everyone else is far scarier.
Oh, you learn thievery. Means you can have a greater success chance of stealing items.
Awesome. Loves.
That's the bandit skill, not the thievery skill.
Thievery increases your success rate then?
Master Thief makes your steal. I think it increases your chance of stealing the rarer item. Bandit increases. It's weird. The way Bandit works is like without Bandit there's 2 checks. It's whether steal hits or misses, and then there's like another check. Yeah. Basically, Bandit has you skipping that first check. Thievery is speed times however many successful steals you've had, max to 99 damage.
Oh, that's right. It's the attacking skill. I forgot.
Alright, I'm gonna do it again. But you're a nerd. With love, of course.
And I pass you on the leaderboard before you know it. So.
This is true. Luca is going to be able to think his way through a situation far faster.
Also, are you a world record holder in any speedrun category?
Ew.
Is Luca? Or is
I'm going to start throwing hands because
Yes.
we're 7.5 hours into run. 7:40 with
We're also
RTA.
exhausted, so if you were throwing hands right now, still, like, you wouldn't even have... You'd have to, like, touch me and I'd fall.
Throwing pause very gently.
Yeah. I'm basically like Senna at this point in the time. I will
You just
fall
bonk
over.
him slightly.
Yes.
Or you attack yourself and you do 2 damage.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Pretty good encounters throughout the whole run, all things considered.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with
Yeah,
that.
not too bad.
It was just basically Terra, you know, on the way to Brunball we had the encounter, right?
Forcing that encounter, that was kind of a bummer.
Yeah.
But it was the only encounter we had. No, I'll take that back. I think we had, what, one Iron Giant? No, I think that was the forced encounter. I'm tired.
You had
didn't
a
have
forced
anyone
encounter, and I think
with
that was the
wires.
Iron Giant.
But that was the first one.
I would have loved that in a PB attempt.
Okay, lottery time.
Welcome to the Final Fantasy
Okay.
Casino.
That guy's has an attack called Meteor that can do anywhere between 50 and 5,000 damage in
Yep.
increments of 50.
5,000? Oh, I thought it was 5,000.
In increments of 50.
So yeah, this is our
Imagine seeing 50 to all.
Or a non-moving transpar.
Freya did 50 to Freya.
I'm perplexed by the situation that's being proposed to me right now, given the circumstances of the game. Am I complaining?
Honestly,
No.
No.
This is fine.
I'm not sure.
This is very fine. Goodbye, Freya.
It's still fine.
So we need 5.5 attacks out of Steiner. Do.
He's closing already?
Right?
Gets
I-
me, he spun like 5
Level 5.
times.
There you go.
Level 5 death.
3. Half. It's fine.
Wow.
That's fine. Yeah.
This is some nice
I
luck.
want to miss.
Hey, wow, okay,
An,
okay.
an Avenger throw maybe to.
No, I already got the half.
Yeah. Go again.
For best case scenario. Never mind.
You don't have
That
to-
was a perfect death, guys.
That's crazy.
And my head hurts from watching that.
Are you gonna gold this segment?
I think I am. I could have saved 40 and a half seconds for the record. I saved 55.
Pretty good.
Oop. Start with him. Perfect. Armor. Full life. And
Oh yeah, Kuja's a bird.
Puja is a bird. It also looks really birdy. You know who else is a bird? Necron.
You want to say so? Are you a bird?
I am not a bird. But I do feel like a plastic bag
A dragon with wings.
floating through the wind. So we can get 3 regular attacks off before we have to rely purely on charge mechanics. But we're hoping not to see a skill called Flare Star.
It's just a little slow because ideally you'd want to have Steiner right here as well, but
Yeah. I mean, he's probably going to hit somebody really hard here. But I'm hoping it's Sedan. A slow TK is in first try still faster than a faster or a perfect second try. Something like that. I don't know.
no, it's the right call. That's the
Especially marathon settings. You.
Ooh, here we go.
yeah.
It just got spicy, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, wow. That turned into a whole lot of nothing. There's a bird fur.
You know what? Even if he flare start again, I think they would both end up.
Well, let's not will anything into existence.
It's very rare that he can start. Yeah, he has to be Can you peel up one more with today?
I don't think it makes it as a name, but I think we make it through.
Right. Just in case.
All my time saves going out the window. Yeah. We probably could have made it on Sedan earlier, but I didn't want to risk it.
Understandable.
Final boss. So, to know when the time is to be called is when the ATB bars disappear on its own.
So my Necrons are shaky at best. So I'm gonna watch intently to see what you do.
Necron is one of those fights where the more you do it, the more you realize I have more to learn on Necron.
Oh yeah, it's so easy. Man.
It is definitely a fight worth practicing a lot.
Oh, I know my It's something, and I remember the first time I went through it, I only got through it because the Captain of the Dorks he had to talk me through because I didn't anticipate making it to Necron, so I only had watched the fight once. None of it registered. And then when I got here, my anxiety was like, my heart was pounding.
At least you didn't get to Necron and have the perfect setup to get a PB and your first sub 9 in the PSX category and then throw it all away. Yeah, that didn't happen to somebody who's got,
Ouch.
Well, on my current PB, I do have 4 minutes and 50 seconds of time save available to me right now, as I'm glaring very hard at it right at the moment. So I'll probably end only a minute and a half my PB and then a very respectable RTA, I hope.
You're in 749, 750 today, right? Something like that.
Double checking my work. It's worth it. We have 2 extra hours, fair. So what you're saying is I should just bang my head off the wall a few times.
Wait, where did it go to 10 hours on the stream? It went to 10 hours.
I think they just.
So, somebody's playing. Oh, good times.
That's funny.
Right? That's a good one. Freya's not your chance. We shouldn't have to do that.
Spicy.
Mechanics of this fight are pretty odd. What we are doing is we are attacking our own characters, and the main reason for that is because we want to more or less skip a couple of spells. And what Syl did right there was, after he does an attack called Blue Shockwave, he jumped with Freya. Otherwise, Necron would do these 2 spells.
I went too early. There's no way I went too early. I counted to 5.
It felt early to me,
Yeah.
but my method of counting is different.
So typically we want to jump to skip this turn, but and then it's marathon. Stuff happens. Petrified.
All right, we got to see it.
Yeah. So this is what you shouldn't do.
Yep. The worst part is in my PB, we had a weird trans situation, which is why we also saw a Grand Cross. And I don't want to say nerves got to me, but it was definitely one of those. It's probably what happened. I always go on Thou of 4-1 Thou. And I swore I went to 5, or what felt like 5. Because all we could deduce from that last error where I lost so much time was we went just a smidge early again. But that wasn't because of anything of the fight or my timing. That was because we tranced with Freya. Trancing with Freya here, we have a separate set of notes and a separate set of guides that's ready to go in order to kind of help explain the situation of what to do next.
I have a separate set of notes that told you what to do, and you do what I told you to do.
I know you sent it to me, and Zareth wants me to send it to them so they can send it to another person. We just never have.
Luca, do you have the notes for what to do?
I have the Petro version of those notes.
Okay, then yeah, you're good.
Alright, we got to experience Grand Cross. Let's not do it again.
He grand crossed me yesterday because I forgot to ATB wait somewhere. ATB waiting is a trick I often forget is a thing.
It is kind of nice for like a lot of the run. You really don't need an ATB at all. But it is convenient once you get into the swing of things. In fact, I've actually find myself doing it in more situations where it's more detrimental. Like, Clarion Invasion is probably my best example. Not Shell. Okay, Shell doesn't matter. Protect Scary. Two 1,000, 1,000, 4 1.
It should be fine with one character still up.
Yeah, you should be okay now.
If anything, I feel like I went early on that one, but I've already maximized my gooberness, but forget. I don't know.
I think this is where we charge the mechanic in order to make sure that you get all the moves up. Freya goes and revives Sine. Ascended. We attack with Sine and Freya. Necron has one more big go off, so we want to make sure that we get Wakenstein here so that Sabine can get one final attack.
Go team, go. Go team, go. And time.
Time.
We did it.
Hey, came underestimate in the marathon, so
Yeah.
at exactly 7:52. RT. G. G.
Auto clicker go for a moment. Man, thank you for having me. It was a lot of fun. It was quite the treat to bring some more Final Fantasy IX content back to the table and be part of the team that's representing Team Fastest First. My OG speedrun, and I'm still kind of embarrassed I died to the Necron the first time, but hey, it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, you had 5
Showcase
minutes
of
of
the
time
fight.
save already. It's all good. It's a buffer. The run is done. It won't last long.
Okay. I guess to sell myself just a smidge, I stream 3 days a week, Tuesday through Thursday. I'm off Friday typically, then I stream NMS on Saturday, then I'm off Sunday, Monday again. Granted, it's an exception for tomorrow, so I'm gonna go meet friends for drinks because I didn't do it today. So, thank you for selecting the run. Thank you for allowing us to bring it to the channel, and I'm glad we were able to help you guys push over the final metrics of the charity.